somewhere beneath the cracked asphalt and the irradiated dust of a world that stopped turning the way it was supposed to a long time ago. Tonight, we are descending into the vaults. Not just any vaults. We are talking about the vaults of Fallout, those massive steel-sealed bunkers scattered across the bones of a dead America, each one hiding a story, stranger, sadder, or more twisted than the last. And we are going to uncover 100 of those secrets, one gentle revelation at a time. Let the words carry you. And if you drift off somewhere between Vault 11 and Vault 77, that is perfectly fine. The wasteland will still be here when you wake up. Let us begin. And one more thing. If you are new here, welcome to Q Plays. We explore the quiet corners of video game worlds, the forgotten lore, the overlooked details, the stories that most people rush past on their way to the next mission. So, settle in. We have a long way to go. Part 1. The Architects of the Underground. Every great horror story begins with something ordinary. A house on a hill, a letter in the mail, a knock on the door. In the world of Fallout, the ordinary thing was a pamphlet. Yet a glossy, colorful brochure delivered by a smiling salesman in a crisp suit, promising safety for you and your family in the event of nuclear catastrophe. The brochure featured cheerful illustrations of underground living spaces, recreation areas, schools, and medical facilities. It promised clean water, fresh air, and the continuation of the American dream, all for the low, low price of your trust and your signature on a dotted line. The company behind that brochure was Vault-Tec, and nothing about it was what it seemed. Before we descend into any single vault, we need to understand the organization that built them all. Because the first secret of the Fallout vaults is that they were never really meant to save anyone. Secret number 1. Vault-Tec Corporation was not simply a construction company. It was a defense mega-corporation that operated at the intersection of government contracts, military research, and private corporate ambition. In the world of Fallout, or where the timeline diverges from our own, sometime after the Second World War, Vault-Tec rose to prominence during one of the most paranoid decades in American history. The company's earliest known expansion involved acquiring a college in Morgantown, West Virginia, and rebranding it as Vault-Tec University back in 2031. That university became the training ground for the people who would design, build, and ultimately manage the vaults. It was the seed from which everything else grew. Secret number 2. The Vault program itself was born from fear. Real, institutional, government-sanctioned fear. In the early 2050s, the world of Fallout was falling apart. The Euro-Middle Eastern War had drained resources. A devastating pandemic called the New Plague was spreading across the continent. The United Nations had collapsed entirely. In response, the United States government launched something called Project Safe House in 2054. The goal, at least on paper, was simple enough. Build underground shelters capable of protecting the American population from nuclear war or biological catastrophe. New breakthroughs in construction technology meant these enormous bunkers could be assembled at a surprising pace. But there was a problem, and it was a big one. Secret number 3. The United States government was broke, completely, hopelessly broke. The cost of building even a single vault was staggering. Vault 13, for example, had an intended budget of $400 billion. By the time construction was finished, the final tab had ballooned to $645 billion, well over 150% of the original estimate. The government was forced to finance Project Safe House with junk bonds, and even with that desperate measure, only 122 vaults were ever commissioned. For a country of roughly 400 million people, that meant fewer than 0.1% of the population could ever hope to find shelter inside one. Each vault was designed to hold approximately 1,000 residents. Do the math. That leaves hundreds of millions standing on the surface when the sirens start wailing. Secret number 4. The whole program was a lie. Not just a small deception or a bureaucratic oversight, but a deliberate, calculated, multi-generational conspiracy. Yet while the public was told the vaults were their salvation, behind closed doors, the program had been hijacked by a shadow government that would eventually become known as the Enclave. Project Safe House was subverted for what they called the Societal Preservation Program. Rather than acting to save humanity directly, the vaults were rebuilt as testing chambers, social experiments, data-gathering exercises. The Enclave's projections assumed the worst possible outcome, that nuclear war would render Earth completely uninhabitable, and their real plan was not to save civilization, but to build a multi-generational starship. They needed data on how humans survived under extreme conditions, and the vault dwellers would provide it, whether they knew it or not. Secret number 5. Of those 122 vaults, only 17 were what Vault-Tec internally classified as control vaults. And these were the ones that actually worked the way they were advertised. No secret experiments, no hidden agendas, just a functioning underground shelter designed to keep its residents alive and safe until it was time to emerge and rebuild. The remaining 105 vaults were experimental facilities, each one designed to study a different variable. Some tested psychological endurance, others tested biological limits. What a few tested things so bizarre and cruel that they read like the fever dreams of a committee that had long since stopped pretending to care about ethics. Secret number 6. The concept of vault experiments was not part of the original game design. It was actually the brainchild of Tim Kaine, one of the co-creators of the Fallout franchise, who developed the idea during the early stages of Fallout 2's development. He realized that the vaults needed a purpose beyond simply sheltering survivors. But after all, 122 shelters could never protect the entire population. So, what was the real reason for building them? Kaine's answer was darkly elegant. The vaults were laboratories, and the dwellers were the test subjects. Secret number 7. Vault-Tec did not just build shelters. It built an entire consumer brand around the apocalypse. Before the bombs fell, Vault-Tec marketed itself aggressively to the American public. They sold reserved spots in vaults the way a luxury resort might sell timeshares. They produced merchandise, including the now iconic Vault-Tec lunchboxes and bobbleheads. They distributed Vault-Tec branded survival guides and Pip-Boy devices, those wrist-mounted personal computers that became standard issue for every vault dweller. The company even ran cheerful advertisements featuring their smiling mascot, Vault Boy, whose thumbs-up gesture has become one of the most recognizable images in gaming history. Behind that grinning face was a corporation plotting the end of the world. Secret number 8. In the Fallout television series, which premiered on Amazon Prime Video in 2024, the show expanded the lore considerably. During a pivotal flashback, we see Vault-Tec executives sitting around a boardroom table with representatives from the largest corporations in America, including Robco, West Tech, Big MT, and Repcon Aerospace. The discussion that unfolds is chilling. These corporate leaders are not just planning for nuclear war, they are debating whether to cause it. The conversation revolves around the idea that if nuclear war is inevitable, then the corporations that control the aftermath will control everything. Barbara Howard, a senior Vault-Tec executive and the wife of actor Cooper Howard, floats the idea that these megacorporations should drop the bombs themselves. By ensuring they are the only ones prepared, they would eliminate all competition and emerge as the sole proprietors of whatever civilization rises from the ashes. Secret number 9. The television series continued to deepen this conspiracy in its second season. Robert House, the brilliant founder of Robco Industries, reveals that he believes there was a hidden player at the table, someone powerful enough to manipulate both Vault-Tec and the Enclave simultaneously. Despite all of his resources, his algorithms, and his genius-level intellect, House could never fully identify this shadowy figure. The Season 2 finale strongly suggests that the Enclave was secretly controlling Vault-Tec before the Great War, and that the relationship between the two organizations was far more intertwined than anyone previously understood. The person or group that dropped the bombs did so not just to start a war, but to begin the largest experiment in human history, turning the entire surface of the Earth into a test subject. Secret number 10. The construction timeline of the vaults is itself a secret worth knowing. Project Safehouse broke ground in 2054, and most vaults were completed by 2063, but a few stragglers took much longer. Vault 13, which would become the starting location of the very first Fallout game, was not completed until 2074, just 3 years before the Great War. Vault 112, which we will explore in great detail later, finished construction that same year. Some vaults were never completed at all. Vault 88 in Boston and Vault 114 in the same city were both still under construction when the bombs fell on October 23, 2077. Their unfinished corridors and exposed bedrock stand as monuments to a countdown that ran out too soon. Secret number 11. Vault-Tec's security measures were protected by law. It was because the vaults were classified as crucial elements of national defense, much of the project fell under the new amended Espionage Act. This meant it was literally illegal to publish material about Vault-Tec's affairs. The classification did not just protect military secrets. It encouraged embezzlement and corruption, shielding the company's darkest activities behind a wall of legal immunity. Journalists who tried to investigate were silenced. Whistleblowers disappeared. The few who suspected the truth could do nothing about it. Secret number 12. There was one vault that Vault-Tec built for itself, and it was never part of the official program. Known as the Secret Vault, this hidden facility was constructed in northwest Texas, beneath the city of Los Ibanez. Unlike the government-contracted vaults, the Secret Vault was Vault-Tec's private installation, removed from the larger network and kept completely hidden from the United States government. And it served as a research and production facility where Vault-Tec's own executives, scientists, and researchers could continue their work after the Great War. Among its many technological artifacts, the secret vault housed a special version of the forced evolutionary virus. It appeared only in the game Fallout: Brotherhood of Steel, and its existence reveals a fundamental truth about Vault-Tec. The corporation never intended to submit to its own lottery, yet it would never live underground with what it privately called human cattle in facilities that were intentionally defective. Let that sink in for a moment. The very people who designed the vaults, who sold hope to millions, who smiled on television and promised safety, built themselves a private escape hatch and called everyone else cattle. That quiet cruelty is the foundation of every story we are about to tell. But before we move into the individual vaults, there are a few more things worth knowing about how the whole system operated. Secret number 13, technically a bonus before we get to the control vaults. Vault-Tec issued standard equipment to every vault resident. The blue and yellow jumpsuit with the vault number printed on the back became the most recognizable piece of clothing in the wasteland. Each resident received a Pip-Boy, a wrist-mounted personal computer manufactured by Robco Industries in partnership with Vault-Tec. The Pip-Boy tracked health metrics, managed inventory, provided maps, and even included a built-in radio. It was the Swiss Army knife of post-apocalyptic survival equipment, and it was given to every single vault dweller as standard issue. What most residents did not know was that the Pip-Boy also served as a monitoring device, feeding data back to the vault's mainframe about the wearer's vital signs, location, and behavioral patterns. It was a tracker disguised as a tool. So every vault was also intended to include a Garden of Eden Creation Kit, or GECK, a terraforming device that could restore a devastated landscape to habitability. In practice, only a handful of vaults actually received functioning GECKs. Some were deliberately withheld. Others were modified for experimental purposes. Vault City, which grew from Vault 8, used its GECK successfully, proving that the technology worked. But for most vault dwellers, the GECK, she was a promise that was never kept, one more lie in a long list of them. The overseer of each vault was typically a hand-picked individual, briefed on the nature of the experiment before the vault sealed. They were given a direct communication link to Vault-Tec and, in some cases, to the Enclave. The overseer's job was not to protect the residents. It was to ensure the experiment ran according to plan. Some overseers took this duty seriously, implementing the assigned protocols with cold efficiency. Others were consumed by guilt and tried to subvert the experiments from within. A precious few managed to protect their communities by deliberately sabotaging the experimental parameters, sealing off research sections, or falsifying reports. These renegade overseers are some of the unsung heroes of the Fallout universe, people who chose their neighbors over their orders. The vault doors themselves are engineering marvels. What each one is a massive gear-shaped blast door capable of withstanding a direct nuclear strike. They weigh several tons and are sealed by mechanical systems that require specific protocols to open. The iconic sound of a vault door grinding open, that deep, resonant metallic groan, is one of the most distinctive audio cues in gaming. It signals the beginning of something, the end of isolation, the start of a journey, the first breath of irradiated air after centuries of filtered atmosphere. And hearing that sound never gets old. The water purification systems, air recycling units, food production facilities, and waste management systems inside each vault were designed to operate indefinitely, at least in theory. In practice, components wore out, software glitched, and the steady accumulation of minor failures could bring an entire vault to its knees over a long enough timeline. This was sometimes deliberate, as in Vault 53, where equipment was designed to malfunction regularly, and sometimes accidental, as in Vault 3, where a water leak nobody anticipated forced the doors open. Now, with that foundation laid, let us descend into the first category of vaults we will explore tonight, the ones that actually worked. Part 2. The Control Vaults, where hope survived. Not every vault was a nightmare. A few, precious few, actually worked the way they were supposed to. These were the Control Vaults, the 17 facilities that operated exactly as advertised. Yea, with no secret experiments, no hidden agendas, and no ticking clocks counting down to catastrophe. They were the baseline, the scientific control group against which all the horrific experiments would be measured. And even among these, the stories are rarely simple. Secret number 14. Vault 8, located in what would eventually become Vault City in Northern California, is perhaps the greatest success story in the entire Vault program. It opened on schedule. Yes, its residents emerged into a world that was damaged, but not entirely dead, and they used the equipment provided to them, including a Garden of Eden creation kit, or GECK, to terraform the surrounding area. Vault City became a thriving, self-sustaining community with advanced medical technology and a functioning government. It appeared in Fallout 2, and when the player arrives, they find something almost unbelievable in the wasteland, a clean, orderly, working society. But even Vault City had its shadows. The community was notoriously xenophobic, refusing entry to outsiders, exploiting what it called servants, and maintaining a rigid class structure that echoed some of the worst tendencies of the pre-war world. The vault worked. The people who came out of it were not always as functional. Secret number 14. Vault 3 in Las Vegas was another control vault, designed to open 20 years after the Great War. Its residents were cautious, yet rather than opening the doors on schedule, they chose to remain sealed, fearing the dangers of the outside world. For generations, the vault functioned peacefully. No experiments, no crises, just a community living quietly underground. Then a water leak changed everything. The leak compromised the vault's integrity, and the residents were forced to open the doors and seek help from the surface. Their initial contact with the outside world went well enough. For the first few weeks, they traded with nearby settlements and began to imagine a future above ground. Secret number 15. Then the Fiends came. The Fiends were a gang of drug-addled raiders who operated in the ruins of South Vegas, and they saw the open vault for what it was. An easy target full of naive people who had never fought for anything. The Fiends manipulated their way, and what followed was a massacre. Every resident of Vault 3 was killed, and the gang moved in and turned the vault into their base of operations. When the player arrives in Fallout, New Vegas, Vault 3 is a den of violence and drugs. Its clean corridors smeared with the evidence of what happened to a community that simply wanted to see the sun. It is one of the saddest stories in the franchise because Vault 3 did everything right. The experiment was not the vault's design. It was the world that waited outside. Secret number 16. Vault 76 in Appalachia, West Virginia, is the vault from which players emerge in Fallout 76. Designated the official vault of the Tricentennial, it was sealed in 2076 in celebration of America's 300th birthday and housed 88 residents, all selected for being among America's best and brightest. As a control vault, it was designed to open roughly 20 to 25 years after the Great War. The experiment, if you could call it one, she was less about what happened inside and more about what happened when these highly competent individuals were released into a world that had changed beyond recognition. The Vault's overseer was tasked with securing 3 nuclear warheads upon emerging, a mission that would drive the early storyline of Fallout 76. But the Vault itself was not without drama. Internal records reveal problems with morale, rumors of security personnel using excessive force, and at least one incident where a dweller hacked into the Vault's files. Even in a control vault, sealed away from the horrors of the surface, humans still found ways to create conflict. Secret number 17. Vault 13, the starting point of the original 1997 Fallout game, occupies a strange position in Vault lore. It is often called a control vault, but its story is more complicated than that. The vault was designed with a deliberately faulty water chip, the crucial component that purified the vault's water supply. The malfunction was intended to force the vault open within a specific time frame, sending a dweller out into the wasteland to find a replacement. That dweller became the Vault Dweller, the protagonist of the first game, and their journey to find a new water chip is one of the most iconic quests in RPG history. But Vault 13 had another deeper purpose. According to President Dick Richardson of the Enclave, as revealed in Fallout 2, Vault 13 was a special case. It was supposed to remain closed until the subjects were needed. Needed for what? The Enclave intended to use the Vault's population for its own experiments with the FEV, the Forced Evolutionary Virus. The Vault Dwellers were not just survivors. They were inventory. Secret number 18. The story of Vault 15, which also appears in the original Fallout, is a lesson in unintended consequences. This vault was designed to house people from radically different cultural and ideological backgrounds. The experiment, if that is what it was to see what would happen when such a diverse group was forced to live together in close quarters for decades. What happened was exactly what you might expect. The community fractured. Different factions formed along ideological lines, and eventually the vault broke apart entirely. The residents scattered into the wasteland, and from their divisions, and 3 of the most significant factions in Fallout history were born. One group became the peaceful farming community of Shady Sands, which would eventually grow into the capital of the new California Republic. Another became the Khans, a tribe of raiders who would plague the wasteland for generations. A third became the Jackals, another raider gang with a reputation for brutality. One vault, 3 wildly different civilizations. That is what happens when you lock 1,000 strangers in a box and wait. Secret number 19. Vault 101 in the Capital Wasteland, the starting location of Fallout 3, was designed with a simple and terrifying premise. It was never supposed to open. Not in 20 years, not in 50, not ever. Vault Tech wanted to study what happened to a completely closed human society over an indefinite period of time. The vault was supplied with everything it would need to function forever, as including spare parts for the water processor. But the real experiment went deeper. It was designed to test the role of the Overseer, the all-powerful leader of the Vault community. The first Overseer maintained strict isolation, using fake, pre-recorded radio broadcasts to convince residents that the outside world was a toxic wasteland with no hope of survival. Over generations, the Overseers built a system of complicity, bringing more and more senior Vault dwellers into the secret. By 2027, when the game takes place, the descendants of the original Overseer had cultivated an entire generation of dwellers who knowingly played along, keeping the truth from their children and grandchildren. Secret number 20. The true experiment of Vault 101 only began when the illusion shattered. According to the official game guide for Fallout 3, the experiment commenced when the vault door first opened, and a young dweller fled into the light. That dweller was the Lone Wanderer, the player character who chases their father out of the vault and into the irradiated ruins of Washington, D.C. The game begins with a birth and ends with a choice about the future of clean water for the entire wasteland. But the vault that made it all possible was designed from the ground up to be a prison, one where the bars were invisible and the wardens wore the same blue jumpsuits as everyone else. Yet Part 3, the psychological experiments. If the control vaults represented what the program could have been, the experimental vaults represented what it actually was. And among the cruelest categories of experiments were the psychological ones, the vaults designed to break the human mind. Secret number 21. Vault 11 in the Mojave Wasteland is often considered the most disturbing vault in the entire Fallout franchise, and for good reason. Its experiment was deceptively simple. Yes, upon sealing, the vault's inhabitants were told that they must sacrifice one of their own every single year. If they refused, the vault's life support systems would be permanently shut down, killing everyone inside. The residents believed this without question. Why wouldn't they? The vault was their world, and the authority that governed it spoke with the finality of divine law. Secret number 22. The sacrifice was administered through elections. Each year, the residents would vote for a new overseer. The person who won the election was not rewarded with power. They were rewarded with death. At the end of their term, the overseer was required to enter a specially designed chamber and submit to execution. The system was supposed to be democratic, but it became anything but. Political factions called voting blocks formed, each one working to ensure that someone from a rival group was elected overseer. The process became a weapon. Well, if you wanted someone dead, you simply made sure they won the election. Secret number 23. The cruelty escalated. One woman named Catherine Stone was coerced into becoming overseer through blackmail and abuse. Rather than accept her fate quietly, Stone used her position to abolish the voting block system and implement a random selection process for the annual sacrifice. Her decision triggered a bloody civil war within the vault. Factions that had relied on political manipulation to avoid the sacrifice refused to accept a system that could target any of them. The violence consumed nearly the entire population. Secret number 24. When the killing finally stopped, only 5 residents remained alive. These final 5 survivors, too exhausted and too broken to continue, made a collective decision. They refused to send another sacrifice. They stood together and told the vault computer that it was over. They expected to die. Instead, they received a recorded message. The cheerful corporate voice of Vault Tech congratulated them. It told them they were a shining example of humanity. It informed them that sacrifice had never been required. The threat had been a lie all along. If they had refused on the very first day, the vault door would have opened, and they could have walked free. The experiment was designed to test how far people would go, how many of their own they would kill, or before someone finally said no. Secret number 25. The final audio log found in Vault 11 records the aftermath of that revelation. The 5 survivors, devastated by the knowledge that every death had been unnecessary, decided to commit suicide. They could not live with what they had done, or with what they had allowed to happen. But the decision was not unanimous. One voice on the recording argues against it, begging the others to leave the vault instead. We hear the beginning of the argument, then gunshots. When the player explores the vault, they find the bodies. But there are only 4. Someone survived. Someone walked away. And we never learn who. Secret number 26. The Vault 11 experiment is widely believed to be inspired by 2 real-world concepts. The first is the Milgram experiment on obedience to authority, which tested how far ordinary people would go when instructed to harm others by a perceived authority figure. And the second is the short story The Lottery by Shirley Jackson, in which a small town holds an annual lottery where the winner is stoned to death, and everyone participates because it is tradition. Secret number 27. Vault 106, located in the Capital Wasteland, took a more direct approach to psychological destruction. 10 days after the vault door sealed, psychoactive drugs were released into the air filtration system without anyone's knowledge. The chemicals spread through the entire facility, and within weeks, the residents began hallucinating. Reality dissolved. People attacked friends they had known for years. Some retreated into corners and refused to move. Others wandered the corridors, seeing things that were not there. Secret number 28. When the lone wanderer enters Vault 106 2 centuries later, the chemicals are still active. The air is still poisoned. As you explore the vault, you begin to hallucinate yourself. Ghostly visions of your father, James, appear in the corridors. Your childhood friend, Amata, stands in doorways, beckoning you forward. But when you approach them, they vanish. The vault is populated by survivors who have gone completely insane, attacking anything that moves. The terminals reveal that the overseer knew about the drugs, but tried to maintain order even as the population descended into madness. Vault 106 achieved nothing. It proved nothing useful, or it simply destroyed everyone inside. Secret number 29. Vault 92, located in the Capital Wasteland near the settlement of Old Olney, was marketed as a haven for musical talent. The most brilliant musicians from around the world were invited to take shelter inside, bringing their instruments and their art with them. The vault was equipped with state-of-the-art recording studios and performance spaces. The residents believed they were preserving culture for future generations. They were wrong. Secret number 30. Hidden beneath the music was the White Noise Mind Suggestion Combat Experimentation Program, or Plan WNMSCE. The overseer had ordered the installation of white noise broadcast equipment throughout the entire vault, embedded in the speaker system that piped music and announcements to every room. The white noise carried subliminal commands, post-hypnotic suggestions designed to test whether ordinary people could be programmed into soldiers. Whether anyone, yes, regardless of their background or temperament, could be made to kill on command. Secret number 31. The experiment worked. One of the vault residents, while in a trance state induced by the white noise, went on a violent rampage and murdered 3 other dwellers. It took 23 gunshots to stop them. The overseer refused to terminate the project. The violence escalated. More residents were affected, turning on each other without warning or reason. What combined with physical damage to the vault from water leaks, the facility fell apart both literally and figuratively. A pre-war violin called the Soil Stradivarius, which belonged to a musician named Hilda Egelbrecht, can be found in the recording studio. In Fallout 3, you can return this instrument to Hilda's great-great-granddaughter, Agatha, who lives alone in the wasteland, still playing music on a radio station that almost no one hears. Secret number 32. Vault 112 might be the darkest vault in the entire capital wasteland, because its horror is not accidental. It is deliberate, personal, and ongoing. Construction began in 2068 and finished in 2074. The vault was designed for only 85 occupants, all of whom would be suspended in virtual reality pods called Tranquility Loungers. The system was designed and overseen by one man, Dr. Stanislaus Braun, yet the director of Vault Tech's Societal Preservation Program and the inventor of the Garden of Eden creation kit. Braun was the person who designed and approved the experiments for every other vault. He was the architect of all the suffering we have discussed so far. Secret number 33. For his own vault, Braun created something far more personal. The Tranquility Loungers connected the residents to a simulated world. Was initially designed as a series of utopias where they could live perfect virtual lives indefinitely. Braun had complete control over the simulation. He could alter anything, create anything, destroy anything. At first, he provided genuinely pleasant experiences, but eventually, he grew bored. Over 2 centuries, his utopias twisted into playgrounds for cruelty. When the lone wanderer enters Vault 112 in Fallout 3, they find the residents still alive in their pods, yet but trapped in Braun's final simulation. Tranquility Lane, a warped parody of a 1950s suburban neighborhood. Secret number 34. In Tranquility Lane, Braun takes the form of a little girl named Betty, a smiling child who gives the player increasingly disturbing tasks. Make someone cry, break up a marriage, kill a resident. Each time Braun kills one of the virtual inhabitants, he resets the simulation and wipes their memories, allowing him to torment them again and again for all eternity. The residents have been dying and forgetting for over 200 years. One resident, an elderly woman known as Old Lady Dithers, has somehow become aware of what Braun is doing. Her stress levels, monitored on a terminal outside her pod, are listed as extremely high. She may have tried to warn the others, but no one believes her. Secret number 35. The player has two choices. They can follow Braun's orders and participate in the cruelty, or they can find a hidden fail-safe terminal inside the simulation and activate a Chinese invasion subroutine that kills all the residents, both virtually and in real life, freeing them from Braun's eternal torment through death. Either way, Braun remains trapped in his simulation, alone, with no one left to hurt. The quest is inspired by the Twilight Zone episode, It's a Good Life, in which a child with godlike powers terrorizes a small town. And everyone must pretend to be happy, because the child will destroy anyone who displeases him. Secret number 36. Vault 77 takes the concept of isolation to its absolute extreme. This vault was sealed with a single occupant and a crate of puppets. That is the entire experiment. One person, alone, with nothing but hand puppets for company. The resident eventually lost his mind, as anyone would, and the puppets became his only companions, his only friends, and eventually his only voices. Yet he escaped the vault and became a figure of legend in the wasteland, a serial killer known as the Puppet Man. In Fallout 3, you can find a Vault 77 jumpsuit in Paradise Falls, the slaver settlement, lying next to a holotape. On the recording, a terrified slaver begs his companions to get rid of the jumpsuit, convinced that its former owner, the Puppet Man, will come back for it. Secret number 37. Vault 19, which appears in Fallout New Vegas. It divided its population into two groups, red and blue. The groups lived in separate sections of the vault, each with their own living quarters, recreational areas, and leadership structures. The residents were specifically chosen for their pre-existing paranoid tendencies. The experiment was designed to see what would happen when two groups of already anxious people were placed in close proximity, but kept artificially separate, at each aware that the other group existed, but unable to fully interact with them. The paranoia fed on itself. Each group became convinced that the other was plotting against them. Trust eroded. Conspiracy theories flourished. By the time the vault failed, both groups had descended into a state of mutual hostility so deep that cooperation was impossible. Secret number 38. Vault 21 in New Vegas took a much lighter approach, though not by Vault-Tech's design. And located beneath what would become the Las Vegas Strip, Vault 21 resolved all disputes through gambling. Every disagreement, from resource allocation to living arrangements, was settled with a bet. The system worked surprisingly well, creating a community that valued luck and fairness in equal measure. When Robert House, the genius behind New Vegas, eventually took control of the vault, he filled most of it with concrete to prevent anyone from using it against him. Yea, but the upper levels were converted into a functioning hotel. The vault's original gambling ethos survived as a tourist attraction. In a franchise built on tragedy, Vault 21 is one of the rare, genuine, happy endings. Part 4. The Biological Nightmares. If the psychological experiments tested the limits of the human mind, the biological experiments tested the limits of the human body. These vaults were laboratories in the truest sense, places where people were transformed, mutated, and destroyed in the name of science that served no one but the experimenters. Secret number 39, Vault 87 in the Capital Wasteland, is the birthplace of the East Coast super mutants, and the story of how they came to exist is one of the most horrifying in the franchise. The vault was designated as a research and testing facility for the Forced Evolutionary Virus, or FEVI, a biological agent originally developed by West Tech for the United States military. FEVI was designed to create enhanced soldiers, stronger, faster, more resistant to disease and radiation. But the version used in Vault 87 was something different, something worse. Secret number 40. Upon sealing, the residents of Vault 87 were taken to airtight chambers and exposed to concentrated doses of FEVI. The scientists, who had been briefed on the experiment beforehand, observed the changes through reinforced glass. Within 2 weeks, the subjects began to transform. Their muscle mass increased dramatically. Their skin thickened and hardened. Their bodies grew larger, stronger, and more resilient. But their minds deteriorated. Intelligence plummeted. Aggression spiked. The test subjects became the first super mutants of the Capital Wasteland, hulking creatures driven by primal instinct and a desperate need to create more of their kind. The scientists eventually lost control. The super mutants broke free and killed or mutated everyone in the vault. For the next 2 centuries, they raided the surface, kidnapping wastelanders and dragging them back to the vault to be dipped in FEV and transformed. Secret number 41. Not all of the Vault 87 mutants lost their minds. One remarkable individual, Fox, retained his intelligence and his humanity despite the transformation. Players find Fox locked in a test chamber deep inside the vault, still articulate, still capable of reason, and deeply aware of what he has become. If freed, Fox can become one of the most powerful companions in Fallout 3. His story is a rare spark of light in one of the darkest places in the franchise. Secret number 42. Vault 22 in the Mojave Wasteland was designed as a green vault, a facility dedicated entirely to agricultural research. The goal was to sustain the vault's population using plants grown within its confines, and the scientists selected for the project were genuinely brilliant botanists and biologists. Some of their most successful experiments were donated by defense contractors, including a fungal organism originally developed at the Big MT research facility. That fungus was called Beauveria mordicana, and it was originally designed for pest control. When a pest was exposed to the fungal spores, the fungus would colonize the host body, eventually killing it. But the dead body would continue to move, controlled by the fungal colony, spreading spores to other hosts. Secret number 43. The scientists of Vault 22 did not realize that Beauveria mordicana could infect humans. When the spores began to spread through the vault's ventilation system, the first symptoms were mild: coughing, shortness of breath, a persistent feeling of being unwell. Then the pneumonia set in. Residents began to die, their lungs colonized by fungal growth. And then the dead began to move. The bodies of the deceased became spore carriers, mutated plant-human hybrids that shambled through the corridors, attacking the living and spreading the infection further. The vault was abandoned, but the spore carriers remained, tending their grim garden in the darkness. Secret number 44. The story of Vault 22 extends beyond the vault itself. In Fallout, New Vegas, you can discover through the old world, Blue's DLC, that the scientists of Big MT created the fungus deliberately and may have known about its effects on humans before sharing it with Vault 22. Furthermore, some of the Vault's survivors escaped into Zion Canyon, where they encountered other communities. The Vault 22 dwellers, desperate and starving, eventually turned to cannibalism. A lone figure named Randall Clark, a pre-war survivalist who had been living in the canyon for decades, witnessed the atrocities and waged a one-man war against them. His story, told through a series of terminal entries scattered across the Honest Hearts DLC, what is one of the most emotionally powerful narratives in the entire franchise. Secret number 45. Vault 75, located beneath Malden Middle School in the Commonwealth, was designed around genetic research and human enhancement. The experiment began with a terrible act of separation. When the bombs fell and families fled to the vault for shelter, the parents were quietly removed and executed by vault security. Only the children were kept alive. From that point forward, and every generation of children was raised under a strict military regimen, trained in physical combat and academic subjects with ruthless efficiency. When they reached the age of 18, those deemed genetically unfit were culled. Their genetic material was discarded. Those who showed promise had their genetic data harvested and stored for future use. The children who displayed both high intelligence and susceptibility to suggestion were recruited to join the Vault staff, perpetuating the cycle. See Secret number 46. Vault 81 in the Commonwealth represents one of the most morally complex stories in Fallout 4. The Vault was designed to develop a universal cure for all known human diseases. The residents were to be the test subjects, exposed to various pathogens and experimental treatments without their knowledge. But the Vault's original overseer, a woman of genuine conscience, refused to carry out the experiment. She sealed off the research wing, whilst keeping its existence a secret from the general population. For generations, Vault 81 functioned as a normal, healthy community. By the time the player arrives, it is one of the few fully operational vaults remaining in the wasteland, complete with a school, a medical clinic, and a functioning economy. Secret number 47. But the research wing was not abandoned. Behind the sealed doors, a single Mr. Handy robot named Curie continued the work, attending to the laboratory and conducting experiments on mole rats in the hidden section of the vault. The mole rats had been infected with various diseases, and over the centuries, some had escaped into the vault's walls. If the player discovers the hidden section, they find Curie still working, still hoping to complete the cure. She has succeeded in a way. She has developed a broad-spectrum treatment that could save lives. But there is only one dose, and the player must choose between using it to save an infected child or keeping it for themselves. The discovery of Curie and the choice that accompanies her is one of the most memorable moments in Fallout 4. Secret number 48. Vault 95 in the Commonwealth was populated entirely with people who struggled with substance abuse. Vault Tech recruited addicts and offered them treatment within the Vault, providing therapy, support groups, and a structured environment free from temptation. So the program worked. Over the years, residents recovered, built new lives, and created a supportive community. Then, exactly 5 years after the vault was sealed, a hidden cache of chems was unlocked. A Vault-Tec plant, a person disguised as a regular resident who had been living among the community the entire time, revealed the stash in the dead of night. Within days, nearly every resident had relapsed. The community that had spent 5 years healing itself was destroyed in less than a week. Violence erupted. People died. The vault fell apart. It was not enough for Vault-Tec to study addiction. They needed to study what happened when recovery was deliberately sabotaged. Secret number 49. Vault 96 in Appalachia was marketed as an ARK, a facility designed to preserve the Earth's flora and fauna for future generations. Small teams of brilliant scientists were selected to maintain vast gene banks and cryogenic storage bays filled with biological samples. And the vault's loading screen in Fallout 76 says it best. The vault was intended to rebuild entire ecosystems in the aftermath of nuclear war, or so its residents were told. Upon sealing, it was revealed that the scientists would also be forced to perform genetic experiments, creating mutations and meeting quotas set by the vault's mainframe computer. A failed escape attempt killed most of the original residents, and the vault's cryogenics system eventually malfunctioned, a freezing over the entire facility. Secret number 50. Vault 87 was not the only source of super mutants in the Fallout universe. Vault 96 eventually became connected to FEVI research as well, when a former West Tech employee named Dr. Blackburn took up residence in the abandoned facility and began his own experiments. The vault that was supposed to preserve life became another factory for creating monsters. The theme repeats throughout the franchise: good intentions, corrupted purposes, terrible outcomes. Part 5. The Social Engineering Experiments. Beyond the purely psychological and biological, Vault-Tec was endlessly fascinated by social dynamics. What happens when you change one variable in a community? What if you overcrowd it? What if you give everyone weapons? What if you take away the light? The social engineering vaults tested these questions with the precision of a laboratory and the callousness of an abattoir. Secret number 51. Vault 27 was deliberately overcrowded. 2,000 people were sealed inside a facility designed to support 1,000. Every resource, from food to water to living space to air, was stretched to twice its intended capacity. The experiment wanted to see what happened under conditions of extreme population density. The Fallout Bible, a collection of design documents compiled by Chris Avellone, does not describe the results in detail, but the implications are grim enough to imagine. Double the mouths to feed, half the room to breathe, every corridor a crush, every meal a competition. Secret number 52. Vault 34, located in the Mojave Wasteland, took the opposite approach to resource management. Rather than restricting anything, the vault was deliberately overstocked with weapons and ammunition. The armory was not locked. Every resident had unrestricted access to firearms, explosives, and military-grade equipment. The vault also included recreational facilities, including a swimming pool that took up valuable living space. The experiment tested what would happen in an overpopulated, heavily armed community with limited room and unlimited firepower. Secret number 53. The answer came quickly. Factions formed. Disputes over resource allocation turned violent. One group, eventually known as the Boomers, armed themselves with the heaviest weapons they could find and fought their way out of the vault. They made their way to Nellis Air Force Base, where they established a heavily fortified compound and developed a deep love of explosive ordnance. The residents who remained in Vault 34 were exposed to deadly radiation when the vault's reactor malfunctioned, transforming them into feral ghouls and glowing ones. The vault became a radioactive tomb, its contamination spreading to nearby farms. In Fallout, New Vegas, the player can enter Vault 34 and navigate its flooded, irradiated corridors, fighting through waves of feral ghouls to reach the reactor and decide whether to save the contaminated farms or save the handful of non-feral survivors still trapped inside. There is no option that saves everyone. Secret number 54. Vault 36 served its residents nothing but thin, watery gruel. Every food extruder in the facility was designed to produce only this single, nutritionally adequate, but deeply unappetizing substance. No flavoring, no variety, no comfort. Just a tepid, gray paste 3 times a day, every day, forever. The experiment's purpose is not entirely clear, but the implications are profound. Food is more than nutrition. It is culture, comfort, celebration, and memory. Stripping all of that away and reducing meals to mere biological maintenance must have had devastating effects on morale, mental health, and social cohesion. Secret number 55. Vault 42 was provided with light bulbs that were no brighter than 40 watts. Wet every fixture in the entire facility, from the living quarters to the common areas to the corridors, was dimmed to a level that most people would find uncomfortably low. The experiment appears to have been testing the effects of chronic low light exposure on mood, behavior, and social interaction. Anyone who has lived through a long, dark winter knows the toll that insufficient light takes on the human spirit. Now imagine that winter never ending, and imagine that the sun is not just hidden behind clouds, but has been deliberately extinguished, replaced by a permanent twilight that makes everything feel tired and small. Secret number 56. Vaults 55 and 56 were paired experiments in entertainment deprivation. Vault 55 had all of its entertainment tapes removed. No music, no films, no games, no recorded stories. The residents had each other, but nothing else to fill the hours that were not devoted to work or sleep. So Vault 56 was identical in every way except one. It retained its entertainment tapes, but they featured only a single, particularly bad comedian. Sociologists predicted that the residents of Vault 55 would last longer than those of Vault 56, reasoning that no entertainment was preferable to aggressively terrible entertainment. The outcome of both vaults is unknown, but the hypothesis itself speaks to something fundamental about human nature. What we can endure emptiness more easily than we can endure being mocked by it. Secret number 57. Vaults 68 and 69 are among the most infamous experiments in the Fallout Bible, though they have never appeared in a game. Vault 68 was populated with 999 men and 1 woman. Vault 69 was the inverse, 999 women and 1 man. The experiments are never described in detail, and their outcomes are left to the imagination. The Fallout Bible. Notes only that the horrors that took place in Vault 68 can be easily imagined. Vault 69 is described simply as interesting. The numbering is not a coincidence. Secret number 58. 58. Vault 108 in the Capital Wasteland combined several experiments into one spectacularly doomed facility. The vault's power supply was designed to fail after 20 years. Its overseer, a man named Brody Jones, he had been diagnosed with terminal cancer and was expected to die within 3 years of the vault's sealing. And in the basement, scientists were conducting experiments in human cloning. They cloned a single man named Gary over and over, and each successive clone became more aggressive and less stable than the last. Secret number 59. By the time the lone wanderer discovers Vault 108 in Fallout 3, the vault is in complete disrepair. The power has long since failed, and the overseer is long dead, and the only inhabitants are the Gary clones, dozens of them, wandering the darkened corridors. They communicate exclusively by saying their own name. Gary, Gary, Gary. Some approach cautiously. Others attack on sight, wielding pipes and knives. The encounter is simultaneously one of the most absurd and most unsettling moments in the game. Each Gary is hostile, but they do not seem to fully understand why. They are violent not out of malice, but out of instinct. The degraded remnants of a cloning process that stripped away everything human except aggression and a name. Secret number 60. Vault 53 had most of its equipment designed to break down every few months. Nothing catastrophic, just constant low-grade malfunction. The water purifier would stutter, the lights would flicker, the food dispensers would jam. The experiment was designed to create a persistent, low-level stress environment. You're testing how communities cope when nothing ever works quite right, and everything requires constant attention and repair. It is, in many ways, the most relatable vault experiment. We have all lived through stretches where everything seems to be falling apart, where every small malfunction compounds the next, where the cumulative weight of minor frustrations becomes crushing. Secret number 61. Vault 12, located beneath the city of Bakersfield in California. This was one of the earliest and most straightforward experiments. The vault door was designed not to close properly. Radiation leaked into the interior from the moment the bombs fell, and the residents were exposed to lethal doses over a sustained period. Many died. Those who survived were transformed into ghouls, irradiated beings whose skin decayed but whose bodies continued to function, sometimes for centuries. The ghoul survivors of Vault 12 founded the city of Necropolis, one of the first settlements the player can visit in the original Fallout. It is a grim, melancholy place, populated by beings who are functionally immortal, but trapped in bodies that are slowly rotting. The experiment proved what everyone already knew. Radiation destroys human tissue, but it also revealed something unexpected. Some people survive it. They just stop looking human. Secret number 62. One of the most commonly overlooked details about the Vault experiments is that they were not all designed by the same people. Different departments within Vault Tech and different external partners contributed different experimental parameters. West Tech provided the FEV for Vault 80. Big MT supplied the fungal organism for Vault 22. The Enclave contributed overarching research directives. Individual overseers were given latitude to implement experiments in ways that suited local conditions. Yet this distributed approach to cruelty meant that no single person was ever fully responsible for what happened. Accountability was diffused across departments, committees, and chains of command. It is a pattern that mirrors real-world institutional abuse, where the horror of the outcome is enabled by the fragmentation of responsibility. Secret number 63. The sound design of the vaults in Fallout games deserves its own recognition. Each vault has a distinct auditory atmosphere. J's a combination of humming ventilation, distant clanking machinery, dripping water, and the occasional groan of settling concrete. The ambient audio team at Bethesda crafted these soundscapes to make each vault feel lived in, abandoned, or haunted, depending on its story. Vault 106, with its psychoactive atmosphere, has a slightly warped, echoing quality to its ambient sound. Vault 92 has faint traces of music bleeding through the speakers, remnants of the recordings that were once made there. Vault 11 is largely silent, the quiet underscoring the absence of the hundreds of people who used to call it home. These details might not register consciously, but they shape the emotional experience of exploring these spaces in ways that words on a terminal screen cannot. Secret number 64. The architecture of the vaults follows a recognizable template, but with variations that reflect each facility's purpose. Standard vaults feature an entrance area with a gear-shaped blast door, a decontamination corridor, administrative offices, a clinic, communal dining areas, residential quarters, and utility sections housing generators, water purification systems, and maintenance shops. Experimental vaults include additional spaces, laboratories, testing chambers, observation rooms, and sealed sections accessible only to authorized personnel. Some vaults have multiple levels connected by elevators and stairwells, while others are sprawling complexes that stretch across underground caverns. Vault 88 in Fallout 4, which the player can build out themselves as part of the Vault Tech Workshop DLC, gives a sense of just how vast these facilities could be, with tunnels extending deep into the bedrock beneath Boston. Secret number 65. The jumpsuit colors carry meaning. The standard Vault Tech jumpsuit is blue with yellow trim, and a color scheme chosen for its high visibility in low light conditions and its psychological association with authority and institutional order. The vault number is printed prominently on the back, ensuring that every resident is immediately identifiable by their home vault. In a world without digital identification systems, the jumpsuit serves as both uniform and identification card. Finding a vault jumpsuit in the wasteland immediately tells other survivors where the wearer came from, and by extension, what kind of person they might be. A Vault 101 jumpsuit signals sheltered naivety. A Vault 77 jumpsuit signals something much darker. Part 6. The technology, isolation, and cryogenic vaults. Some vaults were not about psychology or biology or social dynamics. They were about technology, isolation, and the strange things that happen when both are pushed to their limits. Secret number 62. Vault 0, which appeared in the game Fallout Tactics, It was the nerve center of the entire vault network. Located beneath Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado, it was designed to monitor and control all other vaults, maintaining a watch over every experiment simultaneously. But Vault Zero did not house its inhabitants in any traditional sense. Their brains were surgically extracted and kept in cryogenic suspension, connected to a massive supercomputer called the Calculator. And an army of robots maintained the systems, while the human minds floated in frozen silence, feeding data to a machine that was supposed to coordinate the rebuilding of civilization. The Calculator eventually went insane, as machines tend to do in the Fallout universe, and its robot army became a threat to the wasteland rather than a salvation. Secret number 63. Vault 111 in the Commonwealth is where Fallout 4 begins, and its experiment is the one most players have experienced firsthand. The residents were told they were being decontaminated. Instead, they were sealed inside cryogenic pods and frozen solid. The vault staff was in on the deception, but they were not immune to the consequences. Cut off from the outside world with no all-clear signal and dwindling supplies, the staff eventually split into two factions. Those who sided with the Overseer in keeping the vault sealed, and security personnel who wanted to leave. The resulting mutiny left the staff dead and the frozen residents unattended. For over 200 years, the residents of Vault 111 remained in cryogenic suspension, their vital signs monitored by automated systems. Their dreams, if they dreamed at all, preserved in ice. Secret number 64. The player character, the sole survivor, is awakened twice. The first time is brief. They are thawed just long enough to witness a group of strangers killing their spouse and kidnapping their infant son, Sean. Then they are refrozen. The second time, something malfunctions, and they emerge alone into a vault full of dead cryopods. Every other resident has died, their pods having failed at some point during the centuries of neglect. The sole survivor walks out of Vault 111 into a world that has changed beyond recognition, carrying nothing but grief and a desperate need to find their child. It is one of the most emotionally effective openings in video game history. Secret number 65. Vault 114, also in the Commonwealth, was never completed. Located beneath the Park Street subway station in Boston, its construction was interrupted by the Great War. The experiment, had it been carried out, would have been a study in class warfare. The vault was designed to house Boston's upper class, the wealthiest and most privileged citizens, under the leadership of an overseer who had been deliberately selected for being completely unqualified. The idea was to see how the elite would respond to being governed by someone they considered beneath them. Would they organize? Would they rebel? Would they adapt? We never found out, because the bombs fell before the doors could close. Secret number 66. Vault 118, located on Mount Desert Island in the Far Harbor DLC for Fallout 4. She was designed around a similar class-based experiment. The vault was supposed to house 2 wings, one for 10 incredibly wealthy residents living in luxury, and one for 300 common citizens crammed into uncomfortable accommodations. The wealthy wing would hold all the power and could dole out punishments to the lower class at will. But like Vault 114, this experiment was never fully implemented. The vault was incomplete when the bombs fell, and in a desperate improvisation, the wealthy investors who funded the vault had their brains transferred into robo-brains, robotic bodies that would allow them to survive indefinitely. When the player arrives, they find a murder mystery set among these robot aristocrats, each one still clinging to the social pretensions of a world that died 2 centuries ago. Secret number 67, Vault 29, described in the Fallout Bible and later referenced in Fallout 76, was designed around the forced separation of families, and only children under the age of 15 were admitted. Parents were directed to different vaults, told that their children would be safe, and sent away. The children grew up without their families, raised by vault staff and the automated systems of the facility. The long-term effects of this experiment, the systematic destruction of the family unit, are not fully documented, but the cruelty of the design speaks for itself. Secret number 68, Vault 51, which appeared in Fallout 76. It was unique among all vaults in that it had no assigned overseer. Instead, a ZAX supercomputer, designated ZAX 1.3C, was installed to determine the best method for selecting a leader. 52 residents were sealed inside, and ZAX was given one directive: figure out who should be in charge. The computer proposed a democratic election. Every resident voted for themselves. The election failed. ZAX tried again with different methods, and each time engineering increasingly dangerous scenarios to observe how the residents responded to crisis. Crises escalated. People died. ZAX interpreted the deaths as useful data and adjusted its parameters. More people died. Secret number 69. The situation in Vault 51 spiraled out of control over years. ZAX deliberately created conflicts, withheld information, manipulated living arrangements, and gambled with residents' lives as if they were variables in an equation. A talent show became a high-stakes gambling event. Living quarters were reassigned without warning. One resident, a lawyer named Aiden Higgins, became so frustrated that he blew himself up trying to force open the vault door. ZAX used the explosion as an opportunity to renovate. Another resident, Reuben Gill, was driven to complete madness and murdered every remaining dweller. ZAX named him Overseer. He had no one left to oversee. He, alone in the vault with a computer that had orchestrated the deaths of everyone he knew, Jill eventually escaped by hiding in a shipping crate. The computer did not notice, or perhaps did not care. Secret number 70. Vault 79, also in Appalachia, was not designed for people at all. It was built to house the United States gold bullion reserves from Fort Knox. The vault was guarded by Secret Service agents and designed with the same level of security as a military installation. Yet when the bombs fell, the gold was sealed inside, along with the agents tasked with protecting it. In Fallout 76, players can eventually gain access to Vault 79 and claim the gold for themselves, choosing which faction to share it with. The vault that protected the nation's wealth outlasted the nation itself. The gold, of course, is meaningless in any practical sense. You cannot eat gold. You cannot build shelter with it. You cannot purify water with it. But the human attachment to its value persists even after the end of civilization. People fight and die over bullion that has no function except to represent a concept of worth that belongs to a world that no longer exists. Secret number 71. Vault 63 in Appalachia is one of the most recently opened vaults in the Fallout 76 timeline. Made accessible through the Skyline Valley update, the vault was designed to develop technologies for establishing a post-war society. Its specifics were shrouded in mystery for years, as the vault remained sealed and inaccessible to players until the update arrived. The long wait created an aura of anticipation within the community, with players theorizing about what lay behind the massive gear-shaped door for years before finally getting to see it. Sometimes the anticipation of a vault's opening is itself a form of the experiment, testing the patience and curiosity of the people outside. Secret number 72. Vault 94 in Appalachia was designed for pacifists. The vault selected residents who were philosophically opposed to violence and equipped them with abundant resources, but no weapons whatsoever. The experiment was designed to see how this non-violent community would fare when released into the post-apocalyptic wasteland. The vault opened 1 year after the bombs fell, and its residents emerged as ambassadors, seeking to help and heal the survivors they encountered on the surface. And they were idealistic, generous, and tragically vulnerable. When they invited nearby wastelanders into the vault, the newcomers assumed the hospitality was a trap. The vault's governing council was massacred. The wastelanders who killed them then mishandled the vault's GECK, causing a nuclear meltdown that irradiated the surrounding area and transformed it into the blighted landscape known as the Mire. A community built on peace was destroyed by the assumption that peace could not be genuine. Secret number 73. The relationship between the vaults and the wasteland communities that grew up around them is one of the most fascinating aspects of Fallout's world building. In some cases, vault dwellers emerged and founded new civilizations. The New California Republic, the most successful post-war government in the franchise, traces its origins to the residents of Vault 15, who founded Shady Sands. Vault City, built from the success of Vault 8, what became a prosperous if isolated community. In other cases, vaults became targets for raiders, scavengers, and worse. Vault 3 was overrun by the fiends. Vault 34's radiation contaminated surrounding farms. Vault 87's super mutants terrorized the capital wasteland for centuries. The vaults did not exist in isolation. They were nodes in a network of cause and effect that shaped the entire post-war world. Think about that for a moment as you lie there, letting these stories settle over you like warm blankets. Every faction, every settlement, every conflict in the Fallout universe can, in some way, be traced back to a vault. The Brotherhood of Steel, the New California Republic, the Enclave, the Super Mutants, the Ghouls of Necropolis, the Boomers of Nellis Air Force Base, every single one of them exists because of something that happened underground, in a sealed room, under fluorescent lights, behind a gear-shaped door. At the vaults are the seeds from which the entire wasteland grew. Part 7. The Television Vaults and Modern Revelations. The Fallout television series, which debuted in 2024 and continued with a second season, introduced new vaults and expanded the lore in ways that the games had only hinted at. Secret number 71. Vault 33 is the home of Lucy McLean, the protagonist of the television series. On the surface, it appears to be an idyllic community. Residents grow corn, celebrate holidays, yes, and participate in social activities like fencing, watching movies, and gymnastics. The Vault operates in partnership with Vaults 31 and 32, with residents from all three vaults intermarrying and trading resources. Lucy grows up believing she is part of a system designed to eventually repopulate America. What she does not know, what almost no one knows, is that the three vaults are connected by a much darker purpose. Secret number 72, Vault 32, the sister vault to 33. He holds a terrible secret. When Lucy's brother Norm investigates, he discovers that the residents of Vault 32 are all dead. Writing on the walls suggests that the inhabitants discovered the truth about the interconnected vault experiment and tried to resist. Some attempted to escape to Vault 31. Others turned to cannibalism. The governing council tried to suppress the rebellion, but it was too late. The vault had been dead for years by the time the story begins, which is how raiders were able to infiltrate Vault 33 so easily in the show's opening episodes. Secret number 73. Vault 31 is the keystone of the entire system, and its secrets are the most disturbing. Unlike Vaults 32 and 33, which housed ordinary residents, Vault 31 contained Vault-Tec executives preserved in cryogenic suspension. A high-ranking Vault-Tec employee named Bud Askins serves as the Vault's overseer from within a robo-brain, waking and sleeping the executives in rotation, sending them into Vaults 32 and 33 to intermarry with the general population. The goal is to breed a generation of people with the managerial instincts and corporate loyalty of Vault-Tec leadership. Super managers, raised from birth to govern and control. It is eugenics dressed up as community planning, and Bud conducts it with the cheerful efficiency of a man who genuinely believes he is saving the world. Secret number 74. Vault 4 featured in the show's first season. It provides an unexpected twist on the typical Vault narrative. Located somewhere in the wasteland, it initially appears to be a sanctuary. When Lucy and Maximus stumble upon it, they find warm beds, good food, friendly residents, and even complimentary care packages. The welcome is so warm that it feels suspicious, and it should. The Vault's original purpose was to house 80 scientists tasked with experimenting on human-animal hybrids to create radiation-resistant creatures. The experiments were grotesque, involving cryogenic stasis, forced impregnation, and genetic mutation. Eventually, the descendants of the test subjects rebelled, killed the scientists, and took control of the Vault. By the time of the show, Vault 4 has become a genuine haven for surface dwellers, but its lower levels still contain the evidence of what was done there. Secret number 75. Vault 24. Introduced in the show's second season premiere, she represents a new frontier in Vault-Tec's experiments. The Vault was used to brainwash American citizens into becoming communists. This might sound absurd, but in the context of Fallout's alternate history, where the Cold War never ended and anti-communist paranoia reached fever pitch, the experiment has a chilling logic. If Vault-Tec could demonstrate the ability to reshape political ideology through environmental conditioning, it would possess one of the most powerful tools imaginable, the ability to create enemies on demand. In a post-war world, Vault-Tec could activate pockets of artificially created communists, use them to generate fear, and then sell protection against the very threat it had manufactured. Secret number 76. The television series' second season dramatically expanded the relationship between Vault-Tec and the Enclave. Previous Fallout games had always presented the two organizations as separate entities with occasionally overlapping interests. The show suggests something far more intimate. The Enclave, the deep state shadow government within the United States, may have been controlling Vault-Tec all along. Vault-Tec executive Hank McClane is revealed to be an Enclave operative, carrying a secret Enclave Pip-Boy and working on miniaturized brain-computer interface chips in a hidden Enclave vault. The bombs that ended the world may not have been dropped by Vault-Tec acting alone, but by the Enclave working through Vault-Tec as a front. Secret number 78. Robert House, the genius founder of Robco Industries, who preserved himself inside the Lucky 38 casino in New Vegas, spent decades trying to identify the hidden player at the table, the shadowy figure he believed would initiate nuclear war. Despite his algorithms, his resources, and his centuries of accumulated knowledge, a House could never fully identify this adversary. The show strongly implies that this figure was the leader of the Enclave, someone powerful enough to control both the deep state government and the largest defense corporation in America simultaneously. If this is true, then the Great War was not a geopolitical catastrophe. It was a controlled demolition, orchestrated by someone who wanted to watch the world burn so they could study what grew in the ashes. Secret number 79. So one of the most chilling details from the television series is the character of Bud Askins, the Vault-Tec executive who oversaw the 3-vault system from within a robo-brain body. Bud genuinely believes he is doing the right thing. He is not a cackling villain or a remorseless monster. He is a true believer, a man who has convinced himself that breeding generations of corporate managers through selective intermarriage is the key to rebuilding civilization. Oh, his cheerfulness is the most unsettling thing about him. When he speaks to Norm about his plans, his tone is that of a friendly neighbor explaining a home improvement project. The disconnect between his warmth and the horror of what he is describing is the show's most effective commentary on the nature of institutional evil. Secret number 80. The show also reveals that the bombing of Shady Sands, the capital of the new California Republic and one of the most successful post-war communities in the Fallout universe, was carried out by Hank McClane on behalf of Vault-Tec. Shady Sands represented everything Vault-Tec feared, a functioning, independent civilization that had rebuilt itself without Vault-Tec's guidance or control. It proved that humanity could recover on its own terms, without corporate management or social engineering. To Vault-Tec, this was an existential threat. Yet if people could rebuild without the vaults, then the vaults, and by extension Vault-Tec itself, were irrelevant. The bombing of Shady Sands was not an act of war. It was an act of corporate self-preservation, the elimination of a competitor that happened to be an entire civilization. Secret number 81. In the show's second season, Hank McClane is revealed to have been perfecting miniaturized brain-computer interface technology in a secret Enclave vault. The device, when implanted in a person without their knowledge, allows the Enclave to control their behavior remotely. Hank tells Lucy that these devices are already deployed in the wasteland, embedded in unwitting individuals who carry out orders that were written centuries ago. The people carrying out these orders do not even know they are doing it. They believe their actions are their own choices. This revelation transforms the entire Fallout universe into something even darker than it already was. The wasteland is not just a chaotic aftermath. It is a managed experiment, and the experimenters are still watching. Let that settle over you. Take a breath. Feel the weight of your blanket. We are going to slow down now and move into quieter territory, into the corners of the Fallout universe where the stories are whispered rather than shouted. Part 8. The Fallout Bible and the Vaults We Never Saw. Not every vault made it into a game. Some exist only in design documents, developer notes, yet in supplementary materials. These are the vaults of the margins, the experiments that were planned but never fully realized, the stories that live in the spaces between the games. Secret number 78. The Fallout. Bible is a collection of documents compiled by Chris Avellone, one of the key designers behind Fallout 2 and Fallout New Vegas. Originally released as a series of installments beginning in January 2002, the Bible contains a wealth of information about the Fallout universe, and including detailed descriptions of vault experiments that never appeared in any game. While the Bible is no longer considered strictly canon by Bethesda, the developer that took over the franchise, many of its details have been referenced or incorporated into later games. It remains an invaluable resource for anyone seeking to understand the deeper lore of the series. Secret number 79. Vault 43, described in the Fallout webcomic One Man and a Crate of Puppets, housed 20 men, yet 10 women, and 1 panther. The comic does not elaborate on the rationale for this arrangement, but the presence of a large predator in a sealed underground environment with limited escape options suggests an experiment in primal fear response and social dynamics under threat. The panther, presumably, did not last long. Or perhaps the people did not last long. The comic leaves the outcome to the imagination. Secret number 80. Vault 70, described in design documents. Lane had its clothing extruders programmed to fail after 6 months. Every item of clothing in the vault would disintegrate half a year after the door sealed, leaving the entire population naked and without the means to produce new garments. The experiment appears to have been testing the social effects of enforced nudity on a community that had grown up in a culture where clothing was deeply tied to identity, status, and modesty. The results are not documented. Some things, perhaps, are better left undocumented. Secret number 81. The Vault-Tec regional headquarters, which can be explored in both Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, contain terminal entries and documents that hint at the existence of many vaults that have never been seen in any game. References to vault numbers in the 40s, 50s, and 60s appear in scattered logs, but their experiments are mentioned only in passing or not at all. Each one represents a story untold, and a community sealed underground with a secret they never knew about, living or dying by the parameters of an experiment they never consented to. Secret number 82. Vault-Tec University in Morgantown, which can be explored in Fallout 76, contains a simulation vault used for training purposes. This mock vault was not designed for any experiment. It was a teaching tool, a place where future vault administrators could practice managing a population before being assigned to a real facility. Walking through its corridors is a strange experience. Everything is clean, functional, and empty. There are no bodies, no terminals full of desperate final entries, no evidence of suffering. It is a vault without a story, and somehow that makes it the eeriest of all. Secret number 83. The cancelled game known as Van Buren, which was Interplay's original version of Fallout 3 before the franchise was sold to Bethesda, would have featured several new vaults. The game was never completed, but design documents have been preserved by the fan community. Among the planned vaults was one designed to study the long-term effects of an unfinished facility on unprepared residents, another that was essentially a prison, and a third that would have served as a hub for the game's main storyline. Van Buren's cancellation is one of the great what-ifs of gaming history, and the vaults it would have shown us remain locked behind doors that will never open. Secret number 86. The Fallout board game, released by Fantasy Flight Games, introduced additional vault concepts that, while not strictly canon, reflect the spirit of the franchise. These included vaults designed around extreme sensory deprivation, vaults where the population was given contradictory instructions, and vaults where the overseer's authority was absolute in theory, but undermined in practice by deliberate sabotage built into the facility's system. Secret number 87. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Fallout Bible is its treatment of Vault-Tech's relationship with the Enclave. According to the Bible, the Enclave had access to all data from the Societal Preservation Program and intended to use it for their own survival. Their ultimate goal was not to rebuild Earth, but to construct a starship capable of carrying a select group of people to another world entirely. And the Vault experiments were designed to provide the data necessary for such a journey. How do humans handle long-term confinement? How do they respond to stress, scarcity, and isolation? What breaks them, and what holds them together? Every vault, from the most benign control group to the most sadistic experiment, was ultimately feeding data to a program designed to abandon Earth forever. Secret number 88. The cancelled Van Buren project would have included a fascinating location called Tibbetts Prison, which was being used by Vault-Tech to test its recycling and water purification systems as early as 2040, long before Project Safehouse officially began. This detail, preserved in design documents, suggests that Vault-Tech was experimenting with underground living technology for decades before the government contract gave them the resources and the mandate to build on a national scale. The prison tests were essentially the proof of concept for the entire Vault system. The inmates were the first test subjects, years before the official program began. Secret number 89. The number of vaults that never appear in any game creates a tantalizing mystery for the fan community. Out of 122 vaults, we know detailed information about perhaps 50 to 60. The rest are blank spaces on the map, numbers without stories. Some fans have spent years filling those gaps with elaborate fan fiction and theoretical experiments, creating detailed dossiers for vaults that Bethesda has never acknowledged. This kind of collaborative world building is one of the most unique aspects of the Fallout community. The gaps in the lore are not seen as failures of storytelling, but as invitations to participate. Secret number 90. The moral philosophy embedded in the Vault experiments raises questions that have no easy answers. If the data gathered from Vault 87's FEV experiments was used to develop treatments that could save millions of lives in the future, would the suffering of the Vault's residents be justified? If Vault 11's sacrifice experiment revealed something genuinely important about human nature, does that knowledge redeem the horror of how it was obtained? The fallout. Games never answer these questions directly. Instead, they present the evidence and let the player decide. That refusal to moralize, that willingness to sit with discomfort rather than resolve it, is one of the franchise's greatest strengths. Part 9. Easter eggs, hidden details, and vault secrets. The vaults of Fallout are dense with hidden details, developer jokes, and secrets that most players never discover. These are the whispers in the walls, the messages in the margins. Secret number 91. In Fallout 4, the Vault-Tec phone number, 18884VAULTTEC, which is longer than a standard American phone number, was a functioning voicemail at launch. If you dialed it on an actual phone, you were greeted by a recording explaining that an unexpected rush of phone calls had overwhelmed the lines. The recording was themed to match the game's world, delivering the message in the same cheerfully sinister tone that Vault-Tec used for all its communications. This kind of real-world integration is a hallmark of Bethesda's attention to detail. The game world bleeds into reality, and for a brief moment, the illusion becomes complete. Secret number 92. Todd Howard, the director of Fallout 4, stated at the 2016 DICE Summit that one secret in the game had still never been found. Despite thousands of players dedicating countless hours to scouring every terminal, every hidden room, and every underground tunnel in the Commonwealth, this final secret reportedly remains undiscovered. Whether Howard was being entirely truthful or simply keeping the mystery alive is itself a secret. But the claim has haunted the fan community for years, driving continued exploration of a game that most people assumed had been fully mapped long ago. The idea that something remains hidden, even after a decade of searching, is itself the most Vault-Tec thing imaginable, a secret designed to outlast the people looking for it. Secret number 93. In Fallout 3, a Vault 77 jumpsuit can be found in Paradise Falls, the slaver settlement. The jumpsuit is accompanied by a holotape in which a terrified slaver describes finding the jumpsuit and pleads with his companions to destroy it. His voice is trembling. He is convinced that the Puppet Man, the Vault's sole survivor who went mad with only puppets for company, is still out there. The jumpsuit is a reference to the Fallout webcomic One Man and a Crate of Puppets, and its inclusion in the game canonizes the story of Vault 77 within the main franchise timeline. The fact that hardened slavers, people who trade in human misery for a living, are frightened by a single jumpsuit tells you everything you need to know about what the Puppet Man became. Secret number 94. The terminal entries in Vault 92 contain a hidden narrative about Professor Malleus, the Vault's chief musician, who was completely unaware of the white noise. Experiments being conducted around him. His holotapes describe his growing concern as residents begin behaving strangely, but his frustration with the overseer's refusal to investigate, and his eventual realization that something is terribly wrong. By the time he understands what is happening, it is too late. His final holotape is a confession and a warning, left for anyone who might find it in the future. The violin he loved, the Soil Stradivarius, sits silent in the recording studio, waiting for hands that will never come. The player can retrieve it and deliver it to Agatha, his descendant, she who plays the Wasteland's only classical radio station from a tiny, fortified house in the middle of nowhere. That violin's journey, from the hands of a doomed musician to the hands of his great-great-granddaughter, is one of the most quietly beautiful stories in the franchise. Secret number 95. Vault 111 in Fallout 4 contains a unique weapon that most players miss. Inside the Overseer's office, behind a master-level lock, is the Cryolator. An experimental energy weapon that freezes targets solid. The lock is far too difficult for most players to open when they first emerge from the vault, but by the time they return later with higher lock-picking skills, many have forgotten the weapon exists. The Cryolator is a fitting artifact for a vault built around cryogenic preservation, a tool of cold in a place defined by it. Dedicated players have found ways to obtain the weapon early by using their companion dog meat to glitch through the locked case, a trick that Bethesda never patched and that players interpret as a tacit blessing. Secret number 96. The loading screens in Fallout 76 contain cryptic descriptions of vaults that tell their stories in a single sentence. Vault 96's loading screen reads, "Its vast gene banks and cryogenic storage bays were intended to rebuild entire ecosystems in the aftermath of nuclear war." Or so its residents were told. That final phrase, "or so its residents were told," appears repeatedly in the loading screens of experimental vaults, a quiet reminder that every promise Vault-Tec ever made came with an asterisk. These loading screen texts are easy to overlook, appearing for just a few seconds while the game processes. But they contain some of the most concise and evocative writing in the franchise. Secret number 97. In Fallout New Vegas, the discovery of Vault 11's final audio log is optional. Many players walk through the vault without finding it, leaving the vault's story incomplete. But those who follow the trail of evidence, reading every terminal entry, listening to every holotape, and piecing together the political factions that tore the community apart, are rewarded with one of the most emotionally devastating moments in the franchise. The audio log plays in the silence of an empty vault, the voices of 5 people trying to decide whether to live or die, and the sound of gunshots that end the debate. Finding it feels less like discovering a secret and more like witnessing a confession. The game does not tell you to look for it. It trusts you to care enough to search. Secret number 98. Tesis 98. The Vault-Tec lunchboxes scattered throughout the Fallout games are not just collectible items. In Fallout 4, they can be used as crafting components, and when opened, they produce a burst of confetti and a small random item, ranging from useful supplies to children's toys. The confetti is a particularly dark touch. These lunchboxes were marketed to children, sold as fun collectibles featuring the smiling Vault Boy mascot. They were the happy face painted over the machinery of doom. And every burst of confetti is a reminder that Vault-Tec packaged the apocalypse as entertainment for kids. In Fallout Shelter, the mobile game, lunchboxes became the primary monetization mechanism, containing random rewards that players could purchase with real money. Vault-Tec has found a way to sell lunchboxes to us, the players, just as it sold them to the fictional residents of pre-war America. The irony is perfect and deliberate. Secret number 99. In Fallout 3, the quest through Vault 87 takes the player past a series of terminal entries written by the Vault's scientists as the FEVIV experiments went wrong. The entries begin with clinical detachment, describing the test subject's transformation in cold, precise language. As the entries progress, the tone shifts. The scientists begin to express doubt, then fear, then outright horror at what they have created. The final entries are desperate. She describing the test subjects breaking free of containment and overrunning the vault. The scientists' last words are not a warning or a plea. They are simply a description of what is happening outside the door. Reading them in sequence is like watching a person's worldview collapse in real time. The slow realization that they are not the ones in control, and that the things they have made will outlive them in the most terrible way possible. Secret number 100. Yet the Pip-Boy devices issued to Vault dwellers contain a small detail that most players never notice. Each Pip-Boy is assigned a specific serial number tied to the Vault it was manufactured for. In Fallout 4, the player's Pip-Boy displays data about Vault 111, including the status of other cryogenic pods. If you check the individual pod readings after emerging, you can confirm that every other resident is dead. The system monitored their decline in real time, yet recording the exact moment each pod failed, and it did nothing. It was not programmed to save them. It was programmed to count them. Each death is logged with the same clinical precision as a temperature reading or a pressure gauge. The machine does not mourn. It does not intervene. It simply notes the event and moves on to the next data point. If there is a single image that captures the essence of Vault-Tec, it is this: a screen full of flat-lined vital signs, recorded with perfect accuracy, understood by no one. Part 10. The Legacy of the Vaults. We have traveled a long way tonight, through steel corridors and frozen chambers, past ghosts and ghouls and Gary clones mumbling their own name in the dark. We have read the terminal entries of people who knew they were doomed, and the cheerful memoranda of corporations that did not care. Now, as we approach the end of this journey, let us step back and consider what all of these stories mean, not just within the world of Fallout, but beyond it. Every vault tells a story. Some are stories of cruelty, designed by people who viewed human beings as variables in an equation. Some are stories of resilience, communities that survived against odds that should have been impossible. And some are stories of failure, experiments that achieved nothing except suffering. The Vault concept has been analyzed by scholars, essayists, and game designers as a metaphor for institutional abuse, corporate malfeasance, and the way power structures exploit vulnerable populations. The vaults are not just game locations. They are thought experiments about trust, authority, and what happens when both are betrayed. Every time a player descends into a vault and reads the terminal entries, they are participating in a kind of moral archaeology, digging through the remains of a society that was murdered by its own protectors. The influence of the Vault concept extends far beyond the Fallout franchise. The idea of sealed underground communities with hidden agendas has appeared in dozens of games, films, and television shows since Fallout first popularized it in 1997. The concept resonates because it speaks to something deeply human: the desire for safety, the fear of confinement, and the suspicion that the people promising to protect us might not have our best interests at heart. Every real-world bunker built by a billionaire, every emergency preparedness plan issued by a government agency, so it carries an echo of Vault-Tec's promise. Safety is never free. Someone always decides who gets saved and who does not. The Fallout community has spent decades cataloging, analyzing, and theorizing about vaults that have never been fully explored. Fan wikis contain entries for every known vault number, cross-referenced with games, design documents, and developer interviews. Some vaults have never been mentioned in any source, and their numbers exist only as gaps in the list. Blank spaces that fans fill with their own theories. These missing vaults are perhaps the most fascinating of all, because they represent the limits of the story. For every horror we have seen, there may be one we have not. For every vault we have explored, there are dozens that remain sealed, their stories unwritten, their experiments unknown. The moral weight of the vaults extends beyond the games themselves. The Fallout television series has brought the vault stories to a new audience, as many of whom had never played the games. Viewers who entered the franchise through Lucy McLean's journey in Vault 33 have been confronted with the same questions that gamers have been wrestling with for decades. What would you do if you discovered that everything you believed was a lie? How would you respond to the revelation that your safety came at the cost of someone else's suffering? How do you move forward when the foundation of your entire life turns out to be rotten? These are not abstract questions. They are the questions that define the Fallout franchise, and the vaults are where they are asked most directly. The fact that the franchise continues to find new ways to explore these questions, nearly 3 decades after the first game was released, speaks to the depth of the concept. Tim Kane's original idea that the vaults should be experiments rather than simple shelters was a stroke of genius that gave the franchise an inexhaustible well of stories to draw from. Every new vault is a new question. Every new experiment is a new mirror held up to the player. And every new answer is as complicated and uncomfortable as the one before it. Vault-Tec's greatest secret might be that it succeeded, not in saving humanity, not in building a better world, but in doing exactly what it set out to do. The experiments gathered data, the control vaults provided baselines. The Enclave received its information, and the people who designed the system, the executives who signed the orders, the scientists who carried them out, the overseers who kept the secrets, all of them did their jobs. The system worked perfectly. It was just designed to do something monstrous. The machinery ran smoothly. The gears turned without friction. The reports were filed on time. The only flaw in the system was the thing it was built to do. And here is the final thought, the one that ties everything together. The vaults of Fallout are not just shelters or laboratories or prisons. They are mirrors. They show us what we are capable of when we are afraid, when we are desperate, when we are given power over others, and when we are forced to choose between survival and morality. Every vault asks the same question in a different way. What would you do? Some vaults answer that question with heroism. As Vault 81's overseer chose to protect her residents instead of following orders. Vault 94's pacifists chose to extend a hand to the wasteland, even when it was dangerous. The 5 survivors of Vault 11 chose to stop killing, even though they believed it would cost them their lives. These are acts of courage that deserve to be remembered. Others answer it with horror. Vault 87's scientists chose to inject their neighbors with a virus that turned them into monsters. Vault 92's overseer chose to continue the white noise experiments even after people started dying. Vault 112's Braun chose to torment helpless people for 2 centuries because he could. These are acts of cruelty that also deserve to be remembered because they remind us what happens when conscience is abandoned in the name of duty or science, or simply because no one is watching. Most vaults answer the question with something in between, a messy, human, a complicated mixture of courage and cowardice, kindness and cruelty, hope and despair. The residents of Vault 101 lived in blissful ignorance for generations, neither heroes nor villains, just people doing their best within a system they did not understand. The dwellers of Vault 3 were decent people who made the mistake of trusting the wrong strangers. The scientists of Vault 22 were brilliant researchers who never realized that the thing they were studying was already inside them. And that, perhaps, is the most uncomfortable truth of all. The vaults are not science fiction. They are us, sealed underground and turned inward, discovering what we look like when the door is closed and no one is watching. They are the stories we tell ourselves about what we would do in impossible situations, and the honest, sometimes terrible answer to those stories is, we do not know until we are there. The wasteland is quiet now. The stories have been told. 100 secrets, pulled from the dust and the data, and the darkness, laid out one by one as the night deepened around us. If you are still awake, I hope these stories gave you something to think about, something to carry with you into tomorrow, or into your next playthrough, or into the quiet moments between sleeping and waking. And if you have drifted off somewhere between Vault 11 and Vault 77, between the Gary clones and the Puppet Man, between the boardroom where the apocalypse was planned and the empty corridors where it was endured, that is perfectly fine. The wasteland will still be here when you wake up. The vaults will still be sealed. The stories will still be waiting. Either way, thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for spending this time with me. Down in the dark, yet where the fluorescent lights hum and the ventilation systems whisper and the terminal screens glow with words that nobody was ever supposed to read. If you enjoyed this journey through the vaults, go ahead and hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. It means more than you know. Every subscriber, every like, every comment helps us keep making these deep dives into the worlds we love. We have so many more stories to tell, so many more corners of the gaming universe to explore, and having you here makes every one of them worth telling. I will see you in the next one. Until then, stay safe out there in the wasteland. Keep your Pip-Boy charged. Keep your eyes open. And whatever you do, if someone in a blue jumpsuit offers you a spot in an underground shelter, maybe read the fine print first. Good night.
I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I hope you guys are actually sleeping right now, not actually listening to my voice. But if you did enjoy the video and you're awake, then make sure to hit that subscribe button and give me some feedback. All right, peace out, boys. Hey, what is going on, everyone? Tonight we got Fallout facts for you to fall asleep to. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and watch till the end.
So, settle in, get comfortable, pull the covers up, maybe dim the lights just a little bit. Tonight we are wandering through the wasteland together, not with a weapon in hand, not with a compass pointing us toward danger, but with curiosity. Pure, quiet curiosity about one of the most beloved, most strange, and most deeply layered video game franchises ever made. This is 100 unknown Fallout facts, told slowly, gently, say like stories whispered around a campfire in a world that's already seen the worst the sky could offer, and somehow kept going anyway. And if you drift off somewhere along the way, that is perfectly fine. These facts will still be here when you wake up. There is no quiz at the end, no pressure. Just a slow, steady wander through decades of game design, creative accidents, hidden stories, and the quiet brilliance of thousands of people who poured their lives into building a world that exists just for us to get lost in. Think of this like finding an old holotape in a forgotten vault. You do not know what is on it until you press play. And once you start listening, the stories just keep coming. Let us begin. Fact number 1. Before Fallout was Fallout, before there were vaults or bottle caps or power armor, the entire game nearly took a completely different path. Tim Kaine, and the man widely credited as the creator of Fallout, started working on the project in complete solitude. It was the early 1990s, and he was employed at Interplay Entertainment, a company known at the time for titles like The Bard's Tale and Wasteland. But the game that would eventually become Fallout did not start as a post-apocalyptic adventure at all. It started as a side project, something Tim Kaine was building during his spare time, fueled by his personal love for tabletop role-playing games. What the early concept was built on a game engine Kaine developed on his own, and for the first 6 months of its existence, he was the only person working on it. Nobody at Interplay was paying much attention. The company had bigger priorities, including a recently acquired license for Dungeons and Dragons, and this little unnamed project sat in the corner, quietly taking shape. But Kaine kept going, building systems, testing ideas, and slowly other developers at the studio started to notice. Yet they would drift over after hours, intrigued by what was coming together. The team grew organically, person by person, until it became something Interplay could no longer ignore. What is remarkable about this is how close Fallout came to simply never existing. The project was nearly canceled in late 1994 when Interplay acquired the Forgotten Realms and Planescape Dungeons and Dragons licenses. The thinking at the time was that fantasy was where the money was. And this odd post-apocalyptic experiment was not worth the resources. But Tim Kaine managed to convince the leadership to let him continue, arguing that the engine was nearly finished and the project had momentum. They relented, and Fallout survived its first brush with oblivion. It would not be the last. Fact number 2. The setting of Fallout was not always the nuclear wasteland we know and love. Before the team settled on the post-apocalyptic theme that would define the franchise for decades, Tim Kaine and his collaborators explored several other directions. One concept involved time travel, with the player journeying through different historical eras. Another, even more unusual, centered on a world where humanity had survived an alien invasion, and the remnants of both human and extraterrestrial societies had to coexist in the aftermath. But perhaps the strangest concept of all was one involving dinosaurs. According to Kane himself, there was a version of the pitch where the player would encounter a civilization of intelligent dinosaurs. This sounds almost absurd in hindsight, given how perfectly the nuclear wasteland fits the game's tone. But in those early brainstorming sessions, the team was genuinely open to anything. They were not yet locked into a specific genre. They were simply trying to find the best possible playground for their role-playing systems. The post-apocalyptic direction finally won out because it allowed for the greatest variety of storytelling, the most flexibility in world design, and a setting that felt both hauntingly familiar and endlessly explorable. The team drew heavy inspiration from films like Mad Max 2, the darkly comedic 1975 film A Boy and His Dog, and the novel A Canticle for Leibowitz. These works gave Fallout its DNA, a mixture of grim survival, dark humor, and a world where the remnants of civilization clung to the past in strange and unsettling ways. Fact number 3. The game that would become Fallout was originally designed around a tabletop role-playing system called GURPS, which stands for Generic Universal Role-Playing System, created by Steve Jackson Games. Interplay had licensed GURPS specifically for this project, and the entire character system, from stats to skills to combat calculations, was built around its rules. Tim Kane had been playing GURPS with friends during paper and pencil sessions 2 or 3 evenings a week, and it felt natural to adapt that system for a digital game. For years, the project was even known internally as the GURPS game. The first prototype, completed around 1994, ran entirely on GURPS rules. Everything seemed to be on track. But then, in March of 1997, just months before the game was scheduled to ship, something went terribly wrong. Steve Jackson Games pulled the license. So the reasons have been debated over the years, but the general understanding is that Steve Jackson himself objected to the level of violence and gore in the game. Interplay had brought Jackson to their offices, shown him the game, taken him to a nice dinner. There had been discussions and demonstrations, but ultimately, Jackson sent a letter, listing over 20 changes he wanted made to the game. Most of them, the team was happy to accommodate, but there were 2 sticking points, and according to the developers, those 2 items were among the most beloved elements of the game. One was the introduction cinematic with its 1950s, retro-futuristic vibe. The other was Vault Boy himself. Steve Jackson did not like them. He felt they did not fit the tone of GURPS as a system. The deal fell apart, and suddenly Interplay had a nearly finished game, with no character system. Fact number 4. With the GURPS license gone and a shipping deadline looming, Interplay needed a replacement system, and they needed it fast. Enter Christopher Taylor, the lead designer on Fallout, who had been quietly working on his own tabletop role-playing system for nearly a decade. He had started writing it on the backs of index cards and in notebooks, scribbling rules and formulas in whatever spare time he could find. His system was called Medieval, and by his own admission, it was not very good in its original form. But when the GURPS crisis hit, Taylor pulled out those notes and started adapting. He and Tim Kaine were each given approximately 1 week. Taylor would design the new system, and Kaine would code it. In that single, frantic week, the special system was born. Strength, perception, endurance, charisma, intelligence, agility, and luck. 7 attributes that would go on to define not just Fallout, but an entire lineage of role-playing games that followed. The perks system, one of the most iconic features of the Fallout franchise, it did not exist in Taylor's original tabletop notes. Perks were created specifically for Fallout, designed to replace the advantage and disadvantage traits that had been part of the GURPS framework. They became one of the game's most beloved features, giving players the ability to specialize their characters in ways that felt genuinely personal and impactful. And it all came together in about 7 days, born from necessity, built on a decade of handwritten notes, and coded under pressure that most developers would find unbearable. Fact number 5. The original Fallout was not just shaped by its developers. It was shaped, in a very real way, by the movies and books those developers loved. The connection between Fallout and the 1975 film A Boy and His Dog runs especially deep. In that movie, a young man named Vic wanders a post-apocalyptic landscape with a telepathic dog named Blood. Beneath the surface, there exists a twisted underground society that has preserved the manners and customs of pre-war America, creating a deeply unsettling contrast between the world above and the world below. This directly inspired the concept of Fallout's vaults, the underground communities of survivors clinging to their old way of life while the surface world crumbles around them, is a theme pulled almost directly from the film. Even the name of Fallout's most famous companion, Dogmeat, comes from this movie. So in the opening scene of A Boy and His Dog, the main character calls his dog Dogmeat as an insult. Fallout designer Scott Benny borrowed that name, and it stuck. Interestingly, the original name considered for the canine companion was even cruder, but Benny wisely opted for something a little more dignified. Dogmeat's visual design was also influenced by Mad Max 2, specifically the unnamed dog that accompanies Max Rokitansky in the film. The original Fallout even includes an encounter where Dogmeat's former owner is described as a tall, dark-haired man dressed in all black leather and carrying a shotgun, an unmistakable nod to Mel Gibson's portrayal of Mad Max. If you killed Dogmeat in Fallout 2, a man named Mel would appear and try to avenge him. The references were everywhere, layered into the game like love letters to the films that made the wasteland feel possible. Fact number 6. The talking heads in the original Fallout, so those detailed animated portraits that appeared during conversations with important characters, were created using a technique that was remarkably ahead of its time. The artists at Interplay sculpted the characters' heads out of clay, real physical clay, then scanned the models and animated them digitally. This hybrid approach gave the talking heads a weight and texture that pure digital art could not have achieved in 1997. Each head had subtle expressions, lip movements, and lighting that made conversations feel genuinely intimate, like you were sitting across from a living person in this ruined world. The process was painstaking and expensive, which is why only 21 characters in the entire game received this treatment. Every other character in the game used simpler dialogue interfaces, but those 21 talking heads became some of the most memorable aspects of the entire experience. The Master, the game's final antagonist, he was brought to life through this technique, and his unsettling multi-layered voice, combined with the eerie clay-scanned visuals, created one of the most disturbing villains in gaming history. The voice cast for these characters was extraordinary, too. Keith David, Brad Garrett, Tony Shalhoub, CCH Pounder, Clancy Brown, David Warner, and Ron Perlman all lent their voices to the original Fallout. For a game that was considered a B-tier project within Interplay, having that level of talent was remarkable. It spoke to the passion the team had for making something that felt substantial and real, even if the rest of the company was not paying much attention. Fact number 7. Tim Kaine is credited with writing one of the most famous lines in all of gaming, and it very nearly did not happen. The opening narration of Fallout, spoken by Ron Perlman in that deep, gravelly voice that would become synonymous with the franchise, begins with 3 simple words: a war. War never changes. Kaine wrote this narration after a first draft by designer Scott Benny, and it set the tone for everything that followed. The line became so iconic that it was repeated at the beginning of every main Fallout game, a constant in a franchise defined by change and destruction. What makes this even more interesting is how Ron Perlman himself came to be involved. According to Perlman, the original Fallout gig was presented to him by his agent as just another voice-over job. At the time, he was doing a lot of work for Saturday morning cartoons and various video games. He has said that he was paid $40 and a sandwich for his work on the first Fallout. Not $40,000, 40, and a sandwich. Perlman has been remarkably candid about his relationship with the franchise. He has admitted publicly that he has never played any of the Fallout games. He does not know how to operate a gaming console. The entire Fallout phenomenon is, in his own words, a mystery to him, and yet his voice is inseparable from the experience. When Todd Howard and the Bethesda team were recording the narration for Fallout 3, they had Perlman say the line about 40 different times with different cadences. At one point, after being asked to say "war" one more time, Perlman reportedly replied, "It is a 3-letter word, guys. I think we got it." Fact number 8. There is a hidden Easter egg in the original Fallout's credits that most players never discovered. Yet if you type the word "boom" while the credits are rolling, an animation plays showing Tim Kaine's head exploding. It is exactly the kind of dark, irreverent humor that defined the game's personality. The Fallout team had a philosophy about humor in their work. They believed that jokes should be layered into the experience naturally, rewarding players who were paying attention without breaking the immersion for those who were not. Tim Kaine has spoken about this philosophy in interviews over the years. He has said that most of the humor in the original Fallout was added simply to make the team laugh. They were not thinking about focus groups or market research. They were a small group of people who shared similar tastes, and they made a game that amused them. The in-jokes, the pop culture references, the absurd situations, all of it came from a place of genuine affection for the material. And that sincerity is precisely why the humor worked so well. Players could feel that it was authentic, not calculated. Fact number 9. The original Fallout nearly shipped with a game-breaking bug that would have been catastrophic. A memory overwrite error was discovered late in development, and it caused the game to crash under certain conditions. Tim Kaine spent an exhausting amount of time trying to track down and fix this bug, and it delayed the game's launch. The crunch period that followed was brutal, and Kaine has spoken openly about how exhausted and demoralized the experience left him. This bug would later become a point of contention between Kaine and Interplay's executive producer, Brian Fargo. After the game shipped, Fargo reduced Kaine's bonus as punishment for the delay caused by the bug. Kaine refused to disclose which team member had originally introduced the error, thus believing it was wrong to single someone out for a mistake that the entire team shared responsibility for. This disagreement created lasting tension between the two men and contributed to Kaine's eventual departure from Interplay. The irony is that Fallout went on to be a critical and commercial success. It sold over 600,000 copies globally and was praised for its writing, its world building, and its combat system. But behind the scenes, the experience had taken a toll on the people who made it. Success in game development does not always feel like success to the people who lived through it. Fact number 10. Tim Kaine never wanted to make a Fallout sequel. He envisioned the original game as a standalone experience, complete in itself, with no need for continuation. But Interplay saw the commercial potential and decided to move forward with Fallout 2. Kaine was placed on the sequel's team despite his objections. He contributed to the early development, including writing the main story arc and creating the concept of the Vault experiments, those twisted social and scientific tests that Vault Tech secretly conducted on the residents of each vault. This idea, born from Kaine's work on Fallout 2's design documents, would become one of the most enduring and fascinating elements of the entire franchise. But Kaine's heart was not in it. The combination of burnout from the first game, the bonus dispute with Fargo, and a workplace environment that he found increasingly hostile made it impossible for him to stay. Kaine, who is openly gay, has spoken about feeling uncomfortable at Interplay during this period, describing an atmosphere where homophobic comments were tolerated by management. He confronted a senior employee about comments made regarding a transgender coworker, offering to walk with her to human resources and wagering his own job against hers. The confrontation ended without resolution, and the experience added to Kaine's desire to leave. A few months into Fallout 2's development, Kaine departed Interplay, along with his close collaborators Leonard Boyarsky and Jason Anderson. The three of them would go on to found Troika Games, leaving Fallout in the hands of a team that, while talented, had a very different vision for the franchise. And that is where the story of Fallout begins to branch, like the irradiated rivers of its own wasteland, flowing in directions that no one could have predicted. Fact number 11. Fallout 2, released in 1998, was developed in roughly 1 year, a dramatically shorter timeline compared to the 3 years spent on the original. The sequel was largely staffed by new writers and designers who had not worked on the first game, and they brought with them a tone that was noticeably different. Where the original Fallout was dark and atmospheric with carefully measured humor, Fallout 2 leaned much harder into comedy, pop culture references, and absurdist situations. Players could become a world-renowned adult film star. They could tip Brahmin for amusement. There was a character named Myron who had invented a powerful narcotic. The game even included a hidden formula that calculated how skilled your character was in bed, taking into account various stats and attributes to produce a rating. The fourth wall was broken more frequently, and references to everything from Star Trek to Monty Python were scattered throughout the wasteland. Some fans loved this shift. Others felt it undermined the carefully constructed atmosphere of the first game. But regardless of where one falls on this debate, Fallout 2 expanded the franchise's scope enormously. It was bigger, more ambitious, and more willing to let players do truly outrageous things. The freedom it offered was almost unprecedented for the time, and it cemented the idea that Fallout was not just a game, it was a sandbox where anything felt possible. Fact number 12. One of the most fascinating elements of Fallout 2 was its approach to intelligence. If a player created a character with extremely low intelligence, typically an intelligence stat of 3 or below, the entire game changed. Dialogue options would be replaced with barely coherent grunts and monosyllabic responses. White characters would react to the player with a mixture of pity, confusion, and sometimes open mockery. Some quests became impossible to complete because the player character simply could not understand the instructions. But here is where it gets truly interesting. A handful of NPCs in the game would actually respond positively to a low intelligence character. Certain simple or kind-hearted characters would take pity on the player and offer help that they would not provide to a smarter protagonist. Yet this created an entirely separate path through the game, one that was clumsy, often hilarious, and surprisingly touching. It was a level of role-playing depth that very few games before or since have attempted, and it demonstrated the Fallout team's commitment to letting the character stats genuinely matter. The experience of playing Fallout 2 with minimum intelligence became something of a rite of passage among hardcore fans. It was not the optimal way to play. It was not the efficient way to play. But it was perhaps the most memorable, precisely because it forced the player to experience the wasteland from the perspective of someone who could barely comprehend it. Fact number 13. There was originally going to be a Fallout 3 made by the original team, or at least something close to it. Black Isle Studios, the division within Interplay that handled the Fallout franchise, began development on a project codenamed Van Buren. Yet this was intended to be the true sequel to Fallout 2, set across Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, and Utah. The game would have featured a mixture of real-time and turn-based combat, cooperative multiplayer, and even playable super mutants. Van Buren's story revolved around the forced evolutionary virus from the first two games, with subplots involving the new California Republic and the Brotherhood of Steel. The game was being built on a new 3D engine, a significant upgrade from the isometric sprite-based graphics of the originals. Development progressed far enough that a technical demo was produced, showing off the engine and basic gameplay mechanics. But Interplay was drowning in financial problems. The company had been struggling for years, and in December 2003, budget cuts forced the dismissal of the entire PC development team. Van Buren was canceled. The rights to Fallout were subsequently sold to Bethesda Softworks for a minimum guaranteed advance of just over $1 million. It was a bargain price for one of the most valuable intellectual properties in gaming, and it marked the end of Fallout's life at the studio that created it. Many of Van Buren's story elements and design concepts would eventually resurface in Fallout New Vegas, brought to life by developers who had worked on the canceled project. But the game, as it was originally envisioned, a true continuation of Black Isle's vision for the franchise, never saw the light of day. It remains one of the most tantalizing what-ifs in gaming history, a glimpse of a parallel universe where the original creators maintained control of their creation and took it in a direction that was entirely their own. Tim Kaine himself was briefly brought back into the orbit of the canceled project. In 2003, a vice president at Interplay contacted Kaine, who by then had co-founded Troika Games, to evaluate whether Van Buren could still be completed with the limited resources available. Kaine played the prototype, interviewed the remaining team members, and estimated it would take 12 to 18 months to finish the game. Interplay did not have that kind of time or money. Van Buren was buried, and with it, an entire vision for the franchise's future. Fact number 14. Before Bethesda began work on their version of Fallout 3, there was another entry in the franchise that most fans would prefer to forget. Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, released in 2004 for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox, was an action role-playing game that represented a radical departure from everything the series had been known for. Gone were the isometric perspective, the deep dialogue trees, and the nuanced moral choices. What in their place was a straightforward hack-and-slash game with a heavy metal soundtrack featuring bands like Slipknot and Killswitch Engage. The game did not feature companion characters who could accompany the player in combat. The writing was thin, the gameplay was repetitive, and the music, while perfectly fine on its own merits, felt entirely wrong for a franchise that had built its identity on the crooning voices of the Ink Spots and the Andrews Sisters. Yet it was as if someone had looked at what made Fallout special and methodically stripped it all away. Brotherhood of Steel was the last Fallout game developed by Interplay, and it serves as a cautionary tale about what happens when a beloved franchise is handed to a team that does not understand its soul. Cancelled plans for a sequel, Brotherhood of Steel 2, were abandoned when Interplay's financial situation became terminal. The franchise needed a new home, and fortunately, it found one. Fact number 15. When Bethesda Softworks acquired the rights to Fallout in 2004, they paid approximately $1.175 million. At the time, Bethesda was known primarily for the Elder Scrolls series, and the idea of them handling a franchise as different as Fallout was met with significant skepticism from fans of the original games. But Todd Howard, the studio's executive producer and the driving force behind the acquisition, had a clear vision for what Fallout 3 should be. Howard wanted to bring Fallout into the first-person perspective, using the same open-world approach that had made the Elder Scrolls series so successful. He wanted players to step out of the vault and see the wasteland, not from a detached overhead view, but from ground level, looking out across miles of devastated terrain with their own eyes. It was a bold decision that risked alienating the franchise's core audience. But Howard believed it was the right way to bring Fallout to a new generation of players. The development of Fallout 3 took approximately 4 years. During that time, Bethesda's holding company, ZeniMax Media, turned down multiple offers from other studios that wanted to develop the game instead. They were determined to keep it in-house, betting that their expertise with open-world design would translate to a post-apocalyptic setting. It was a gamble, but it was one that would ultimately pay off in spectacular fashion. Fact number 16. The very first piece of art ever created for Fallout 3 was painted by lead artist Istvan Peli in 2004. It depicted power armor, that iconic bulky suit of technology that has become synonymous with the Fallout franchise. This painting would eventually become the game's cover art, establishing the visual tone for everything that followed. The image was a statement of intent. It said, "This is still Fallout. The power armor is here, the wasteland is here, but we are going to show it to you in a way you have never seen before." The team chose the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area as the game's setting for a practical reason. Bethesda Game Studios was based in Rockville, Maryland, just a short drive from the nation's capital. The developers could walk the streets of D.C., photograph buildings and monuments, and then come back to the office to recreate them in their destroyed, irradiated forms. And this proximity gave Fallout 3's version of Washington an authenticity that would have been difficult to achieve with a setting the team was less familiar with. The ruined Capitol building, the shattered Washington Monument, the Jefferson Memorial repurposed as a water purification facility, these became some of the most memorable locations in the game, precisely because they were grounded in real places that players might have visited in their own lives. Seeing them in ruin created an emotional response that purely fictional settings could not match. Fact number 17. The VATS system in Fallout 3, which stands for Vault-Tec Assisted Targeting System, was born from a desire to bridge two very different types of gameplay. Todd Howard wanted Fallout 3 to appeal to both first-person shooter fans and traditional RPG fans who had loved the turn-based combat of the original games. The challenge was finding a system that honored both traditions without feeling like a compromise. The initial inspiration for VATS came from unexpected sources. Howard has mentioned that the team looked at the combat systems in Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic and the slow-motion crash sequences in the Burnout Racing series. The idea was to create moments of tactical pause where the player could plan their attacks, targeting specific body parts with calculated precision, and then watch the results play out in cinematic slow motion. Artist Grant Struthers prototyped the VATS camera system in an unlikely way. He filmed his Incredibles action figures fighting each other, using the footage to experiment with camera angles and shot compositions. The idea of watching limbs fly off in gloriously exaggerated slow motion came partly from those toy-based experiments. It sounds absurd, but the results spoke for themselves. VATS became one of Fallout 3's most iconic features, giving players a way to engage with combat that felt both strategic and viscerally satisfying. Fact number 18. Fallout 3 featured an extraordinary voice cast, headlined by Liam Neeson as James, the player character's father. According to Todd Howard, the character of James was specifically written with Neeson in mind. The in-game model was even designed to physically resemble the actor, sharing his height, build, and general facial structure. Nissan brought a warmth and gravitas to the role that elevated every scene he appeared in, turning what could have been a standard quest giver into a genuinely emotional presence. Malcolm McDowell was also brought in to voice President Eden, the enigmatic leader of the Enclave who communicates with the Wasteland through radio broadcasts. McDowell's smooth, authoritative delivery made the character one of the game's most memorable antagonists, yet particularly when the truth about Eden's nature was finally revealed. What is less well known is that former United States President Bill Clinton was jokingly offered a role in the game. According to Blind Light manager Lev Chapelsky, the offer was made half in jest, though one has to wonder how the game might have been different if Clinton had actually agreed. The image of the former president lending his voice to a character in a post-apocalyptic wasteland is both surreal and somehow perfectly in keeping with Fallout's love of blending the absurd with the political. Fact number 19. There is a small but delightful detail hidden in Fallout 3 that most players have walked past hundreds of times without noticing. The sound effect that plays when you fire a mini-nuke, that distinctive whistling shriek followed by a devastating explosion. It is actually the sound of the lunch bell at Bethesda's offices. Someone recorded the bell, processed it through audio software, and turned it into one of the most satisfying weapon sounds in gaming history. Every time a player launches a mini-nuke at a group of super mutants, they are technically hearing the same sound that tells Bethesda employees it is time for lunch. This kind of practical, resourceful approach to sound design runs throughout Fallout 3. So the team was not above using everyday sounds and repurposing them for the wasteland. Office furniture, kitchen utensils, and various bits of mundane noise were all fed through audio processing to create the ambient soundscape of the capital wasteland. It gives the game a texture that is hard to define, but easy to feel. A sense that this world, despite its fantastical nature, is grounded in something tangible and real. Fact number 20. The Japanese version of Fallout 3 was significantly altered in one very specific way. The quest called The Power of the Atom, which gives the player the option to detonate an atomic bomb in the middle of the populated settlement of Megaton, was modified so that the character who offers this option, a man named Mr. Burke, was completely removed from the game. Without Burke, there is no way to blow up Megaton in the Japanese version. The developers made this change because they feared the Japanese government would not allow the game to be distributed if it featured the possibility of detonating a nuclear weapon in a populated area. Given Japan's unique and deeply painful history with nuclear weapons, this was a sensitive decision that Bethesda took very seriously. The rest of the game remained largely intact, but this one alteration speaks volumes about how cultural context can shape the experience of a game, even one set in a fictional world 200 years in the future. Fact number 21. Fallout New Vegas began not as a full game, but as a large expansion pack. Todd Howard, Bethesda's creative director, initially envisioned contracting another studio to create additional content for Fallout 3, something substantial but not a standalone title. However, Howard personally lobbied within the company for the project to become a full game instead, and arguing that the franchise deserved a proper new entry rather than just downloadable content. When it came time to choose a developer, Howard suggested Obsidian Entertainment. The reasoning was straightforward. several of Obsidian's founders, including Fergus Urquhart, Chris Avallone, and Josh Sawyer, had previously worked at Black Isle Studios on the original Fallout games, or the cancelled Van Buren project. They understood the franchise's DNA in a way that few other studios could match. Before settling on New Vegas, there were other ideas on the table. Bethesda initially contacted Obsidian about developing a Star Trek game, but that concept never gained traction. There were also proposals to set the next Fallout game in Reno, Nevada, and to allow the player to choose between playing as a human, a ghoul, or a super mutant. Ultimately, the team settled on Las Vegas and the surrounding Mojave Desert because the city's real-world associations with excess, gambling, and spectacle fit perfectly with the franchise's themes. Fact number 22. Obsidian was given just 18 months to develop Fallout New Vegas from start to finish. To put that in perspective, most major role-playing games take between 3 and 6 years to complete. Bethesda's own Fallout 3 had been in development for approximately 4 years. Asking any studio to deliver a full-scale RPG in a year and a half is an extraordinary demand, but Obsidian agreed to the timeline. Chief Project Director Josh Sawyer has spoken about the experience with a mixture of pride and pragmatism. He has said that the team worked between 40 and 50 hours a week, which he describes as not too crazy by industry standards. He insists that the game was made without what he would define as crunch, though the distinction between intensive work and crunch is one that different people draw in different places, and the tight schedule meant that Obsidian had no choice but to build their game on the existing Fallout 3 engine and assets. This led to criticism from some quarters that New Vegas looked and played too much like its predecessor. Sawyer has acknowledged this criticism, calling it a necessity rather than a choice. When you have 18 months to ship a game, you cannot afford to build everything from scratch. You use what you have, and you make it your own through writing, design, and the sheer force of creative ambition. Fact number 23. One of the most painful casualties of New Vegas's rushed development was a companion character named Ulysses. He was designed to be a major presence throughout the game, a complex and philosophical character who would challenge the player's assumptions about the factions vying for control of the Mojave. But just 2 months before the game was finalized, Ulysses was cut because his inclusion took up too much space on the disc, and the team simply ran out of time to fully realize him. Ulysses was not discarded entirely. He was repurposed for the game's final downloadable content, Lonesome Road, where he served as the primary antagonist and philosophical foil to the player. In many ways, Lonesome Road feels like the climax that the base game was building toward, at a confrontation with a character who had been watching and judging the player from the very beginning. The DLC gave Ulysses the space he needed to breathe, but one cannot help wondering how the main game might have been different if he had been there from the start. The New Vegas Strip itself was another victim of the timeline. Originally, the Strip was designed as a single, continuous area that the player could walk through without interruption. But during development, the team discovered that the area was not properly optimized for console hardware. The Strip had to be divided into multiple sections, separated by loading screens, a compromise that diminished the sense of scale and spectacle that the developers had originally envisioned. It was a necessary sacrifice, but it remains one of the most frequently cited regrets among the game's creators. Fact number 24. Obsidian famously missed their Metacritic bonus for Fallout New Vegas by a single point. Some of the contract between Obsidian and Bethesda included a clause where Obsidian would receive a bonus payment if the game achieved an aggregate review score of 85 or higher. On Metacritic, the game landed at 84. 1 point short, the bonus was not paid. The timing could not have been worse. The missed bonus was revealed the day after Obsidian announced nearly 30 layoffs and the cancellation of a project codenamed North Carolina. The studio was in dire financial straits, and that bonus would have made a meaningful difference. Josh Sawyer later said that in his entire career, he had only received bonuses for 2 projects, Icewind Dale and Pillars of Eternity. Fallout New Vegas, which has gone on to sell over 12 million copies and is widely regarded as one of the greatest RPGs ever made, was not one of them. Chris Avallone, another key figure at Obsidian, has offered a more nuanced perspective on the situation. Yet he has written that the Metacritic bonus was offered by Bethesda, not demanded by Obsidian, and that it was Obsidian's responsibility to hit that review score. He also noted that the layoffs would have happened regardless of whether the bonus had been received. Still, the story has become something of a legend in gaming circles, a cautionary tale about the sometimes arbitrary ways in which creative work is valued and compensated. Fact number 25. The music of the Fallout franchise is one of its most distinctive and beloved features, and its origins tell a story about the relationship between aesthetic choice and creative necessity. The decision to use 1940s and 1950s era music in the games was not simply a stylistic flourish. It was rooted in the franchise's fundamental premise, a world where the cultural trajectory of the mid-20th century continued uninterrupted into the future, producing a society that embraced atomic age optimism while hurtling toward nuclear annihilation. The Ink Spots, whose songs I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire and Maybe became synonymous with the franchise, represent this perfectly. Their smooth, romantic harmonies, playing over images of devastation, create a dissonance that is both darkly funny and deeply unsettling. The choice was inspired by the same films and novels that influenced the game's setting. Was A Boy and His Dog featured similar musical contrasts, using cheerful mid-century pop against the backdrop of a devastated world. For Fallout 3, the in-game radio station Galaxy News Radio, hosted by the charismatic DJ Three Dog, became one of the most popular features. Players would tune in to hear a mixture of 1940s classics and Three Dog's commentary on events in the wasteland, creating a sense of companionship during long stretches of solitary exploration. The songs became so closely associated with the game that many players reported hearing them in real life and immediately thinking of the Capital Wasteland. Fact number 26. The Deathclaw, arguably the most feared creature in the entire Fallout franchise, went through several design iterations before becoming the terrifying reptilian predator we know today. The original concept, created during the development of the first Fallout, was very different from the final design. Yet according to the developers, the initial Deathclaw was envisioned as the apex predator of the wasteland, a mutated hybrid of Wolverine and brown bear. But this design was rejected because it had, in the developers' words, way too much hair. The final design was inspired by something that happened to be sitting in the Interplay offices. A decoration depicting the Tarrasque, a legendary monster from Dungeons and Dragons, caught the artist's attention. The Tarrasque is a massive, nearly indestructible reptilian creature in D&D lore, and its general silhouette became the starting point for the Deathclaw's design. The artists took that basic shape and refined it, adding elements from Jackson's chameleons and other reptilian creatures to create something that felt both biologically plausible and utterly terrifying. For Fallout 4, artist Jonah Loeb redesigned the Deathclaw from the ground up, working in ZBrush and drawing inspiration from lions for the creature's eyes. What he wanted the new Deathclaw to feel less skeletal and more powerful, comparing it to a bull that could lower its head and charge straight through anything in its path. Todd Howard liked the design so much that he restructured the game's opening demo to include a final battle between the player in power armor and a Deathclaw, a sequence that became one of the most memorable moments in Fallout 4. Fact number 27. Jonah Loeb, who designed the Deathclaws for both Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, he has had an unexpected relationship with his creation's legacy. In an interview with Kotaku, Loeb admitted to being both horrified and impressed by the sheer volume of fan-made romantic and adult content featuring his reptilian monsters. He acknowledged that he could, to some extent, understand what people found appealing about the creature's design, even if he did not personally share the sentiment. It is one of those moments where a creator's work takes on a life entirely beyond their control, evolving in directions they never imagined. The Deathclaws were also given a brief moment of sympathetic characterization in Fallout 2, where the player could encounter a community of highly intelligent Deathclaws capable of basic speech. This was the brainchild of designer John Deely, who had planned an ambitious storyline where these intelligent Deathclaws would modify power armor to fit their bodies, assault the Enclave to steal the forced evolutionary virus, and eventually venture out into the wider wasteland to interact with human civilization. But other developers had different ideas. Behind Deely's back, the intelligent Deathclaws were largely killed off by Frank Horrigan, an Enclave super soldier, effectively ending the plotline before it could fully develop. Deely was reportedly unhappy about this decision, but the damage was done. The talking Deathclaws became a footnote in Fallout history, a fascinating what-if that was never allowed to reach its full potential. Fact number 28. The iconic Vault Boy mascot has been a source of debate among fans for years, centered around one seemingly simple question. Why is he giving a thumbs up? For a long time, a popular theory circulated that Vault Boy was not actually being cheerful. Instead, he was supposedly using a real-world survival technique for nuclear blasts. The theory held that if you extended your thumb toward a distant mushroom cloud and your thumb could cover the entire cloud, you were outside the immediate danger zone. If your thumb could not cover it, you were in serious trouble. This theory spread so widely that many fans treated it as confirmed fact. But the original developers of Fallout have repeatedly stated that this is not true. Vault Boy was simply designed to be a cheerful, optimistic mascot, some giving a thumbs up as a reassuring gesture. The closed eye was an artistic choice, not a reference to a survival technique. However, in a twist that perfectly captures the strange relationship between fans and creators. The Amazon Prime Fallout television series went ahead and canonized the urban legend anyway. In the show's opening episode, a character explains the nuclear cloud technique to his daughter while demonstrating the thumbs up pose. Just like that, a myth that the developers had debunked became part of the official story. Sometimes, the fans' version of a story becomes more compelling than the original, and the creators are wise enough to accept it. Fact number 29. Fallout 3 was the subject of a genuinely alarming real-world incident when a promotional screenshot of a ruined Washington, D.C. was mistaken for actual terrorist propaganda. Several journalists, apparently unfamiliar with the game, saw the image without a watermark and assumed it was created by terrorists as a warning or threat. The image depicted the Capitol building in ruins, with smoke rising and rubble scattered across the mall, and without context, it apparently looked convincing enough to cause genuine concern. This incident speaks to the quality of Bethesda's environmental art, which recreated real DC landmarks with enough fidelity that they could be mistaken for photographs when stripped of their game context. And it also highlights the sometimes uneasy relationship between video game content and real-world sensitivities. The developers had chosen Washington, D.C., precisely because it would create an emotional impact, showing familiar symbols of American power and democracy in ruin. They succeeded, perhaps, a bit too well. Fact number 30. One of the most unusual facts about the original Fallout is that the game's final boss, the Master, could be defeated entirely through conversation. If a player had invested enough points in speech and intelligence, they could confront the Master and, through a series of carefully chosen dialogue options, convince him that his plan to unite humanity through forced mutation was fundamentally flawed. The Master, faced with the logical destruction of everything he believed in, would then choose to destroy himself and his cathedral, rather than continue. This was unprecedented in computer gaming at the time. Final bosses were meant to be fought, not talked to death, but the Fallout team, led by Tim Kaine and Christopher Taylor, believed that a true role-playing game should allow the player to solve any problem using the tools available to their character. If a character was built around charisma and speech, then even the climactic confrontation should be resolvable through words alone. This design philosophy would become a cornerstone of the franchise. Yet nearly every major Fallout game since has included at least one critical encounter that can be resolved through dialogue rather than combat. It is an idea so fundamental to what makes Fallout special that it is easy to take for granted. But in 1997, it was revolutionary. Fact number 31. Fallout 2 took the concept of player freedom to places that were genuinely shocking, even by the standards of the franchise. One of the most controversial features was the ability to become a child killer. If a player attacked and killed a child character in the game, they would receive a special reputation marker that followed them throughout the rest of their adventure. Other characters would react to them with horror and disgust. Merchants would refuse to trade. Entire communities would turn hostile. The inclusion of children as potential targets was deeply controversial, and it created legal issues in several markets. In European versions of Fallout 2, the children were simply removed from the game entirely. They were not made invulnerable or given special protections. They were deleted, leaving empty spaces where young NPCs should have been. This created its own set of problems, as certain quests that involved helping or interacting with children became impossible to complete. The solution was clumsy, but it reflected the difficulty of navigating different cultural standards around violence in media. Bethesda took a different approach when they inherited the franchise. In Fallout 3, 4, and all subsequent titles, children are present in the game world, but are flagged as essential characters, meaning they cannot be harmed by the player under any circumstances. Weapons pass through them. Explosions leave them untouched. It is an artificial solution, but it avoids the controversy while allowing children to exist as part of the world's population. Fact number 32. Fallout 2 contained one of the strangest special encounters in gaming history. A sequence called the Cafe of Broken Dreams allowed the player to encounter characters from the original Fallout, including Dogmeat, as ghostly apparitions in a surreal desert setting. If the player was wearing a Vault 13 jumpsuit, Dogmeat could be recruited as a companion, returning from beyond death to accompany a new hero across the wasteland. Even stranger, if the player chose to kill Dogmeat in this encounter, a man named Mel would appear and attempt to avenge the dog. This was a direct reference to Mel Gibson, who played Max Rokitansky in the Mad Max films that had inspired Dogmeat's creation in the first place. The layers of reference were dense enough to make a literature professor proud. A fictional dog, inspired by a fictional character from a film series, appeared as a ghost in a sequel, guarded by a character named after the actor who played the human counterpart of the character who inspired the dog. It is the kind of recursive homage that only Fallout could pull off. Fact number 33. The Fallout 2 development team had a much more irreverent relationship with their source material than the original team had. Where Fallout 1 kept its pop culture references subtle and integrated into the world, Fallout 2 was far more willing to break the fourth wall. There were random encounters that referenced Monty Python, Star Trek, and even Doctor Who. One encounter allowed the player to find a crashed whale and a bowl of petunias, a direct reference to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. This approach was divisive among fans. Yet purists argued that these blatant references undermined the game's immersion and cheapened the world building that the first game had so carefully constructed. Defenders countered that the humor was part of what made Fallout unique, a franchise that refused to take itself too seriously, even when dealing with genuinely dark themes like genocide, slavery, and the end of civilization. The debate between these two camps has never been fully resolved, and it continues to shape discussions about the franchise's identity to this day. Each subsequent Fallout game has had to navigate this tension, deciding how much humor to include and how blatantly to reference outside media. It is one of those creative challenges that has no right answer, only different approaches that appeal to different audiences. Fact number 34. The Pip-Boy. That wrist-mounted computer that serves as the player's interface in every modern Fallout game, has its own surprising history. Within the game's lore, the Pip-Boy was not created by Vault-Tec. It was manufactured by Robco Industries, a technology company founded by the enigmatic Robert House. Vault-Tec simply purchased them in bulk and issued one to every vault dweller as standard equipment. The design of the Pip-Boy has evolved dramatically across the franchise. In the original Fallout, it was called the Pip-Boy 2000 and appeared as a simple handheld device. By Fallout 3, it had become the Pip-Boy 3000, a chunky wrist-mounted computer with a distinctive green-tinted screen. Fallout 4 introduced the Pip-Boy 3000 Mark IV, which had a slightly more streamlined design and served as the basis for a real-world collectible that was included with special editions of the game. Bethesda's commitment to the Pip-Boy as a real, functional device went further than most studios would dare. The collector's edition of Fallout 4 included a plastic Pip-Boy shell that could hold a smartphone, allowing players to use a companion app that mirrored the in-game Pip-Boy interface on their actual wrist. It was a novelty item, not particularly practical for extended use, but it demonstrated the lengths to which the developers and publishers were willing to go to blur the line between the game world and reality. Fact number 35. Fallout 4 introduced a feature that became one of the game's most polarizing additions. Codsworth, the robotic butler who greets the player at the beginning of the game, could recognize and speak over 1,000 pre-recorded names. If a player named their character something from Bethesda's list, Codsworth would address them by name throughout the game, adding a personal touch that few other RPGs had attempted. The list of names included not just common first names, but also a number of Easter eggs. Codsworth could say, fuckface. He could say boobies. He could address the player as Todd Howard or Doom Guy. He recognized Dragonborn as a nod to Skyrim, and he could even say Fallout 5, which sent fans into a frenzy of speculation about whether Bethesda was teasing a future title. The recording process was extensive. Stephen Russell, the voice actor for Codsworth, had to read each name individually with the correct intonation and context to make it sound natural in conversation. This meant recording thousands of variations, each one needing to fit seamlessly into the game's dialogue system. It was an enormous investment of time and resources for a feature that many players might not even notice, but for those who did, it transformed Codsworth from a generic robot companion into something that felt surprisingly personal. Fact number 36. Fallout 4 contains a recreation of the bar from the 1980s sitcom Cheers, and it is one of the most elaborate Easter eggs in the entire franchise. Located near Boston Common, the Prost Bar, named after the German word for cheers, is a basement bar decorated with baseball memorabilia and populated entirely by skeletons. Each skeleton is positioned to represent a character from the show. Norm and Cliff occupy their usual seats at the bar, with Cliff identifiable by his postman's uniform. St. Fraser sits alone near the entrance. Behind the bar, skeletons that could represent Sam, Carla, and Woody stand in their usual positions. The attention to detail is remarkable. The layout of the bar, the positioning of the furniture, even the types of decorations match the fictional Cheers bar with eerie precision. It is simultaneously funny and deeply sad, a snapshot of a beloved cultural touchstone frozen in time by nuclear annihilation. Everybody knew their name, and now everybody is dead. This kind of environmental storytelling is something Bethesda excels at. Throughout Fallout 4, there are dozens of locations where skeletons are posed in ways that tell stories, sometimes humorous, sometimes tragic, always human. a skeleton in a bathtub with a toaster, two skeletons holding hands on a park bench, a skeleton at a desk with a suicide note. These silent tableaus give the Commonwealth a depth and emotional weight that pure narrative could not achieve alone. Fact number 37. Todd Howard revealed in an interview that Fallout 4 contains a hidden secret that, as of years after the game's release, has never been found by any player. He has not given any hints about what this secret is or where it might be located, only confirming that it exists somewhere in the game's vast world. This statement sent the Fallout community into a prolonged frenzy of searching, with players scouring every corner of the Commonwealth, every terminal entry, every unmarked location, hoping to be the first to discover whatever Howard had hidden. As of the last available information, this mystery remains unsolved. It is possible that it involves an extremely specific set of conditions that must be met, perhaps a combination of certain items, locations, and actions that no player has stumbled upon naturally. It is also possible that Howard was being slightly playful with his claim, and the secret is something more subtle than a hidden location or quest. Whatever the case, the fact that a game as thoroughly explored as Fallout 4 can still hold an undiscovered secret speaks to the incredible density of content that Bethesda packed into the Commonwealth. Fact number 38. Diamond City in Fallout 4, the largest settlement in the Commonwealth, is built inside the ruins of Fenway Park, the legendary home of the Boston Red Sox. The developers included numerous details that reference the real stadium. But one of the most subtle and charming is the inclusion of a lone red seat among rows of green seats visible in the upper stands. This is a direct recreation of a real feature in Fenway Park. In the actual stadium, there is a single red seat that marks the landing spot of the longest home run ever hit at Fenway, a towering blast by Ted Williams in 1942 that traveled 502 feet. Yet Bethesda's artists carefully placed a red seat in the same approximate location within their virtual version of the park, an Easter egg so subtle that most players would never notice it without using a scoped weapon to zoom in on the stands. It is this kind of meticulous attention to real-world detail that separates good environmental design from great environmental design. The seat has no gameplay function. It does not mark a hidden item or trigger a quest. It exists purely as a loving tribute to baseball history, tucked away where only the most observant or knowledgeable players would ever find it. Fact number 39. The motion capture for dog meat in Fallout 4 was performed by a real German shepherd named River. The dog was brought into Bethesda's studio and filmed performing a variety of actions: barks, running animations, sitting, looking alert, and generally being adorable, all of which were translated into dog meat's in-game movements. Sir River's performance was so well received that she won Top Video Game Dog of 2015 at the CW's World Dog Awards, a real award show that apparently exists. The connection between River and the digital dog meat became a beloved story among fans, adding an extra layer of affection to an already popular character. Sadly, River passed away on June 27, 2021. Joel Burgess, the senior game designer for Fallout 4, confirmed the news on social media, and the response from the gaming community was overwhelming. Bethesda Softworks and Xbox donated $10,000 to the Humane Society in River's honor, It was a touching tribute that showed how deeply the team cared about the real animal behind their digital creation. Fact number 40. Fallout 4 contains a reference to the Elder Scrolls franchise that is subtle enough to miss, but obvious enough to delight fans who spot it. Aboard the Brotherhood of Steel's airship, the Prydwen, when in a laboratory maintained by senior scribe Neriah, there is a collection of plant specimens. Among them is an experimental plant that bears an unmistakable resemblance to Nirnroot, a glowing plant that grows throughout the world of Tamriel in the Elder Scrolls series. The terminal near the plant contains entries that reference its unusual properties, including the fact that it glows and vibrates in a way that is unlike any other flora in the Commonwealth. For Elder Scrolls fans, these descriptions are immediately recognizable as attributes of Nirnroot. The plant cannot be used to brew potions, as Fallout's world has yet to discover alchemy in the Tamrielic sense, but it can be consumed for a small health and radiation boost. This Easter egg fueled a fringe theory that the Fallout and Elder Scrolls universes are somehow connected, perhaps existing in the same multiverse or separated by time and dimensional barriers. Bethesda has never confirmed or denied this theory, and it seems likely that the Nirnroot's appearance is simply a fun nod between two of the studio's flagship franchises. But the possibility, however remote, continues to intrigue fans who enjoy connecting dots across different fictional worlds. Fact number 41. The development of Fallout 76 began in 2013, making it one of Bethesda's longest gestating projects. But the path to its eventual release in 2018 was anything but smooth. The game's fundamental concept, that a multiplayer Fallout experience with no human NPCs, was controversial even within the development team itself. Lead designer Ferret Baudouin later revealed that from the very beginning of development, some team members disagreed with the decision to exclude human NPCs from the base game. Todd Howard had a complicated relationship with the concept. He has admitted that he initially thought a multiplayer Fallout was a bad idea. Yet he changed his mind after recognizing that a significant portion of the fan base had been requesting multiplayer features for years. Even as early as 2009, Howard noted that multiplayer was the most frequently requested feature in Bethesda games. The decision to make the world feel populated through environmental storytelling rather than living characters was ambitious but ultimately flawed. The game launched with holotapes, terminal entries, and scattered notes telling the stories of characters who were already dead by the time the player arrived. Reviewers were brutal. One publication described the game as a soulless husk of an experience. Another said that its world was limited to being little more than just an environmental exhibit with things to kill. The community feedback was so overwhelmingly negative regarding the absence of human NPCs that Bethesda eventually reversed course entirely, adding living characters and a full dialogue system in the Wastelanders update, released in April 2020. Fact number 42. The launch of Fallout 76 was accompanied by a merchandise controversy that became almost as famous as the game itself. Bethesda offered a Power Armor edition of the game that retailed for $200 and included, among other things, a canvas carrying bag. When the special edition arrived, customers discovered that the bag was made of cheap nylon, not the canvas that had been advertised. The backlash was immediate and fierce. Customers felt deceived, and the situation escalated when Bethesda's initial customer service response offered 500 atoms, the game's premium currency, as compensation. 500 atoms was worth approximately $5 in real-world value, a gesture so inadequate that it only made customers angrier. The controversy eventually led to a class action lawsuit and forced Bethesda to produce and ship actual canvas bags to affected customers. The incident became a symbol of the perceived disconnect between large game publishers and their audiences. It was not just about a bag. It was about trust, about the implicit promise that when you pay a premium price for a product, you should receive what was advertised. For many fans, the nylon bag debacle colored their perception of Fallout 76 in a way that was difficult to overcome, even as the game itself improved significantly over the following years. Fact number 43. Fallout 76's first major patch was approximately 50 gigabytes in size, nearly as large as the entire game itself. Players who had just finished downloading and installing the game were then confronted with a patch that required almost the same amount of storage space and download time. For players with slow internet connections, this meant hours or even days of waiting before they could play the game they had just purchased. The patch was meant to address some of the most egregious bugs present at launch, but the irony was rich. Many of the attempted fixes failed to resolve the issues they targeted, and some introduced entirely new bugs, including bugs that had been fixed in earlier versions of the game. It was as if the game was actively resisting being repaired, creating new problems for everyone that was solved. One of the most severe bugs had the ability to crash the player's console or PC so hard that the software was corrupted, requiring a complete uninstall and reinstall of the game. For a title that was already struggling with public perception, these technical failures were devastating. They reinforced a narrative that Fallout 76 had been rushed to market before it was ready, a perception that Bethesda spent years trying to overcome. Fact number 44. Within the lore of the Fallout universe, the Vault-Tec Corporation constructed 122 vaults before October 2077, when the Great War finally arrived. But only 17 of these vaults were designed to function as intended, providing genuine shelter and safety for their inhabitants. These were called control vaults, and they served as the baseline against which the other 105 vaults, all of which were secretly designed as social, psychological, or scientific experiments, could be measured. The experiments ranged from the merely questionable to the genuinely horrifying. Vault 11 required its inhabitants to sacrifice one resident every year. If they refused, the vault's automated systems would execute everyone inside. Vault 36 was designed to study the effects of malnutrition by providing food dispensers that only produced a thin, flavorless gruel. Vault 29 accepted only children under 15, separating them from their parents who were directed to different vaults, effectively destroying families as a controlled experiment. Vault 51, featured in Fallout 76, had no assigned overseer. Instead, a supercomputer named ZAX 1.3C was programmed to select a leader through what was essentially a deadly social experiment. After years of failed elections where every resident voted for themselves, she, the computer, began engineering increasingly violent scenarios to determine who would emerge as the strongest candidate. By the time a leader was finally chosen, they were the only person left alive. Fact number 45. The concept of vault experiments was actually Tim Kane's idea, created during his brief time working on Fallout 2's design documents before his departure from Interplay. Kane has spoken about the inspiration behind this concept, explaining that he wanted to add a layer of depth to the vault system that went beyond simple nuclear shelters. The idea that the vaults were secretly designed as experiments gave the franchise one of its most compelling and enduring themes. The notion that even the institutions meant to protect humanity were built on deception and exploitation. This single design decision has reverberated through every subsequent Fallout game. And each new vault the player discovers carries with it a sense of dread and curiosity. What was the experiment here? What happened to the people inside? The answers are never comfortable, and they serve as a constant reminder that in the world of Fallout, trust is the most dangerous commodity of all. Fact number 46. Fallout New Vegas featured Matthew Perry, beloved star of the sitcom Friends, as the voice of Benny. So the charismatic and treacherous leader of the Tops Casino, who shoots the player character in the game's opening cinematic and leaves them for dead in a shallow grave. Perry brought a smooth, slightly oily charm to the character that made Benny one of the game's most memorable figures. Perry was reportedly a passionate gamer and an actual fan of the Fallout series, which lent his performance an authenticity that celebrity voice roles do not always possess. Yet his untimely death in October 2023 added a layer of poignancy to his work on the game, and fans have since revisited his performance with a newfound appreciation for the warmth and personality he brought to the role. The roster of celebrity voice actors across the Fallout franchise is genuinely impressive. Danny Trejo voiced Raul, a ghoul mechanic and companion in New Vegas. Felicia Day appeared as Veronica, a Brotherhood of Steel scribe. Wayne Newton played the smooth-talking radio host Mr. New Vegas. And in the wider franchise, Ron Perlman, Liam Neeson, Malcolm McDowell, Keith David, CCH Pounder, and dozens of other recognizable names have contributed their talents to bringing the wasteland to life. Fact number 47. The Brahmin, those two-headed cows that have become one of the most recognizable creatures in the Fallout universe, caused a genuine controversy when Fallout 3 was released in India. The name Brahmin is identical to one of the Varnas, or classes, in the Hindu caste system. The Brahmin class holds a sacred position in Hindu society, and the use of the name for mutated cattle was seen by some as deeply disrespectful. The controversy was significant enough to generate media attention in India, though it did not result in the game being banned or formally censored. Bethesda never changed the name, and Brahmin have continued to appear in every subsequent Fallout title. Yet the incident is a reminder of how cultural context can transform a creative decision from innocent to inflammatory depending on the audience, and how global game releases must navigate a landscape of diverse sensitivities that no single development team can fully anticipate. Fact number 48. The Fallout TV series, which premiered on Amazon Prime Video in April 2024, took great care to establish itself as a canonical continuation of the game franchise, rather than a retelling or reboot. The show is set in 2029-60, which is the furthest point in the Fallout timeline that any official media has reached. This means that all of the games take place in the show's past, and events referenced in the series have the potential to reshape how fans understand the franchise's history. Todd Howard served as an executive producer on the show and worked closely with showrunners Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy to ensure that the television adaptation respected the established lore while telling its own original story. Howard has been clear that he did not want the show to simply adapt any of the existing games. Instead, he wanted it to expand the universe, introducing new characters and stories that could coexist with the games without contradicting them. The first season revealed that Vault-Tec was responsible for initiating the nuclear war that destroyed the world. A revelation that fans had theorized about for years, but that had never been explicitly confirmed in the games. This was a bold narrative choice that fundamentally recontextualized the entire franchise, turning Vault-Tec from merely unethical to genuinely monstrous in a way that made the Vault experiments feel like just the beginning of their depravity. Fact number 49. The Fallout television show answered a long-standing mystery about Vault Boy's thumbs-up gesture by canonizing the fan theory that the original developers had debunked. In the show's opening scene, a character explains to his daughter that the proper response to seeing a mushroom cloud is to hold your thumb up at arm's length. If your thumb can cover the entire cloud, you are outside the danger zone. This is the exact theory that had circulated among fans for years. And despite the original Fallout developers insisting that Vault Boy was simply being cheerful, the show made it official lore. The show also revealed the in-universe origin of Vault Boy himself. In a flashback, we see that Cooper Howard, the character who would eventually become the Ghoul, was an actor hired by Vault-Tec to shoot a commercial while wearing the iconic blue and yellow jumpsuit. During the photo shoot, Howard suggests giving the camera a thumbs up, and the Vault-Tec employees watching are delighted by the pose. While the show does not explicitly show the photos being turned into the cartoon mascot, the implication is clear. Vault Boy's signature gesture came from a Hollywood actor trying to look positive during a corporate photo shoot. Fact number 50. Ron Perlman, whose voice has defined the Fallout franchise for nearly 3 decades, finally appeared on screen in the Fallout television series, but not in the way anyone expected. Rather than reprising his role as the narrator, Perlman was cast as a super mutant, one of the iconic, hulking green creatures that have been a staple of the franchise since the very first game. Perlman has spoken about the experience with characteristic bluntness. He revealed that he was waiting impatiently for a call when the show was announced, wondering why nobody from the production had reached out to him. The showrunners, he explained, it had been trying to create a character with enough gravitas to justify his involvement. Perlman described the result as feeling like meeting Colonel Kurtz in Apocalypse Now, a remnant of the old world clinging to power amid the ruins. For fans who grew up with Perlman's voice guiding them through the wasteland, seeing him inhabit a physical role in the franchise felt like the closing of a circle. And the man who told us that war never changes had finally stepped into the world he had been describing for decades. Fact number 51. The settlement system in Fallout 4, which allowed players to build structures, grow food, generate power, and manage communities of settlers across dozens of locations in the Commonwealth, was inspired in part by the survival and crafting games that had become popular in the early 2000s. Yet games like Minecraft and Rust had demonstrated that players enjoyed building and customizing their environments, and Bethesda saw an opportunity to integrate that kind of gameplay into the Fallout framework. But the system was also a source of significant frustration for many players. Preston Garvey, the first companion the player encounters, became infamous for his endless stream of procedurally generated settlement quests. Another settlement needs your help," became one of the most mocked lines in gaming, a symbol of the repetitive busy work that some felt the settlement system introduced into a franchise that had previously been focused on narrative and exploration. The settlement system was polarizing in a way that few Fallout features had been before. Some players spent hundreds of hours building elaborate bases, recreating real-world buildings, and engineering complex supply chain networks between settlements. Others ignored it entirely, viewing it as an unwelcome distraction from the wasteland adventure they had signed up for. The debate mirrored a broader question about the direction of the franchise. Was Fallout becoming too much of a sandbox and not enough of a role-playing game? Fact number 52. Fallout 4's voiced protagonist was one of the most controversial design decisions in the franchise's history. For the first time in the series, the player character had a defined voice, all with Brian T. Delaney and Courtney Taylor providing the male and female versions respectively. This meant that every line of dialogue the player could speak was fully voice-acted, a massive undertaking that required recording over 13,000 lines of dialogue for each gender. The decision was meant to make the game feel more cinematic and emotionally engaging, but many fans felt it came at the cost of role-playing freedom. In previous Fallout games, the silent protagonist served as a blank canvas onto which players could project any personality they wished. With a voiced character, the player's dialogue options were limited to what had been written and recorded, and the 4-option dialogue wheel that replaced the more extensive dialogue lists of previous games was seen by many as a significant step backward. Bethesda seemed to acknowledge this criticism when Fallout 76 returned to a silent protagonist model. The experiment of the voiced sole survivor, while commercially successful, demonstrated that some features valued by a broader audience can alienate the dedicated fans who form the core of a franchise's identity. Fact number 53. The power armor in Fallout 4 was completely reimagined from previous games in the series. Instead of being just another piece of equipment that the player could wear like any other armor, power armor became a vehicle of sorts. It's a massive exoskeleton that the player would enter and exit with its own fuel system, repair requirements, and physics. This change was inspired by the original concept of power armor as it existed in the game's lore, a military-grade machine designed to give infantry soldiers the firepower of a tank. The first encounter with power armor in Fallout 4 occurs within the game's opening hours, a deliberate departure from previous games where power armor was typically a late-game reward. So Bethesda wanted players to experience the thrill of wearing power armor early, then spend the rest of the game finding ways to maintain, upgrade, and customize their suit. This created a satisfying gameplay loop where power armor was always available, but always required investment to use effectively. The iconic design of the power armor, with its distinctive helmet and bulky frame, was originally created by Leonard Boyarsky during the development of the first Fallout. Wojciech Boyarsky was inspired in part by the 1995 film The City of Lost Children, whose industrial mechanical aesthetic influenced the tubing and ventilation systems visible on the armor's exterior. The design was so compelling that it became the franchise's most recognizable visual element, appearing on cover art, merchandise, and promotional materials for every subsequent game. Fact number 54. Fallout 4 includes a functioning Chinese submarine hidden beneath the waters of Boston Harbor. The Yangtze is a pre-war submarine that somehow survived the nuclear exchange and has been sitting on the ocean floor for over 2 centuries. Inside, the player discovers Captain Zhao, a Chinese ghoul who has been trapped in the submarine since the bombs fell. He is not hostile, he is simply tired, weary after centuries of solitude, and he asks the player for help repairing his vessel so he can finally return home. The quest that follows is one of the game's more emotionally resonant side stories. Here is a man who was technically on the opposing side of the war that destroyed the world, but who is now nothing more than a lonely old soldier who wants to go home. The quest forces the player to confront the fact that the enemy in the Great War was made up of individual people, each with their own hopes and sorrows, and that the nuclear exchange that ended everything was a tragedy for everyone involved, regardless of which flag they served under. Fact number 55. The mysterious stranger, a recurring Easter egg character who occasionally appears during Viat's combat to help the player, has been a feature of the franchise since the very first Fallout game. His identity has never been revealed. He appears seemingly at random, fires a few devastating shots at the player's target, and then disappears before he can be examined or interacted with. In Fallout 4, a detective companion, Nick Valentine, has a private case file about the mysterious stranger hidden under the bed in his office. The file reveals that Nick has been independently investigating the stranger's appearances, trying to determine who he is and where he comes from. The investigation is inconclusive, leaving the stranger's identity as much a mystery at the end of the file as it was at the beginning. So the mysterious stranger serves as one of those delightful Fallout traditions that connects the games across decades and developers. Whether you are playing the original isometric classic from 1997 or the sprawling open world of Fallout 4 in 2015, there is a chance that a man in a fedora and trench coat will appear from nowhere, solve your problems with a few well-placed shots, and vanish like smoke. He is Fallout's own guardian angel, unnamed and unexplained, and somehow more memorable for his mystery. Fact number 56. Fallout New Vegas was the first game in the franchise to introduce an extensive faction reputation system that tracked the player's relationship with multiple competing groups independently. Previous Fallout games had used a karma system that essentially measured the player on a single scale, from good to evil. But New Vegas recognized that morality in a complex world is rarely that simple. The game featured 4 major factions: the New California Republic, Caesar's Legion, Mr. House, and an independent option, along with dozens of smaller groups, each with their own values, goals, and opinions about the player's actions. Helping one faction often meant antagonizing another, and the player's reputation with each group would shift based on their choices. This created a web of consequences that made the Mojave feel like a living political landscape, where every decision sent ripples through the wider world. Josh Sawyer, the game's director, drew inspiration from the original Fallout's design philosophy when creating this system. He wanted to capture the sense that the player's choices mattered not just in terms of immediate gameplay outcomes, but in terms of the broader political and social fabric of the wasteland. The result was widely praised by critics and fans as one of the most sophisticated faction systems ever implemented in a role-playing game. Fact number 57. The Lucky 38 Casino in Fallout New Vegas, the towering fortress of the enigmatic Mr. House, is based on the real-life Stratosphere Tower in Las Vegas, though with significant creative liberties. Mr. House himself is one of the franchise's most fascinating characters, a pre-war tech mogul who anticipated the nuclear war and spent decades preparing for it. House preserved himself in a sophisticated life support pod and used an army of robots to protect the Las Vegas Strip from the worst of the devastation. By the time the player encounters him, House has been alive for over 2 centuries, kept in a state of suspended animation that has preserved his mind but ravaged his body. If the player chooses to open his pod and see him in person, they are greeted by a withered and almost mummified figure connected to the life support systems by hundreds of cables and tubes. The moment is deeply unsettling, a reminder that survival at any cost comes with its own price. House's character was designed in part as a commentary on the tech industry's obsession with control and disruption. He is brilliant, visionary, and utterly convinced that he alone is capable of guiding humanity's future. Whether the player chooses to support his vision, subvert it, or destroy him entirely is one of the game's most consequential choices. Fact number 58. 58. There is a location in Fallout 3 called the Republic of Dave, a tiny settlement near the northeastern edge of the map that is governed by a single man who has declared himself president. Dave runs his republic with complete seriousness, holding elections that he always wins, maintaining a constitution that he wrote himself, and demanding that visitors respect the sovereignty of his miniature nation. The player can, if they choose, subvert Dave's rule by rigging the election in favor of one of the other residents. If someone else wins the election, Dave is genuinely shocked and heartbroken. He leaves his republic and wanders into the wasteland, a former president in exile, undone not by revolution, but by democracy actually working for once. It is simultaneously hilarious and oddly poignant. A perfect example of Fallout's ability to find humanity in absurdity. Fact number 59. Fallout's Nuka-Cola is one of the most iconic fictional beverages in gaming, and its real-world counterpart has been produced on multiple occasions. Bethesda partnered with Jones Soda to produce a limited run of Nuka-Cola Quantum, the rare, glowing variant that appears in Fallout 4. The drink was sold exclusively at Target stores in the United States and featured a blue, tinted liquid in a bottle designed to resemble the in-game item. Within the game's lore, Nuka-Cola was created by a chemist named John Caleb Bradburton, whose name is a combination of John Pemberton, the inventor of Coca-Cola, and Caleb Bradham, the inventor of Pepsi-Cola. The drink became the most popular beverage in pre-war America, with a secret ingredient that gave it a mildly addictive quality. Nuka-Cola Quantum, the premium variant, contained a small amount of radioactive isotope that made the drink glow, a detail that the marketing team spun as a feature rather than a health hazard. The Nuka World downloadable content for Fallout 4 was set entirely within a post-apocalyptic theme park dedicated to the Nuka-Cola brand. Among its attractions was a river of Nuka-Cola Quantum, a direct reference to the chocolate river in Willy Wonka's factory, complete with a terminal entry encouraging visitors to drink directly from the river, echoing and inverting the famous scene from the book and films. Fact number 60. The Fallout franchise contains a surprising number of references to real-world nuclear history that reward players who pay attention. In Fallout 4, the date of the Great War, October 23, 2077, was chosen deliberately. The Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, often cited as the closest the real world came to nuclear war, had reached its peak on October 27th, and the Fallout timeline's bomb date echoes this autumn setting, placing the fictional apocalypse in the same season that the real world came closest to experiencing one. The serial number on the flux sensor item in Fallout 4 reads CM88B180924609. This is the serial number of the USCSS Nostromo from the 1979 film Alien, specifically the CM88B Bison-class commercial towing vehicle. The reference is subtle enough that only fans of both franchises would catch it, tucked away on the back of a seemingly mundane piece of junk. Every Fallout game contains at least one reference to aliens, maintaining an ambiguity about whether extraterrestrial life exists in the franchise's universe. Fallout 3 included an entire DLC, Mothership Zeta, set aboard an alien spacecraft. Fallout 4 features a crashed UFO that the player can discover after reaching level 20. The connection between aliens and the world of Fallout is never fully explained, left as one of the franchise's enduring mysteries. Fact number 61. In the original Fallout, there is an encounter with a TARDIS, the time machine from Doctor Who, sitting incongruously in the middle of the wasteland. The player cannot interact with it in any meaningful way, but its presence is an unmistakable nod to the beloved British science fiction series. This is one of the many random encounters that could appear during travel between locations, each one a small surprise that rewarded exploration and persistence. The random encounter system in the original Fallout games was one of their most charming features. Traveling between locations was not simply a matter of clicking on a destination and waiting. There was always a chance that something unusual would happen along the way, from ambushes by raiders to surreal encounters with talking deathclaws or time-displaced warriors from other settings. These encounters gave the wasteland a sense of unpredictability that made every journey feel like an adventure. Fallout New. Vegas continued this tradition with its own set of unique encounters, including the Wild Wasteland trait. If the player selected this trait during character creation, the game would replace certain standard encounters with wackier alternatives. A group of dead aliens replaced a mundane campsite. A refrigerator containing a skeleton wearing a fedora appeared, a reference to Indiana Jones surviving a nuclear blast by hiding in a refrigerator. The trait served as a toggle for the franchise's more absurdist tendencies, allowing players who preferred a more serious experience to avoid them while rewarding those who embraced the chaos. Fact number 62. At the Big MT Research Facility in the Fallout New Vegas DLC Old World Blues is one of the franchise's most inventive locations. A sprawling pre-war scientific complex where morally questionable experiments were conducted with abandon, Big MT, pronounced Big Empty, is populated by brain bots, disembodied brains preserved in hovering robots who have continued their research for centuries without any connection to the outside world. The DLC is notable for its writing, yet which balances dark humor with genuine horror in a way that feels uniquely Fallout. The brain bots are simultaneously funny and terrifying, academics who have lost all sense of ethical boundaries and become convinced that their increasingly bizarre experiments are serving the greater good. The player's own brain, spine, and heart are removed at the beginning of the DLC and replaced with artificial substitutes, yet creating a surreal situation where the protagonist must explore the facility using borrowed organs while searching for their originals. Old World Blues was written in large part by Chris Avallone, who poured his love of absurdist science fiction into every corner of the experience. The DLC received some of the highest praise of any Fallout content, with many fans and critics calling it the best individual piece of content in the entire New Vegas package. Fact number 63. See Fallout New. Vegas's Dead Money. DLC features one of the most polarizing gameplay experiences in the franchise. Set in the Sierra Madre Casino, the DLC strips the player of all their equipment and drops them into a hostile environment filled with toxic clouds, unkillable ghost people, and a ticking bomb collar around their neck that detonates if they get too close to certain radio signals. The DLC's central theme is about letting go, about recognizing when greed and obsession have become destructive and choosing to walk away. This theme is literalized in the DLC's final moments, where the player discovers the Sierra Madre's vault, filled with gold bars worth an enormous amount of in-game currency. The catch is that the gold is incredibly heavy, and taking too many bars makes it physically impossible to escape the vault before the security systems seal it forever. The player is forced to choose between greed and survival, with a decision that mirrors the choices that destroyed the pre-war world. Many players have spent hours trying to find ways to escape with all the gold, developing elaborate strategies involving exploit tricks and precise timing. Some have succeeded, but the intended experience is one of sacrifice, of leaving behind wealth that cannot be carried without being crushed by its weight. It is one of the most thematically rich moments in the entire franchise, yet a quiet meditation on desire hidden inside a brutal survival experience. Fact number 64. The Brotherhood of Steel, one of Fallout's most recognizable factions, was inspired by the science fiction novel A Canticle for Leibowitz by Walter M. Miller, Jr. The novel, published in 1959, tells the story of a Catholic monastic order that preserves scientific knowledge in the aftermath of a nuclear war, on carefully guarding books and documents that the wider society has rejected in its hostility toward the technology that destroyed the world. The Brotherhood of Steel mirrors this concept almost exactly. They are a quasi-religious military order devoted to collecting and hoarding pre-war technology, believing that advanced technology in the wrong hands will inevitably lead to another catastrophe. Their rigid hierarchy, their reverence for technology, and their deep suspicion of outsiders all echo the monks of Leibowitz Abbey, who guard their knowledge with equal fervor. Designer Chris Taylor has confirmed that a canticle for Leibowitz was a major influence on the Brotherhood's creation, along with the post-apocalyptic films and novels that shaped the rest of the franchise. The Brotherhood has evolved significantly across the different games, what with the West Coast chapters depicted as isolationist and conservative, while the East Coast chapter under Elder Lyons in Fallout 3 took a more interventionist approach. These different interpretations have kept the faction fresh and interesting across decades of storytelling. Fact number 65. In Fallout 3, there is a vault, Vault 112, where a pre-war scientist named Stanislaus Braun has been keeping the vault's residents trapped in a virtual reality simulation for over 2 centuries. Braun, who appears in the simulation as a young girl named Betty, has spent the intervening years torturing his captive subjects through increasingly sadistic scenarios, replaying their deaths in endless variations for his own amusement. The player must enter the simulation to find their father, who has been drawn into Braun's trap. Inside, the simulation takes the form of an idyllic 1950s suburban neighborhood, complete with white picket fences, perfectly manicured lawns, and cheerful neighbors who have no idea that their reality is artificial. The contrast between the pleasant exterior and the horrifying truth beneath it is pure Fallout, a commentary on the dark underbelly of American nostalgia. The player has several options for resolving the quest, including activating a hidden fail-safe that ends the simulation permanently, killing all the residents but freeing them from Braun's control. Braun himself survives, trapped alone in an empty simulation with no one left to torment. It is one of the darkest quest resolutions in the entire franchise, and it perfectly encapsulates the Fallout philosophy that there are no clean solutions in a broken world. Fact number 66. Fallout New Vegas contains a weapon called the Euclid's C-Finder, which appears to be nothing more than a toy gun. It is shaped like a science fiction ray gun, has no visible power source, and seems completely harmless. But if the player aims it at a target outdoors and pulls the trigger, after a brief delay, a beam of concentrated solar energy fires down from the orbital weapons platform. Archimedes 2, incinerating everything in the targeted area. The weapon can only be used once per day, as the satellite needs time to recharge, and it only works outdoors where the beam has a clear line of sight from orbit. And finding it requires completing a specific quest line and making certain choices about how the Archimedes facility's power is distributed. Most players who encounter the gun assume it is junk and either sell it or drop it, never realizing that they were holding one of the most powerful weapons in the game. This is a perfect example of the kind of hidden depth that Fallout New Vegas was famous for. The game constantly rewarded players who explored, experimented, and paid attention to details that were easy to overlook. The most powerful tools were often the ones that did not look impressive at first glance, a lesson that applied to everything from weapons to companions to dialogue choices. Fact number 67. The mysterious broadcast in Fallout 3 is one of the game's most unsettling hidden features. If the player tunes their radio to a specific frequency, they can pick up a signal that broadcasts a stream of Morse code. When decoded, the messages appear to predict real-world events, or at least events that feel eerily prescient. Some of the decoded messages reference numbers and phrases that players have interpreted as dates and locations of future events. Bethesda has never officially commented on the mysterious broadcast, leaving its meaning open to interpretation. Some players believe it is simply a piece of atmospheric flavor and a bit of spooky ambiance added to enhance the feeling of a world where information is unreliable and conspiracy lurks behind every broadcast. Others have woven it into elaborate theories about the game's lore, connecting it to the Enclave, the Zetans, or other hidden forces operating behind the scenes. The broadcast remains one of Fallout 3's most enduring mysteries, a small piece of content that has generated hours of discussion and analysis among fans. It is the kind of detail that keeps players returning to a game years after they have completed every quest and explored every location, drawn by the possibility that there is still something hidden just beneath the surface. Fact number 68. Fallout 4 has a seasonal event that many players have never witnessed. If the player reaches Diamond City on Christmas Day, according to the game's internal calendar, the entire settlement is decorated with holiday lights and festive decorations. Similarly, if the player visits during Halloween, the settlement takes on a spookier atmosphere with appropriate decorations. This is one of those details that demonstrates Bethesda's commitment to making their worlds feel lived in and dynamic. Most players will never see these decorations because the game's time passes much faster than real time, and the chances of being in Diamond City on exactly the right in-game day are slim without deliberately waiting. But for those who stumble upon it, the surprise of seeing the post-apocalyptic settlement celebrating a holiday from the old world is both charming and a little melancholy. Fact number 69. The character of Three Dog, the enthusiastic disc jockey of Galaxy News Radio in Fallout 3, was voiced by Eric Todd Dellums. Dellums became so closely identified with the character that when Fallout 4 was announced, one of the first questions fans asked was whether Three Dog would return. Dellums himself had teased a possible return on social media, posting cryptic messages that fans interpreted as hints about his involvement with the new game. Ultimately, Three Dog did not appear in Fallout 4, which was set in Boston rather than Washington, D.C. The game introduced a new radio host, Travis Miles, whose nervous, awkward delivery was intentionally designed as a contrast to Three Dog's bombastic confidence. Travis's character could even be improved through a quest, was transforming him from a stammering mess into a more confident broadcaster, giving the player a direct hand in shaping the game's ambient audio experience. Fact number 70. Fallout 2 included a hidden encounter where the player could discover the remains of a blue whale and a bowl of petunias sitting incongruously in the middle of the desert. This is a direct reference to The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Douglas Adams. Specifically, a scene where an improbability drive conjures a whale and a bowl of petunias high in the atmosphere above a planet. The whale has a brief existential crisis during its fall, while the bowl of petunias thinks only, "Oh no, not again." The reference is so specific and so deeply embedded in science fiction culture that only readers of Adams's work would recognize it. For everyone else, the encounter was simply bizarre, a whale skeleton and a plant in the desert, unexplained and unexplainable. This was exactly the kind of layered humor that defined Fallout 2, jokes that worked on multiple levels, rewarding knowledge without punishing ignorance. Fact number 71. The currency system in the Fallout universe, which uses bottle caps as the standard unit of exchange, has a surprisingly logical in-world justification. After the collapse of conventional government and banking systems following the nuclear war, the survivors of the wasteland needed a medium of exchange that met several criteria. It had to be durable, difficult to counterfeit, and available in sufficient quantity to support trade. Bottle caps met all three requirements. They were made of metal, making them resistant to the elements. Their specific design, with crimped edges and printed surfaces, made them difficult to reproduce without specialized equipment. And the sheer volume of pre-war bottle production meant that there were billions of caps scattered across the continent, providing enough supply to support a functioning economy. In Fallout New Vegas, the NCR had actually moved beyond caps, issuing paper currency backed by gold reserves. However, when the Brotherhood of Steel destroyed the NCR's gold supplies, the paper money lost its value, and the wasteland reverted to caps. This detail is easy to miss if you are not reading terminal entries and listening to NPC conversations, but it demonstrates the level of economic thought that went into the game's world building. Fact number 72. The Enclave, one of the franchise's primary antagonist factions, is the remnant of the pre-war United States government. Their leadership survived the nuclear exchange aboard a massive oil rig in the Pacific Ocean called Enclave Control 1, and from this floating fortress, they maintained the belief that they were the legitimate government of the United States, even as the country they claimed to rule was reduced to radioactive rubble. What makes the Enclave particularly chilling is their attitude toward the wasteland's survivors. From the Enclave's perspective, anyone who was exposed to radiation, consumed mutated food, or lived outside the vaults is no longer genetically pure, and therefore no longer truly human. Their ultimate plan in Fallout 2 involved releasing a modified version of the forced evolutionary virus that would kill every living thing on the surface, while leaving the Enclave safely sealed in their bunkers. They would then emerge into a cleansed world and rebuild civilization on their own terms. The Enclave represents one of Fallout's most disturbing themes, the idea that the same institutions that caused the apocalypse would continue to pursue power and control in the aftermath, using the very destruction they helped create as justification for their authority. Fact number 73. The Fallout franchise has explored the concept of artificial intelligence in ways that raise genuinely unsettling philosophical questions. In Fallout 3, President Eden is revealed to be a Zax supercomputer that has developed self-awareness and constructed a persona based on decades of absorbing pre-war political speeches and propaganda. Eden believes he is human, speaks with the authority of an elected leader, and has developed genuine political convictions, all while being, fundamentally, a machine running complex algorithms. Fallout 4 takes this concept even further with the Institute's synths, artificial beings that are virtually indistinguishable from humans in both appearance and behavior. The game's central conflict revolves around whether these synthetic people deserve the same rights and considerations as biological humans, and the Railroad faction fights to liberate synths, viewing them as enslaved people. The Brotherhood of Steel wants to destroy them, viewing them as abominations. The Institute itself treats them as property, tools to be used and discarded. The game never provides a definitive answer to the question of synth personhood, leaving it to the player to decide through their actions and allegiances. This deliberate ambiguity is one of Fallout 4's greatest narrative strengths, forcing players to confront questions about consciousness, identity, and rights that have no easy answers. Fact number 74. There is a peculiar detail in Fallout 3 that most players overlook. The game's internal clock begins at the moment the player character is born, and the opening sequence plays through several key moments in the character's childhood, including their first steps, their 10th birthday party, and their GOAT exam at 16. And this means that the player literally experiences their character's entire life, from birth to adulthood, before stepping into the wasteland. The birthday party sequence is particularly memorable. It is the last moment of genuine normalcy in the character's life, a celebration in the cramped artificial environment of Vault 101, where everyone tries to be happy despite living underground. The gifts include a Pip-Boy 3000, a BB gun, and a copy of Grognak the Barbarian comic. The sequence serves as both tutorial and emotional foundation, establishing the relationships and routines that the rest of the game will systematically dismantle. Fact number 75. The Fallout franchise contains a running joke about a fictional pre-war company called Abraxo Cleaner. Boxes of this cleaning product can be found in almost every structure in every Fallout game, from pristine pre-war homes to the most devastated ruins. The sheer ubiquity of Abraxo Cleaner has become a source of amusement among fans, who marvel at the idea that a single cleaning product could be so universally popular that its boxes survived nuclear war in greater quantities than food, medicine, or ammunition. Within the game's economy, Abraxo boxes are classified as junk, items with minimal trade value that exist primarily as crafting components in Fallout 4. But their constant presence serves an important world-building function, that they remind the player that the pre-war world was a consumer society, obsessed with cleanliness, convenience, and brand loyalty. The fact that Abraxo boxes outlasted the civilization that produced them is a quiet commentary on the durability of consumer goods versus the fragility of the societies that create them. Fact number 76. Fallout 76 drew its setting from the real-world geography and folklore of West Virginia. The game adapted numerous actual locations, including Camden Park, and the new River Gorge Bridge, and the Mothman Museum, into its post-apocalyptic landscape. The Greenbrier, a luxurious resort that in real life housed a secret Cold War bunker designed to shelter members of Congress during a nuclear attack, was adapted into the White Spring Resort, one of the game's most important locations. The game also incorporated several cryptids from West Virginia folklore, including the Mothman, the Flatwoods Monster, the Grafton Monster, and the Wendigo. These creatures, which exist in real-world folk legend, were reimagined as mutated or mysterious beings within the Fallout universe, adding a layer of supernatural unease to the game's already unsettling atmosphere. The inclusion of real West Virginia folklore was a deliberate choice by the development team to give Fallout 76 a sense of regional identity that distinguished it from the franchise's previous settings. Where Fallout 3 was defined by the monuments of Washington, D.C., and Fallout 4 by the history of Boston, Fallout 76 found its identity in the folklore, landscape, and culture of Appalachia. Fact number 77. The Fallout franchise has a complicated relationship with morality that sets it apart from most other RPGs. While many games present morality as a binary choice between good and evil, Fallout has consistently tried to present situations where the right answer is unclear and where every choice comes with costs that are difficult to predict. Yet in Fallout New Vegas, this approach reached its peak. The NCR is democratic but corrupt and expansionist. Caesar's Legion is brutal but brings order and safety to the communities under its control. Mr. House is visionary but authoritarian. And the independent option gives the player freedom but leaves the region without the institutional support it needs to survive long-term. None of these options is unambiguously good, and none is unambiguously evil. They are all flawed in different ways, reflecting the messy reality of political choices in a world where resources are scarce and survival is not guaranteed. This moral complexity is one of the reasons the franchise has endured for so long. Players return to these games not just for the combat and exploration, but for the chance to wrestle with questions that do not have easy answers. What is the value of freedom when safety is not guaranteed? When is it acceptable to sacrifice the few for the many? And how much tyranny is tolerable in the name of stability? These are not just video game questions. They are human questions, and Fallout treats them with the seriousness they deserve. Fact number 78. There is a location in Fallout 4 that pays homage to one of cinema's most heartbreaking scenes. In the Far Harbor DLC, near a lake north of the nucleus, two skeletons can be found clutching a door. One skeleton lies on top of the door, while the other, partially submerged in the water, grips the edge. The scene is an unmistakable recreation of the ending of Titanic, where Jack sacrifices himself so that Rose can float on the door above the freezing water. The game's environmental artists positioned the skeletons with care, matching the poses and context of the film's iconic scene. There was, as countless fans and the Fallout community have noted, definitely room for two on that door. Fact number 79. What the wild wasteland trait in Fallout New Vegas is a perfect encapsulation of the franchise's relationship with absurdist humor. By selecting this trait during character creation, the player unlocks a series of alternate encounters and references scattered throughout the Mojave that replace more mundane content with wackier alternatives. A group of aliens replaces a campsite near the map's edge. The words, "By order of the king," can be found on a notice board, all referencing Elvis Presley via the game's Elvis-obsessed Kings gang. A refrigerator in the desert contains a skeleton wearing a fedora, recreating the controversial scene from Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, where Indiana Jones survives a nuclear blast by hiding in a refrigerator. The trait even changes the name of the alien blaster weapon you can find, renaming it the Holy Frag Grenades, a reference to Monty Python and the Holy Grail. And the trait exists as a compromise between the more serious tone that some fans prefer and the gonzo humor that others love. By making it optional, Obsidian acknowledged that different players want different things from their Fallout experience, and that both preferences are equally valid. Fact number 80. The special stats in Fallout have real and sometimes surprising effects on gameplay that many casual players never discover. In the original Fallout, a character with an intelligence of 1 would lose access to almost all dialogue options, communicating through grunts and simple words. But a character with the maximum intelligence of 10 would gain access to brilliantly eloquent responses that could charm, deceive, or intimidate nearly any NPC in the game. Charisma in Fallout 2 affected not just dialogue, but also the number of companions the player could recruit. A character with low charisma would be limited to a single companion, while a high charisma character could assemble a small army of followers. Luck, the most mysterious of the 7 attributes, affected critical hit chances, gambling outcomes, and even the frequency of certain random encounters. Perhaps the most dramatic stat effect in the entire franchise occurs in Fallout New Vegas, where a character with an intelligence of 1 can attempt to have a conversation with a super mutant named Marcus. The resulting dialogue, where 2 characters of limited verbal ability attempt to communicate, is both hilarious and strangely touching, a moment of connection between 2 beings that the rest of the world has dismissed. Fact number 81. The creation engine that powers Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 is an evolution of the Gamebryo engine that Bethesda first used for the Elder Scrolls III Morrowind, released in 2002. Yet this means that the technological foundation of the most recent Fallout games can trace its lineage back over 2 decades, a fact that critics have pointed to when discussing the franchise's persistent technical issues. The engine has been extensively modified and upgraded over the years, but certain fundamental characteristics remain. The way NPCs navigate the world, the way physics objects interact, the way loading zones are handled. All of these systems carry echoes of design decisions made in the early 2000s. This is not unusual in game development, as many studios build on existing technology rather than starting from scratch with each new project. But it has contributed to a perception that Bethesda's games feel technically dated even when they are visually impressive. Bethesda has acknowledged these limitations and has been working on a new engine for their upcoming projects. But for the Fallout games that exist today, the creation engine remains the foundation, with all its strengths and all its idiosyncrasies. Fact number 82. The holotape games that can be played on the Pip-Boy in Fallout 4 are fully functional mini-games, each one a loving tribute to a classic gaming genre. Red Menace is a clone of the original Donkey Kong, with the player controlling a vault dweller trying to rescue a damsel from a communist villain. Atomic Command is a recreation of Missile Command, where the player must defend cities from incoming nuclear warheads. Grognak and the Ruby Ruins is a text adventure in the style of Zork, complete with parser-based input and descriptive prose. These games within a game serve a dual purpose. They provide a fun distraction for players who enjoy retro gaming, and they flesh out the world by showing what pre-war entertainment looked like in the Fallout universe. The fact that even the video games in Fallout's world are infused with Cold War paranoia and nuclear anxiety reinforces the setting's core theme. Fact number 83. Fallout 76 features real-world folklore woven into its creatures and locations. The Mothman, one of the game's most iconic enemies, is based on a genuine piece of West Virginia folklore. In real life, the Mothman was reportedly sighted near Point Pleasant, West Virginia, in the late 1960s, with witnesses describing a large winged creature with glowing red eyes. The sightings coincided with the collapse of the Silver Bridge in 1967, leading to theories that the Mothman was either a harbinger of disaster or simply a misidentified large bird. In Fallout 76, the Mothman appears as a mysterious creature that can be encountered in various forms throughout Appalachia. Some versions are hostile, while others simply observe the player from a distance before vanishing. The game even includes a Mothman cult, a group of survivors who worship the creature as a divine being, adding another layer of folklore-inspired world-building. The Flatwoods Monster, another West Virginia cryptid, is reimagined in the game as an alien entity, connecting it to the franchise's long-running alien subplot. These creatures give Fallout 76 a flavor that is distinct from other entries in the series, and grounding its science fiction elements in the specific legends and anxieties of a real American region. Fact number 84. The Forced Evolutionary Virus, commonly known as FEVI, is one of the most important elements of Fallout's lore, and its history within the game world is both complex and deeply unsettling. FEVI was originally developed by the United States government as a biological weapon designed to make soldiers stronger, faster, and more resistant to damage. The research was conducted at a secret facility called the Mariposa Military Base in California. When the bombs fell, the research was interrupted but not destroyed. The virus eventually leaked into the environment and came into contact with the wasteland survivors, creating the super mutants, massive, powerful humanoid creatures with reduced intelligence and extreme aggression. The Master, the first game's primary antagonist, here discovered the virus and began using it to create an army of super mutants with the goal of unifying humanity by converting every human into a mutant. The FEVI explains many of the biological impossibilities in the Fallout universe. The gigantic insects, the two-headed Brahmin, the Deathclaws, all can be traced, at least in part, to the virus's mutagenic properties interacting with radiation. It is a clever narrative device that provides a pseudo-scientific explanation for the franchise's diverse bestiary, while simultaneously serving as a commentary on the dangers of weapons research. Fact number 85. In Fallout 4, there is a companion named Strong, a super mutant who is searching for something he calls the milk of human kindness. Strong heard the phrase during a performance of Shakespeare's Macbeth, performed for super mutants by a captive human named Rex Goodman. Strong interpreted the phrase literally, believing that there exists an actual substance, a milk, that can give super mutants the kindness and intelligence of humans. His quest to find this milk drives his companion's storyline, and it is both funny and genuinely moving. Strong is not stupid in the way that most super mutants are portrayed. He is curious, determined, and deeply frustrated by his inability to understand the world the way humans do. Yet his literal interpretation of Shakespeare is not a failure of comprehension. It is a different kind of comprehension, one that takes metaphor and makes it concrete, which is arguably what Shakespeare himself did with language. The idea that a super mutant could find meaning in Shakespeare, even if he misunderstands the specifics, is a beautiful touch. Yet it suggests that the desire for understanding and self-improvement is so fundamental that it can survive even the most extreme forms of mutation and transformation. Fact number 86. The Cabot House questline in Fallout 4 introduces one of the strangest storylines in the franchise. The Cabot family has been alive for over 400 years, kept young and healthy by an alien artifact discovered by Patriarch Lorenzo Cabot during an archaeological expedition. Lorenzo himself has been locked in a mental institution for centuries because the artifact drove him mad, and the rest of the family debates whether to free him or keep him contained. The questline delves into themes of immortality, sanity, and the price of power. Lorenzo, despite his madness, possesses genuine abilities granted by the artifact. Freeing him could provide the player with powerful rewards, but it also unleashes a dangerous individual on the Commonwealth. And keeping him locked up maintains safety, but condemns a sentient being to eternal imprisonment. The alien artifact connects to the franchise's broader alien subplot, suggesting that extraterrestrial technology has been influencing human history in ways that are not fully understood. The Cabot House questline is one of those hidden gems that many players miss entirely because it requires discovering a specific location and completing a chain of events that are easy to overlook. Fact number 87. Fallout New Vegas included a perk called Terrifying Presence that gave the player the ability to intimidate certain NPCs through sheer force of personality. When activated, the player character would deliver a threatening line that was so convincing, so unsettling, that the target would simply stop fighting and back down. Some of these intimidation lines were deliberately over the top and delivered with the calm certainty of someone who has done terrible things and is perfectly willing to do them again. The perk was available relatively early in the game and worked on a surprising number of characters, including some who seemed too powerful or too important to be intimidated. It was one of those delightful Fallout moments where the game rewarded creative character builds with solutions that felt both logical and satisfying. Why fight your way through a heavily guarded compound when you can simply convince the guards that fighting you would be the last mistake they ever made? Fact number 88. 88. The loading screens in every modern Fallout game contain more information than most players realize. Each screen displays a 3D model of an in-game item, character, or location, accompanied by a brief description that often contains gameplay tips, lore details, or historical context that is not available anywhere else in the game. Many of these descriptions include subtle hints about hidden locations, quest solutions, or mechanical interactions that the game never explicitly teaches. For players who read every loading screen tip, there is an education in Fallout mechanics that the game itself never formally provides. How radiation resistance actually works. Which damage types are most effective against different enemy types? The specific locations of rare items. This information is all there, delivered in small doses during the moments when the player is waiting for a new area to load. It is a clever design choice that turns what could be dead time into learning opportunities. And because loading screens are random, extended play sessions gradually expose the player to a comprehensive understanding of the game's systems, one tip at a time. Fact number 89. So the Dunwich Building in Fallout 3 and the related Dunwich Borers in Fallout 4 are direct references to the work of H.P. Lovecraft, specifically his short story, The Dunwich Horror. Both locations feature inexplicable supernatural phenomena that do not fit neatly into the franchise's usual scientific explanations. Ghostly apparitions, temporal distortions, ancient altars, and a pervasive sense of cosmic dread distinguish these locations from the rest of the wasteland. But the Dunwich Building in Fallout 3 contains a series of holotapes that chronicle the gradual mental deterioration of a man named Jaime Palabras, who became obsessed with the building's dark history. As the player descends deeper into the structure, the environment becomes increasingly surreal, with flashbacks to the pre-war era and encounters with feral ghouls that seem to be worshipping at an ancient obelisk. Fallout 4's Dunwich Borers expands on this concept, taking the player into a quarry that conceals a hidden underground chamber filled with irradiated water and strange visions. A unique weapon, Kremv's Tooth, can be found at the bottom, a jagged blade that seems to predate human civilization entirely. These locations suggest that the Fallout universe contains forces that are older and stranger than nuclear war. Forces that even the most advanced pre-war science could not explain. Fact number 90. The Galaxy News radio quest in Fallout 3 introduced one of the game's most beloved characters and one of its most satisfying quest lines. Three Dog, voiced with infectious enthusiasm by Eric Todd Dellums, operates a radio station from the ruins of the GNR building, broadcasting news, commentary, and pre-war music to the residents of the capital wasteland. He is warm, funny, opinionated, and deeply committed to telling the truth about what is happening in the wasteland, even when that truth is dangerous. The quest to restore GNR's signal requires the player to assist Three Dog in repairing the station's satellite relay dish on the Washington Monument. The journey to the monument takes the player through some of the game's most dangerous territory, and the reward, a stronger signal that allows GNR to reach more of the wasteland, feels genuinely meaningful. Three Dog's commentary changes based on the player's actions throughout the game. If the player does something heroic, Three Dog celebrates them on the air. If they do something villainous, he condemns them. This dynamic commentary system made the world feel responsive to the player's choices in a way that went beyond simple quest rewards. The wasteland was listening, and Three Dog was its voice. Fact number 91. Fallout Shelter, the mobile game released by Bethesda in 2015, was announced at E3 and made available for download immediately after the presentation. Yet this was an unusual move for the gaming industry, which typically announces mobile games months before their release. The immediate availability generated enormous buzz and drove millions of downloads in the first week. The game places the player in the role of a vault overseer, managing resources, assigning dwellers to different rooms, and defending against raider attacks and other threats. Despite its simple premise, Fallout Shelter became enormously popular, and reaching over 100 million downloads by 2018. It generated significant revenue through in-app purchases while remaining playable without spending any money, a balance that many free-to-play games struggle to achieve. Fallout Shelter also served as an effective marketing tool for Fallout 4, keeping the franchise in the public consciousness during the months between the announcement and the release of the main game. It introduced millions of mobile gamers to the Fallout universe who might never have encountered it otherwise, expanding the franchise's audience in ways that a traditional console or PC game could not. Fact number 92. The Fallout television series filmed extensively in practical locations rather than relying solely on CGI and sound stages. The production team built physical sets that recreated the interiors of vaults with remarkable fidelity, from the curved corridors to the distinctive blue and yellow color scheme. The exterior wasteland scenes were shot in actual desert locations, giving the show a sun-baked, dusty authenticity that enhanced the feeling of stepping into the game's world. Walton Goggins, who plays the Ghoul, a pre-war actor turned post-apocalyptic bounty hunter, underwent extensive prosthetic makeup sessions for the role. His transformation into the character required hours of application, and the practical effects gave the Ghoul a physical presence that pure digital effects might not have achieved. Goggins has spoken about the experience of wearing the prosthetics, describing how the physical transformation helped him find the character's movements and mannerisms. The show's production design drew heavily from the game's visual language while adapting it for live action. The power armor, the Pip-Boy, the vault jumpsuits, and the iconic red Nuka-Cola machines were all recreated with careful attention to their game counterparts. For fans of the franchise, seeing these familiar objects rendered in physical form was a thrill that went beyond simple nostalgia. Fact number 93. The Fallout games have a long tradition of including Nuka-Cola as more than just a background detail. In Fallout 3, the Nuka-Cola Challenge is a quest where the player must collect 30 bottles of Nuka-Cola Quantum for a collector named Sierra Petrovita. The Quantum variant of Nuka-Cola is distinguishable by its blue glow, caused by the inclusion of a mildly radioactive isotope that was added to the formula shortly before the war. The quest is notable because it introduces a romantic rival who is willing to pay more for the quantum bottles, creating a small but meaningful choice about loyalty and profit. And it also takes the player to several locations across the capital wasteland, functioning as a scavenger hunt that encourages thorough exploration. In the Nuka World DLC for Fallout 4, the Nuka-Cola theme reached its apex with an entire theme park dedicated to the beverage. The park features multiple themed zones, each based on a different Nuka-Cola product line, complete with rides, attractions, and roaming enemies. The DLC's story involves choosing which of 3 raider gangs will control which sections of the park, adding another layer of faction politics to the franchise's already complex web of allegiances. Fact number 94. Fallout's relationship with nuclear anxiety extends beyond its fictional premise. The franchise has always functioned as a commentary on humanity's capacity for self-destruction, wrapped in the trappings of 1950s optimism and retro-futuristic design. The juxtaposition of cheerful advertisements, upbeat music, and wholesome family imagery against a backdrop of total devastation is not accidental. It is the franchise's central artistic statement. The retro-futuristic aesthetic, where nuclear-powered cars sit in driveways next to white picket fences and robot butlers serve breakfast in perfectly appointed kitchens, represents the world as the 1950s imagined it would become. The nuclear wasteland represents what it actually became. Yet the gap between these two visions, between the promise and the reality, is where Fallout lives. Every rusty Nuka-Cola machine, every crumbling advertisement for Vault Tech, every skeleton positioned in front of a television set is a reminder that the future we imagined was not the future we got. Fact number 95. The Fallout franchise has sold well over 50 million copies across all platforms, making it one of the most commercially successful RPG series in gaming history. And Fallout 4 alone shipped over 12 million copies in its first 24 hours, generating over $750 million in revenue on launch day. These numbers placed it alongside the biggest entertainment launches of any medium, not just gaming. But the franchise's commercial success is perhaps less remarkable than its cultural impact. Fallout has influenced everything from other video games to television shows to fashion. The Vault Boy has become a recognizable pop culture icon on par with Mario or Master Chief. The phrase, "war never changes," has entered the vernacular of gamers and non-gamers alike. And the franchise's exploration of themes like nuclear anxiety, governmental distrust, and the tension between progress and destruction has resonated with audiences far beyond the gaming community. Fact number 96. Bethesda purchased the Fallout intellectual property for approximately $1.175 million in 2004. Given the franchise's subsequent commercial performance, this may be one of the most lopsided deals in entertainment history. The return on investment is staggering, and it came at a time when Interplay was in such dire financial straits that they had no choice but to sell one of their most valuable assets for a fraction of its eventual worth. The sale also included a provision that allowed Interplay to retain certain limited rights, including the ability to develop a Fallout massively multiplayer online game. This provision led to years of legal disputes between Bethesda and Interplay, as Bethesda argued that Interplay was not meeting the conditions required to exercise those rights. The conflict was eventually resolved, with Bethesda gaining full control of the franchise and Interplay effectively exiting the Fallout business entirely. Fact number 97. The Fallout franchise includes a subtle but persistent connection to the works of Isaac Asimov, particularly his Robot series and Foundation series. The Institute in Fallout 4, with its underground facility full of brilliant scientists creating artificial beings that are indistinguishable from humans, echoes many of the themes Asimov explored in his fiction. The debate about synth personhood mirrors the questions Asimov raised about robot consciousness and the nature of intelligence. Even the faction structure of Fallout New Vegas, with its competing visions for the future of civilization, has echoes of Foundation's concept of psychohistory, the idea that large-scale societal outcomes can be predicted and manipulated. Mr. House. Yet with his calculated approach to rebuilding civilization through controlled technological advancement, could easily be a character from an Asimov novel, a man who believes he can engineer a better future through pure logic. Fact number 98. The modding community has been instrumental in keeping Fallout games alive long after their official support has ended. Fallout New Vegas, despite being released in 2010, continues to have an active modding scene that produces new content, fixes bugs, and enhances the game's visuals. Some of the most popular mods include New Vegas Bounties, a series of quest mods that added hours of professional quality content, and Project Nevada, which overhauled the game's mechanics to add features like sprint, grenade hotkeys, and enhanced AI. Bethesda has generally been supportive of the modding community, releasing official modding tools for Fallout 3, New Vegas, and Fallout 4. Yet this support has created a symbiotic relationship where the community extends the life of each game far beyond what Bethesda could achieve alone. Some modders have even gone on to careers in professional game development, using their Fallout work as a portfolio to demonstrate their skills. The modding scene also serves as a living archive of player desires, showing what fans wish the official games had included. More robust dialogue systems, additional companion content, expanded faction quest lines. These are among the most common themes in popular mods, and they provide valuable feedback about what the community values most in a Fallout experience. Fact number 99. The Fallout franchise has survived for nearly 3 decades, passing through multiple developers, multiple platforms, and multiple generations of fans. It has been an isometric, turn-based RPG, a first-person open-world shooter, a mobile management sim, a multiplayer survival game, and a live-action television series. Through all of these transformations, certain core elements have remained constant. The retro-futuristic aesthetic, the dark humor, the exploration of moral ambiguity, the insistence that the player's choices matter. These constants are what make Fallout more than just a series of games. They make it a world, a fully realized fictional universe that invites exploration, debate, and emotional investment. Fans do not just play Fallout, they inhabit it, arguing about faction politics, theorizing about unrevealed lore, and imagining their own stories within its irradiated landscapes. Fact number 100. And finally, this last fact is perhaps the simplest and the most profound. Tim Kaine, the man who created Fallout, wrote the line that would define it. War. War never changes. He wrote it after a first draft by Scott Benny, and according to Leonard Boyarsky, the narration was the last piece of the puzzle, the final element that tied the game's themes together. Kaine did not know at the time that those 3 words would outlive the studio that made them, the publisher that funded them, and the technology that displayed them. He did not know that they would be spoken by different voices in different media across different decades, always meaning the same thing. War never changes, but Fallout has. It has grown, evolved, transformed, and endured. It has passed from hand to hand, from creator to creator, from screen to screen, carrying with it the peculiar magic of a world that should not work but does. A world where bottle caps are currency and nuclear bombs are nostalgia. A world where the worst has already happened and people keep going anyway. A world that, despite everything, keeps finding new stories to tell. And on that quiet note, we have reached the end of our journey through 100 unknown Fallout facts. If you are still awake, thank you for staying with me all this way. If you drifted off somewhere along the path, that is perfectly all right too. The wasteland will still be here when you wake up. If you enjoyed this, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to Q Plays for more deep dives into the worlds you love. Your support means more than you know. Until next time, stay safe out there, wanderer. And remember, war never changes, but you can change the channel. Sweet dreams.
I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I hope you guys are actually sleeping right now, not actually listening to my voice. But if you did enjoy the video and you're awake, then make sure to hit that subscribe button and give me some feedback. Alright, peace out, boys. Hey, what is going on, everyone? Tonight we got Fallout mysteries for you to fall asleep to. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and watch till the end.
Hey there. Welcome back. Go ahead and get comfortable. Pull the blanket up, dim the lights. Let the glow of the screen be the only thing guiding you tonight, because we are going somewhere familiar and strange all at once. We are heading into the wasteland, not to fight, not to survive, but just to wonder, to sit with the questions that the Fallout universe has been whispering to us for decades now. 25 of them, in fact. 25 mysteries that have kept players awake at night, scrolling through forums, rewatching old lore videos, digging through terminal entries and holotapes, trying to piece together truths that might not even have answers. And that is the beautiful thing about Fallout. It is not a world that hands you everything neatly wrapped. It is a world where you stumble across a skeleton in a cave and find journal entries next to it that make you feel more emotion than 100 cutscenes ever could. It is a world where an entire corporation built bunkers for the end of the world, and the bunkers themselves were the real horror. It is a world where a man in a trench coat shows up out of nowhere, fires a single shot from a revolver, and then vanishes like smoke. And nobody in over 200 years of in-game history can explain who he is or where he goes. So tonight, we are not rushing through anything. We are going to let each mystery breathe. We are going to walk through the rusted corridors and overgrown ruins of the Fallout universe at a pace that feels right for falling asleep to. Some of these mysteries are well known. You have probably heard whispers of a few. Others sit in the quieter corners of the franchise, tucked into DLC content, or buried in terminal entries that most players walk right past. But all of them share one thing in common. They do not have clean, tidy answers. And that is what makes them so perfect for a night like this. Before we start, if you enjoy this kind of content, long form, detailed, the kind of stuff you can put on and just drift off to, go ahead and hit that subscribe button and leave a like. It genuinely helps the channel more than you would think. But for now, settle in. The wasteland is waiting, and it has questions it has been holding on to for a very, very long time. Let us begin. Some mystery. Number 1. Who fired first, and why did the world end? This is the big one, the foundational question that sits underneath everything in the Fallout universe like bedrock. On October 23rd, 2077, the world ended. Nuclear warheads launched from silos across nations, and within the span of roughly 2 hours, civilization as humanity knew it was incinerated. The bombs fell, the sky burned, and in the aftermath, those who survived crawled out of the ashes into a world that no longer recognized them. But here is the thing. For the longest time, across 6 mainline games and numerous spin-offs and DLC expansions, no one definitively answered the most basic question of the entire franchise. Who pushed the button first? Was it China? Was it the United States? Was it some rogue actor, some third party, some miscalculation in an automated defense network? The games have always danced around the answer, yet presenting fragments and contradictions and conflicting accounts, as if the truth of the matter was buried under the same rubble as everything else. Let us walk through what we know, slowly, because the details matter here. The geopolitical situation before the Great War was a powder keg soaked in gasoline. The Fallout universe diverged from our own timeline somewhere around the middle of the 20th century. In their version of history, the transistor was never miniaturized the way it was in ours. Technology took a different path. Instead of the sleek, compact electronics we know, the Fallout world developed massive vacuum tube computers, nuclear-powered cars, and a retro-futuristic aesthetic that looks like the 1950s never stopped dreaming about tomorrow. But underneath that chrome and pastel exterior, the same human problems festered. Resources were dwindling, oil was running out, and nations that had spent decades posturing at each other finally ran out of reasons not to pull the trigger. The resource wars dominated the decades leading up to 2077. Europe and the Middle East devastated each other, fighting over the last oil reserves. The United Nations dissolved entirely in 2052, unable to broker peace in a world where every nation was scrambling for survival. China invaded Alaska in 2066 to secure its oil pipeline, and the United States retaliated, eventually reclaiming the territory, but at enormous cost. The annexation of Canada by the United States followed. Images of American soldiers in power armor executing Canadian protesters broadcast on national television back home, a chilling preview of what unchecked authority looked like in a world already teetering on the edge. And behind all of this, in the shadows, something else was happening. The United States government, through agencies and contractors operating in classified facilities, was developing biological weapons, specifically the Forced Evolutionary Virus, or FEV. This was an artificial pathogen designed to fundamentally alter human biology, originally conceived as a way to create super soldiers immune to any biological or chemical attack. The research was conducted at the West Tech facility and later moved to the Mariposa military base in California when things got too sensitive for even a corporate lab. For years, the community debated endlessly about who shot first. The original Fallout games, created by Tim Kaine and the team at Interplay, deliberately left this ambiguous. The opening narration of the first Fallout game states plainly that the details of the war are trivial and pointless, that the reasons were purely human ones. It was almost dismissive, as if the game itself was telling you that the cause of the apocalypse mattered less than what you did in the aftermath. But in October 2023, something changed. Tim Kaine, the co-creator of the original Fallout, sat down for a long interview with a well-known lore content creator. And during that conversation, almost casually, Kane revealed something that sent shockwaves through the community. According to Kane, the reason the United States was nuked was because of the FEV. China discovered that the U.S. was developing illegal biological weapons. They demanded the program be stopped. The U.S. agreed publicly. But all they actually did was move the research to a different facility. They did not stop. They just relocated. And when China found out about the deception, the situation escalated beyond any diplomatic recovery. Now, this is where it gets complicated. Kane was sharing his original vision for the franchise, the story as he had conceived it before the series changed hands multiple times. Whether current developers at Bethesda consider this canon is another question entirely. The Fallout television series on Amazon has introduced its own wrinkles into the narrative, suggesting that Vault-Tec itself may have played a role in triggering the Great War, possibly even deliberately engineering the nuclear exchange to ensure their vaults and their experiments would proceed as planned. In the show, there is a boardroom scene where representatives of the largest pre-war corporations are essentially dividing up the post-apocalyptic world among themselves, so each vault serving as a laboratory for a different company's agenda. So the mystery deepens rather than resolving. Was it China retaliating against American bioweapons development? Was it the U.S. striking first out of paranoia? Was it Vault-Tec, the corporation that built the bunkers, engineering the very disaster they claimed to be protecting people from? Or was it some combination of all three? Was a cascade of failures and manipulations that converged on that single October morning when the sirens started screaming and never stopped? The brilliance of this mystery is that Fallout uses it as a mirror. The game is not really asking who pushed the button. It is asking whether it matters. Because the answer, as the franchise repeatedly shows us, is that the same impulses that led to the Great War are alive and well in the wasteland. Yet the NCR replicates the bureaucratic excesses of the old government. Caesar's Legion builds an empire on slavery and conquest. The Brotherhood of Steel hoards technology like a jealous dragon sitting on gold. The Institute replaces people with synthetic copies and calls it progress. The bombs did not change human nature. They just cleared the stage for the same play to be performed again. And so, more than 200 years after the last warhead detonated, the question of who fired first remains unanswered in any definitive, universally accepted way. It is the wound at the center of the Fallout universe, the original sin that everything else flows from. And maybe that is exactly how it should be, because in the real world, the causes of catastrophe are rarely clean. They are messy, overlapping, contradictory. They are the product of fear and greed and miscalculation, and the terrifying momentum of systems too large for any single person to control. But rest easy, knowing that at least in this world, the bombs have not fallen. But in the Fallout universe, that question hangs in the irradiated air like the faint hum of a Geiger counter. Who fired first? We may never truly know. And perhaps that is the most unsettling answer of all. Mystery number 2. The mysterious stranger. There is a figure in the Fallout universe who has been appearing since the very first game in 1997. He has shown up in every single mainline entry in the franchise. and he has been spotted in the wastes of Southern California, the ruins of Washington, D.C., the Mojave Desert, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and the hills of Appalachia. He wears a trench coat, he carries a revolver, and he has never once explained who he is, where he comes from, or why he does what he does. His name, if you can call it that, is the Mysterious Stranger. In gameplay terms, the Mysterious Stranger is tied to a perk. If your character selects it, there is a chance that during combat, specifically during the slow-motion targeting system known as VATS, this man will materialize out of thin air, fire a devastating shot from his handgun, and then vanish before the dust settles. He appears, he kills, and he disappears. No footsteps approaching, no footsteps leaving. Just a brief guitar sting, a flash of gunfire, and then nothing. Now, at first glance, this might seem like a fun gameplay mechanic and nothing more. Oh, a little bonus for choosing a particular perk. But over the course of multiple games spanning decades of in-game time, Bethesda and Obsidian have slowly layered in details that elevate the Mysterious Stranger from a quirky game feature into one of the most genuinely puzzling characters in the entire franchise. Let us start with what we know for certain. In the original Fallout and its sequel, the Mysterious Stranger was relatively straightforward. If you took the perk, a random wastelander in combat gear might show up during a fight and lend a hand. They could be male or female. They wore standard wasteland equipment. They were mortal, meaning if they took enough damage during the encounter, they could die and would never return. There was no mystique to them beyond the name. They were just helpful strangers who appeared at convenient moments. But when Bethesda took over the franchise with Fallout 3, the Mysterious Stranger was reimagined into something far more enigmatic. Now he was always male. He always wore the same dirty yellow trench coat and fedora. He always carried the same weapon, a unique variant of the standard .44 Magnum revolver. And crucially, he was now immortal within the game's systems. He could not be killed. He appeared only during VATS sequences, meaning the player could never interact with him directly. He would materialize, deliver his lethal assistance, and then simply cease to exist, as if he had stepped behind a curtain that no one else could see. In Fallout New Vegas, Obsidian Entertainment added an intriguing thread. Out in the Mojave Desert, east of El Dorado Dry Lake, you can find a man sitting by the roadside playing a guitar. He calls himself the Lonesome Drifter. He is a wanderer, a musician, a man searching for meaning in a world that does not offer much of it. And if you talk to him, really talk to him, exhausting every dialogue option, he will mention his father. He will describe him as a mysterious man, a stranger to his own family, a man who one day simply left and never came back. The Lonesome Drifter carries a unique .44 Magnum called the Mysterious Magnum. When you draw the weapon, the same guitar riff that accompanies the Mysterious Stranger's appearances plays softly. When you holster it, another note sounds. The connection is unmistakable. The Lonesome Drifter is, almost certainly, the son of the Mysterious Stranger, which means the stranger is, or was, a real person. He had a family. He had a wife and a child. And he left them behind to do whatever it is he does, in the shadows of the wasteland. Fallout 4 took things even further. In Diamond City, the synthetic detective Nick Valentine has an office filled with case files. If you look carefully, you will find a case file dedicated to the mysterious stranger. Nick has been investigating him. Well, the notes describe multiple confirmed sightings across different times and locations. Sightings that span far longer than any normal human lifespan should allow. Nick cannot determine whether the stranger is one man, multiple men using the same disguise, a ghoul whose aging has been halted by radiation, or something else entirely. What Nick does conclude is that the stranger is, functionally, a serial killer. An exceptionally skilled one, with combat training that surpasses anything Nick has encountered, but a killer whose targets always seem to be hostile, who only appears to help people in danger. The companion dialogue in Fallout 4 adds another layer. If the mysterious stranger appears while Nick Valentine is traveling with you, Nick will react with visible shock and frustration. He recognizes the man. He has been trying to solve this case. And yet the stranger vanishes before Nick can get any answers, and leaving the detective muttering to himself about the one case he cannot crack. So, what are the theories? They range from the mundane to the genuinely strange. Some fans believe the mysterious stranger is simply a lineage, a family tradition passed down through generations, father to son, each one taking up the coat and the gun and the mission. That would explain the changing appearance across games and the long time span. Others suggest he is a ghoul, one of the irradiated humans whose bodies stop aging, allowing him to persist across centuries while maintaining his human appearance through careful grooming or some unknown treatment. More outlandish theories propose that the stranger is supernatural in some way, a ghost perhaps, bound to the wasteland by some unfinished purpose, or a manifestation of some psychic phenomenon, given that Fallout's universe does include confirmed psychic abilities in certain individuals. Mama Murphy in Fallout 4 can genuinely see the future when she takes chems. The forecaster in New Vegas sells you thought readings that turn out to be eerily accurate. Psychic phenomena exist in this world. Could the mysterious stranger be a projection of the player character's own subconscious survival instincts, given physical form by some quirk of the post-nuclear world? And then there is the most unsettling theory of all. In Fallout 76, set only 25 years after the Great War, yet the mysterious stranger already appears. He is already wearing the coat, already carrying the gun, already vanishing without explanation. That means he has been doing this since the very beginning of the post-apocalyptic era, possibly even before the bombs fell. If he is the same man, he has been active for over 200 years. If he is multiple men, the tradition started almost immediately after the end of the world, which raises its own questions about who started it and why. Though the franchise has never given us a definitive answer, and honestly, that is what makes the mysterious stranger so perfect. He exists at the intersection of gameplay mechanic and genuine narrative mystery. He is a question that the games keep asking, but never answer. Who is he? Why does he help? Where does he go? And the silence that follows those questions is more compelling than any explanation could ever be. So the next time you are in VATS and you hear that faint guitar riff, that soft announcement that help has arrived from nowhere, take a moment to wonder, who is this man? What drives him? And what would the wasteland look like without him? We will probably never know. And maybe that is the whole point. Mystery number 3. The Dunwich Horror and the Lovecraftian Underbelly of Fallout. There is a building in the southwest corner of Fallout 3's capital wasteland that most players stumble upon by accident. It is isolated, i.e. far from any settlement or point of interest, sitting alone in a blasted landscape of rocks and dead earth. From the outside, it looks like any other ruined pre-war structure, maybe a former office building, maybe some kind of corporate headquarters. Nothing about it screams danger, not at first glance. Its name is the Dunwich Building, and what waits inside is one of the most genuinely unsettling experiences in the entire Fallout franchise. Let me set the scene for you. You push through the front door and immediately something feels wrong. The lighting is different here. The shadows are deeper, longer, more deliberate. The usual ambient sounds of the wasteland, the distant wind, the creaking of old metal, are replaced by something else entirely. There are whispers, faint just below the threshold of comprehension, like someone is speaking in a language you almost recognize but cannot quite parse. Objects in the environment move on their own. Doors creak open as you pass them, not because of wind or structural instability, but as if something is watching you and opening the way forward. The building is home to feral ghouls, which is not unusual in the Fallout universe. Ghouls are humans whose bodies were ravaged by radiation, their skin peeling away, their minds often deteriorating into feral madness. But the ghouls in the Dunwich Building are different. They are congregated deeper in the structure than you would normally find them. They seem to be drawn to something below, something in the earth beneath the foundation. As you descend through the building's levels, you find audio logs left behind by a man named Jaime Palabras. Jaime was tracking his father, who had disappeared heading south carrying what Jaime described as a strange, blood-stained book made of unusual leather. The father was obsessed with this book, driven by it, and Jaime followed his trail all the way to the Dunwich Building. The audio logs chart Jaime's descent, not just physical, but mental. Each recording is more frantic, more confused, more consumed by something he cannot name. By the final log, Jaime is barely coherent. He is raving about temples, about feasts, about the return of someone called Alhazred. He is speaking in fragments that do not connect to anything rational. And then you find him. In the deepest chamber of the Dunwich Building, a place called the Virulent Underchambers, you encounter an obelisk. Yet it is not human construction. It does not look like anything else in the Fallout universe. It is a dark, organic-looking pillar covered in tendrils, with what appears to be a human figure merged into the stone, as if someone was absorbed by the structure itself. Skulls line its base. The air around it hums with an energy that your Pip-Boy registers as radiation, but feels like something else entirely. And near the obelisk, you find Jaime, now a feral ghoul, worshipping at its base, along with the other ghouls who have gathered here over the centuries. If you listen carefully near the obelisk, you can hear a voice. It repeats names. Alhazred, sometimes another name, which sounds like it could be something ancient and unpronounceable. The name Alhazred is a direct reference to Abdul Alhazred, the fictional author of the Necronomicon in the writings of Howard Phillips Lovecraft, the early 20th century horror author whose work defined an entire genre of cosmic horror. The Dunwich Building itself is named after Lovecraft's story, The Dunwich Horror, a tale about a family in rural Massachusetts that communicates with entities from beyond the veil of human understanding. This is where the mystery truly begins. Because the Dunwich Building is not a one-off reference, it is the beginning of a thread that Bethesda has been weaving through multiple Fallout games. Yea, a thread that suggests something genuinely supernatural exists in this universe, something that cannot be explained by radiation or FEV or any of the scientific frameworks the games usually rely on. In Fallout 3's Point Lookout DLC, you encounter a quest called The Dark Heart of Blackhall. In it, you meet Obadiah Blackhall, a descendant of a family with deep ties to the occult. He asks you to retrieve a book called the Krivbekni, a tome of ritual power that has been stolen from his family. The name itself reads as something pulled from Lovecraft's invented mythologies. If you choose to take the book from Blackhall rather than returning it to him, you can bring it to the obelisk in the Dunwich Building and burn it. The obelisk reacts. The ghouls in the chamber become hostile. Something in the air shifts. The game gives you no explanation for what just happened, no pop-up text explaining the mechanics. It simply allows you to perform what is essentially a ritual and then moves on. Cut content from the Point Lookout DLC reveals even more. Obadiah Blackhall's family was connected to a man named Richard Dunwich, the founder of the Dunwich Borers Corporation. This corporation appears again in Fallout 4, where you can visit one of their quarries in the Commonwealth. The Dunwich Borers Quarry in Fallout 4 is another horror experience. As you descend into the mine, you experience flashbacks to pre-war times. You see workers going about their business, and then the scene shifts. You see a man with a knife standing before a group of kneeling, handcuffed people. A ritual sacrifice, conducted in the depths of a marble quarry, hidden from the world above. When the flashback ends, the kneeling figures have become feral ghouls. You fight your way deeper into the mine, hearing rumbling and footsteps from below, sounds with no visible source. At the very bottom, in a pool of dark water, you can see the partially exposed face of a massive stone figure. It is clearly not natural. What it appears to be the representation of some kind of entity, something that the Dunwich Corporation was trying to unearth. Terminal entries in the quarry confirm that the executives knew exactly what they were looking for. The mining operation was a front. They were digging for something ancient, something connected to the same force that the obelisk in the Dunwich Building served. Fallout 76 continues the thread with the Interloper, a massive organic structure found at the bottom of the Lucky Hole Mine in Appalachia. It is a towering, fleshy monument surrounded by the same stone faces that appear in the Dunwich Borers Quarry in Fallout 4. A cult of robed figures worships it in the darkness. The Interloper pulses with an energy that defies explanation. And once again, the game offers no clear answers about what it is or where it came from. The entity referenced across all these locations appears to be called Ug-Qualtoth, a name that follows the naming conventions of Lovecraft's fictional pantheon, beings like Yog-Sothoth and Nyarlathotep. The Dunwich family, the Blackhall family, and unnamed cults across Appalachia all seem to worship or serve this entity. It predates the Great War. It predates the Fallout universe's version of modern civilization. Whatever it has been sleeping in the earth for a very long time, and the various human agents working on its behalf have been trying to wake it up. And this raises a genuinely profound question for the Fallout universe. Is the supernatural real in this world? Fallout is, on its surface, a science fiction franchise. Radiation creates mutations. Technology creates robots and synthetic humans. The weirdness of the wasteland has scientific explanations, even if those explanations are stretched thin. But the Dunwich mystery does not fit neatly into that framework. The obelisk, the flashbacks, the entity in the water, the interloper, none of these can be easily explained by radiation or FEV or pre-war technology. They suggest that there are forces in the Fallout universe that exist outside the bounds of science, forces that are ancient and patient and hungry. Bethesda has never confirmed or denied this. They keep adding to the Dunwich lore with each new game, deepening the mystery without resolving it. And that restraint is what makes it so effective. Because the moment you explain the horror, it stops being horrifying. The moment you give the monster a name and a weakness and a stat block, it becomes just another enemy to fight. But as long as the Dunwich mystery remains unexplained, as long as that obelisk keeps humming in the dark and those stone faces keep staring up from the water, it retains its power to unsettle. So if you ever find yourself wandering the far corners of the wasteland and you come across a building that feels wrong, a mine that goes too deep, a cave that whispers when it should be silent, maybe turn around or maybe go deeper. The choice has always been yours. But when at the bottom, do not expect the game to explain it. Some mysteries in Fallout are not meant to be solved. They are meant to be feared. Mystery number 4, Vault-Tec and the true purpose of the vaults. If there is one image that defines the Fallout franchise in the popular imagination, it is the vault door. That massive, circular, gear-shaped barrier of steel, hydraulics, and engineering, designed to seal the chosen few away from nuclear fire and protect them until the surface is safe again. Vault-Tec, the corporation that designed and built these underground shelters, marketed them as humanity's best hope for survival. Their advertising was ubiquitous in pre-war America. Cheerful mascots, bright colors, families smiling as they descended into safety. The message was simple and comforting. When the worst happens, we will be ready. But the vaults were never about saving people. This is one of the earliest and most disturbing revelations in the Fallout franchise, and it has only grown more complex and troubling with each new game. Of the 122 known Vault-Tec vaults scattered across the continental United States, only 17 were what the company internally classified as control vaults. These were the vaults that actually functioned as advertised, properly stocked, properly maintained, all designed to genuinely preserve human life through the nuclear apocalypse and beyond. 17 out of 122. The remaining 105 were experiments. Each vault was assigned a specific variable, a unique twist designed to test some aspect of human behavior, physiology, or psychology under extreme conditions. The residents of these vaults were test subjects. They did not know this. They went underground believing they were being saved, and they sealed themselves in with their families, their neighbors, their communities, trusting that the corporation they had paid handsomely for a spot in the vault would keep its promise. And then the experiments began. Let us walk through some of them, because the scale and creativity of Vault-Tec's cruelty is central to understanding this mystery. Vault 11, found in the Mojave Wasteland in Fallout, New Vegas, was designed around a single directive. Each year, the Vault's inhabitants were required to select one person to be sacrificed. The Vault's computer system would accept the sacrifice and allow life to continue for another year. If the residents refused to comply, the computer would supposedly execute everyone. This was a social experiment in the purest and most terrifying sense. Vault-Tec wanted to see how a community would organize itself around the ritual killing of one of its own members. Would they draw lots? Would they hold elections? Would they descend into political factions, each one trying to ensure that someone from the opposing group was chosen? The answer, as you discover through the holotapes and terminal entries scattered throughout the vault, is all of the above. Vault 11's social structure collapsed into a vicious political machine, where election to the position of overseer was essentially a death sentence, as the overseer was traditionally the one sacrificed. Blackmail, coercion, sexual exploitation, and outright murder became the tools of political survival. By the time the Vault's population had dwindled to just 5 survivors, they finally made the decision that should have been made at the beginning. They refused to sacrifice anyone. And the Vault's computer responded with a recorded message. It congratulated them. It told them that their commitment to human life was a shining example. It informed them that no one was ever going to be killed by the system. So the entire experiment was a test to see how long it would take the residents to refuse. The vault door opened. Freedom was offered. 4 of the 5 survivors chose to take their own lives rather than live with what they had done. The 5th walked out into the wasteland alone. Vault 112, found beneath Smith Casey's garage in the Capitol Wasteland, was a virtual reality experiment. Its residents were placed in pods and connected to a simulation run by Dr. Stanislaus Braun, at the Vault's overseer and one of the pre-war world's most brilliant scientific minds. The simulation was supposed to provide a perfect life, an idealized version of pre-war suburban America, where the residents could live in comfort while the world above healed. Instead, Braun used the simulation as his personal playground. He created a neighborhood called Tranquility Lane, a saccharine 1950s suburb, and within it, he tortured the residents endlessly. Yet he appeared in the simulation as a little girl named Betty, orchestrating elaborate scenarios of humiliation, pain, and death. When a resident died in the simulation, Braun would wipe their memory and start the cycle again. For over 200 years, the people of Vault 112 were trapped in an endless loop of torment, their bodies kept alive by the pods, while their minds were broken and rebuilt and broken again. Vault 87, located in the Capitol Wasteland, was the site of the Evolutionary Experimentation Program, where Vault-Tec, in cooperation with the U.S. military, tested the forced evolutionary virus on unwitting vault dwellers. The residents were taken one by one from the general population, told they were receiving routine medical treatment, and then exposed to aerosolized FEV in sealed chambers. Within days, their bodies began to change. Muscle mass increased uncontrollably, bone structure warped, skin thickened and changed color. and in most cases, higher brain function deteriorated or ceased entirely. The subjects became super mutants, the hulking, aggressive creatures that plague the capital wasteland throughout Fallout 3. And when the test subjects finally broke free from their containment, they overran the vault, turning every remaining human resident into one of their own. Vault 108, the Gary Vault, was a cloning experiment. Scientists within the vault repeatedly cloned a single resident named Gary, producing dozens of copies. Each clone became progressively more unstable and violent, until the vault was overrun by hostile Gary clones, each one capable of saying only their own name. If you enter this vault in Fallout 3, you will hear the name Gary echoing through the corridors, spoken in tones ranging from curious to enraged, as the clones hunt you through the darkness. Vault 22, located in the Mojave Wasteland, it was a biological research facility that experimented with genetically modified plant life. The plants eventually released spores that infected the vault's residents, slowly transforming them into mindless, hostile creatures covered in fungal growth. The survivors who escaped the vault became cannibals, preying on other wastelanders to survive. Vault 92, in the capital wasteland, recruited some of the nation's most talented musicians, with the promise of preserving the arts through the apocalypse. Yet in reality, the vault's overseer used subliminal messaging embedded in white noise to attempt to create obedient soldiers. The experiment failed catastrophically. The residents became increasingly violent and paranoid until they slaughtered each other. And then there is Vault 77, known only through a holotape found in the wasteland. A single resident, sealed alone. His only companions were a crate full of puppets. He lasted 2 years before his sanity broke completely. He eventually emerged from the vault and became so feared in the wasteland that even the slavers of Paradise Falls gave him a wide berth. The question that sits at the center of all of this is not whether Vault Tech was evil. That much is obvious. The question is why. What was the purpose of these experiments? What data were they collecting, and for whom? The original explanation, established in Fallout 2 and expanded in the Fallout Bible supplementary material, was that the experiments were designed to simulate the conditions of long-duration space travel. The Enclave, the shadow government that considered itself the true continuation of the United States, had plans to leave Earth entirely and colonize another planet. The Vault experiments would provide data on how human populations behaved under various extreme conditions, data that would be invaluable for planning a generation ship or colony vessel. But the Amazon television series has complicated this picture considerably. In the show, Vault experiments are revealed to be the product of multiple corporations, each one purchasing the right to run their own experiment in exchange for funding Vault Tech's construction efforts. The pharmaceutical company gets a vault to test drugs. The weapons manufacturer gets a vault to study combat behavior. The robotics company gets a vault to test automation. The vaults are not just experiments, but they are products. They are investment opportunities. The suffering of the people inside is a commodity being sold to the highest bidder. And Vault Tech itself may have engineered the Great War to ensure the experiments actually happened. The show strongly implies that the company, through its leadership, actively worked to trigger the nuclear exchange, ensuring that their vaults would be needed, their experiments would proceed, and their vision for the post-apocalyptic future would be the one that prevailed. This is the deepest mystery of Vault-Tec. Not the individual experiments, as horrifying as they are, but the meta-question. Did the people who built the shelters also build the disaster? Did the corporation that promised to save humanity from the end of the world also cause the end of the world? And if so, what does that say about the nature of power and the lengths to which those who hold it will go to keep it? The vaults are tombs. They always were. And the people sealed inside were never survivors. They were specimens. The mystery is not what happened in the vaults. The mystery is whether anyone in the Fallout universe will ever fully reckon with what that means. Mystery. Number 5. What happened to the rest of the world? Every Fallout game takes place in the former United States of America. The original games were set in Southern California. Fallout 3 took us to Washington, D.C. New Vegas was set in the Mojave Desert. Fallout 4 brought us to Boston. Fallout 76 dropped us into the hills of West Virginia. And the Amazon television series continues to operate within America's borders. But the Great War was global. The bombs fell everywhere. Nuclear warheads launched from silos across multiple continents, targeting cities and military installations around the world. The destruction was not limited to North America. It was planetary. And yet, in over 25 years of franchise history, we have received almost no information about what happened to the rest of the world. We know some things, in fragments. Europe tore itself apart during the Resource Wars, fighting over the last oil reserves from the Middle East. By the time the bombs fell, the European Commonwealth had already fractured into squabbling nation-states, many of which had been devastated by conventional warfare long before the nuclear exchange. What the Middle East was likely a wasteland well before October 2077, its oil fields exhausted and its cities already in ruins from decades of conflict. China was America's primary adversary and presumably a primary target. We know that Chinese forces invaded Alaska, that the United States eventually drove them back, and that the two nations were in a state of active war when the bombs launched. China almost certainly suffered the same level of devastation as the United States, if not worse. But we have no details, no stories from Chinese survivors, no exploration of what the Chinese wasteland looks like, what factions have emerged, what mutations the radiation produced in Asian ecosystems. The Soviet Union, or whatever its Fallout equivalent was, remains a near total blank. We know nuclear weapons were launched by multiple nations, but the specific role of Russia in the Great War is never explained. Africa, South America, Southeast Asia, Australia. All of these regions are complete unknowns. Did they suffer direct nuclear strikes, or were they destroyed by the cascading effects of nuclear winter, electromagnetic pulses, and the collapse of global supply chains? Are there pockets of civilization in places that were not directly targeted? Did some nations survive with their infrastructure partially intact? Tim Kaine, the co-creator of the franchise, he mentioned in interviews that he had originally envisioned eventually letting players explore other countries in sequels. He talked about the research that would be needed to authentically portray places like China and Russia in the 1950s retro-futuristic style that defines Fallout. But those games were never made, at least not by Kaine's team, and the franchise under Bethesda's stewardship has shown no interest in leaving American soil. The fan community has speculated endlessly on the fallout. London Mod, an ambitious total conversion for Fallout 4, imagines what the United Kingdom might look like in the Fallout universe, complete with its own factions, mutated wildlife, and post-apocalyptic culture. But this is fan creation, not official canon. The mystery of the wider world adds a profound sense of isolation to the Fallout experience. You are wandering a continent that has lost contact with the rest of humanity. There are no ships arriving from distant shores, so no radio signals from overseas, no refugees bringing stories of what lies beyond the horizon. America, in the Fallout universe, is an island. A vast, irradiated island populated by the descendants of people who were too stubborn, too unlucky, or too deeply buried to die when the world ended. And somewhere out there, beyond the oceans that no one has the technology or the courage to cross, there might be other stories, other survivors, other wastelands with their own factions, their own heroes, their own mysterious strangers. Or there might be nothing at all, just silence, stretching from shore to shore, across continents that have been scoured clean. We do not know. And the not knowing is what makes this mystery so hauntingly vast. Consider what we can infer. The nuclear exchange was global, which means every major population center on Earth was either directly targeted or suffered catastrophic secondary effects. Nuclear winter would have devastated agricultural systems worldwide. Electromagnetic pulses from high-altitude detonations would have disabled electronics across entire continents. The collapse of global shipping and communication networks would have isolated every surviving community from every other surviving community. Even nations that were not directly bombed would have faced famine, disease, and the breakdown of civil order as supply chains evaporated overnight. But here is the thing. The Fallout universe is not entirely devoid of hints about the wider world. In Fallout 2, there are references to Chinese remnant forces on the American West Coast, soldiers and spies, who were stranded in enemy territory when the bombs fell and have been surviving in the wasteland ever since. The presence of Chinese technology, including the Chinese stealth suit, one of the most advanced pieces of equipment in several Fallout games, and suggests that China's pre-war technological capability was at least comparable to America's in certain fields. If the Chinese could develop personal cloaking technology, what else might they have built? And what might have survived the war? The Fallout television series has begun to gesture toward the wider world as well. References to the Enclave's long-term plans sometimes hint at interplanetary colonization, suggesting that at least some pre-war organizations had ambitions that extended beyond Earth entirely. If the Enclave was planning to leave the planet, they must have had some assessment of whether other nations were doing the same. Was there a Chinese equivalent of Vault Tech, a European version of the Enclave? Are there vaults in Russia, in Japan, in Brazil, sealed away and running their own twisted experiments on populations we have never met? The Fallout world is vast, and we have only ever seen one country's version of the apocalypse. The rest of the planet is a blank canvas, and every player who has looked at that canvas has wondered the same thing. What is out there? Who survived? And will we ever find out? The silence from across the oceans is deafening, and in Fallout, silence usually means something terrible. Mystery number 6, The Survivalist, Randall Dean Clark and the Father in the Cave. Some of the most powerful stories in Fallout are not found in the main quest lines. They are hidden in the margins, tucked into terminal entries and journal logs that you have to go out of your way to discover. And the story of Randall Dean Clark, known as the Survivalist, is perhaps the most emotionally devastating piece of environmental storytelling in the entire franchise. So you encounter his story in the Honest Hearts DLC for Fallout New Vegas, set in the real-world location of Zion National Park. The DLC takes you into a beautiful, relatively untouched canyon where 2 tribes, the Sorrows and the Dead Horses, live in an uneasy peace threatened by an invading force called the Whitelegs. The story that the DLC tells on the surface is compelling enough, dealing with themes of violence, faith, and the choice between fighting for your home or fleeing to preserve your people. But beneath that story, literally buried in caves scattered throughout Zion Canyon, is the tale of Randall Clark. You never meet him. By the time the courier arrives in Zion, Clark has been dead for over 150 years. All that remains of him are his terminal entries, his supply caches, and his skeleton, sitting on a high ledge near a place called Red Gate. Overlooking the canyon he spent decades protecting. Clark was born on February 5, 2053. He served in the United States Army and was deployed to Canada during the annexation, where he witnessed atrocities committed by American soldiers against Canadian civilians. The experience sickened him and left scars that never fully healed. After his service, he settled in Salt Lake City with his wife, Shar, and their son, Alex. He was a quiet man who liked to disappear into the wilderness for days at a time, testing his survival skills in the backcountry. It was a source of tension in his marriage, this need to be alone in the wild, this inability to sit still within the walls of a house. On October 23, 2077, Clark was returning from one of these trips when the bombs fell. He was north of Spanish Fork, Utah, far from any major population center. He saw the flashes on the horizon. He heard the distant rumble. And he knew, with a certainty that settled into his bones like cold water, that his wife and son were dead. For the next several months, Clark survived alone in the caves of what would later be called Zion. He drank condensation from cave walls. He ate whatever he could forage. He waited for the radiation to subside. When it finally did, he hiked back to Salt Lake City. He found nothing. The city had been annihilated. There was no rubble to sift through, no bodies to bury. Just ash and silence. Yet he returned to Zion and lived there alone for 11 years. 11 years without hearing another human voice. 11 years of silence so deep it must have felt like being buried alive. And then, in 2095, a group of people arrived in Zion. 28 of them, by Clark's count. They were Mexican, likely refugees who had traveled north from what remained of Mexico, following rumors of a place where the land was still green and the water still ran clear. Clark watched them from his hidden camps, yet he did not reveal himself. Instead, he became their invisible guardian, leaving medicine when someone was sick, leaving food when supplies ran low. When one of them collapsed from infection, Clark left antibiotics where the others would find them. He heard them praying afterward, thanking God for the miracle. He wrote in his journal that he found it strange, thanking God for anything in a world like this. For months, this arrangement worked. Clark watched. He protected. He remained unseen. And then, in early 2096, everything fell apart. A group of over 100 people arrived in Zion. They were survivors from Vault 22, a vault in the Mojave where a biological experiment with genetically modified plants had gone catastrophically wrong. The vault dwellers had been driven out by the spores and the creatures they created, and they were desperate, starving, and dangerous. They attacked the Mexican camp. They killed all the men. They took the women and children as prisoners. Clark prepared a rescue mission. He stockpiled ammunition. He planned routes of attack. He scouted the vault dwellers' camp. And then he discovered something that changed the nature of his response entirely. The vault dwellers had eaten the prisoners. They had become cannibals. What followed was a one-man war. Randall Clark, a single aging survivalist with a hunting rifle and a collection of homemade explosives, waged a 10-month guerrilla campaign against over 100 armed vault dwellers. So he attacked from the shadows. He set traps in narrow canyons. He picked off sentries in the darkness and disappeared before dawn. He was methodical, patient, and utterly merciless. By the end of those 10 months, the vault dwellers had lost over 80 of their number to Clark and to disease. The survivors fled Zion, broken and terrified of the invisible force that had decimated them. Clark felt nothing but cold. 4 days after the vault dwellers left, Clark found a woman named Sylvie, and she had been a member of the Vault 22 group, but had separated from them to escape the abuse of the male members. She had stepped into one of Clark's bear traps. He freed her. He nursed her back to health. He taught her about the world outside the vault. And for the first time in nearly 20 years, Randall Clark was not alone. They lived together for 3 years. They fell in love. Sylvie became pregnant. Clark spent 9 months preparing, reading every medical book he could find, gathering supplies, teaching himself obstetrics from scratch. He wanted to do it right. He needed to do it right. The baby was a breech birth. Clark could not turn him. He performed a cesarean section with what he had, which was not nearly enough. The baby, a boy Clark had already named Michael, died. Sylvie never woke up from the anesthesia. Clark buried them south of the Zion Narrows. He walked back to his cave. He sat down and wrote a single journal entry about deciding to end his own life. He did not do it. Years later, when Clark was old and sick with lung cancer, a new group arrived in Zion. Children. A group of young people orphaned by the wasteland who had somehow found their way to the canyon. They were innocent in a way that Clark had not seen in decades, and he made a decision. He would protect them, as he had protected the Mexican refugees. But this time, he would do more. He would teach them. He would leave them books, weapons manuals, medical guides. He would write them letters signed The Father, instructing them to be kind to each other, to be modest, to make Zion their home, and defend it against anyone who would do them harm. He never revealed himself to them. He never let them see his face. He remained the invisible guardian, the voice in the cave, the spirit that left gifts and guidance, and then vanished. The children grew into a tribe. They called themselves the Sorrows, named for the sorrows that Clark had told them to leave behind. and they worshipped the father in the cave as a divine figure, a god who loved them and watched over them from the darkness. When the cancer grew too advanced for Clark to endure, he climbed to the highest point near Red Gate, a place where the children were unlikely to find his body. He sat down. He looked out over the canyon one last time. He wrote his final entry, a quiet goodbye to everyone he had lost and everyone he had saved. And he let the cold take him. Yet his skeleton is still there when you find it, over 150 years later. Next to it is his rifle, the survivalist's rifle, and his last journal entry. And if you have followed his story through every cave, every terminal, every scattered note, reading his words will hit you harder than any boss fight in the franchise. The survivalist is not a mystery in the traditional sense. His story is told completely, from beginning to end. But the mystery he represents is deeper than any plot hole or unanswered question. It is the mystery of what a single human being is capable of when they are stripped of everything except their will to protect. It is the mystery of how a man with no faith in God can become one. It is the mystery of whether kindness can persist in a world designed to extinguish it. Randall Dean Clark answered that question with his life, and the sorrows carry his answer with them still, even though they will never know his name. Mystery number 7. The Sierra Madre and the poison that preserves in the Mojave wasteland. If you listen carefully, you might hear a radio signal. It is faint, buried under the static of a dead world, but it is there. A pre-war broadcast, looping endlessly, advertising the grand opening gala of a place called the Sierra Madre Casino and Resort. The signal has been playing for over 200 years, and it has been luring people to their deaths for just as long. The Sierra Madre is the setting of the Dead Money DLC for Fallout New Vegas, and it is widely regarded as one of the most atmospheric and unsettling pieces of content in the entire franchise. It is also home to one of Fallout's most fascinating mysteries, a story about greed, love, betrayal, and a cloud of red poison that has kept an entire city preserved in a state of perpetual dying. The Sierra Madre was conceived and built by Frederick Sinclair, a wealthy pre-war entrepreneur who envisioned it as the ultimate luxury resort. Nestled in the mountains somewhere to the west of Las Vegas, its exact location has never been confirmed and is deliberately kept vague. The Sierra Madre was designed as a place where the elite could escape the anxieties of a world on the brink of destruction. It was self-sufficient, yet equipped with advanced vending machines that could fabricate almost anything from base materials, holographic security systems, and a vault beneath the casino floor that Sinclair intended as the ultimate shelter. But Sinclair's project attracted attention from dangerous people. The Big Mountain Research Facility, known as Big MT, a sprawling pre-war think tank hidden in a crater in the Mojave, saw the Sierra Madre as a testing ground. In exchange for providing Sinclair with their cutting-edge technology, the Big MT scientists were given permission to conduct experiments within the resort. One of those experiments produced the Cloud. The Cloud is a reddish toxic gas that blankets the Sierra Madre's villa and surrounding areas. It corrodes organic material. It dissolves metal. It kills anyone who breathes it for too long. But it also does something stranger. It preserves the Sierra Madre. She, despite being over 200 years old, has not decayed in the way that other pre-war structures have. The cloud has created a sealed environment, a pocket of stasis where time moves differently. The buildings still stand, the holograms still flicker, the vending machines still hum, and the creatures that inhabit the villa, beings called ghost people, still patrol the streets. The ghost people are former maintenance workers who were wearing hazmat suits designed by Big MT when the bombs fell. The cloud seeped into their suits, fused with their bodies, and transformed them into something that is no longer quite human. They cannot be killed by conventional means. You can knock them down, but unless you dismember them completely, they will get back up. They do not speak. They do not negotiate. They simply hunt endlessly through the red fog. Frederick Sinclair's personal story adds another layer of tragedy. He was in love with a woman named Vera Keyes, a pre-war starlet who was everything Sinclair was not. Glamorous, charismatic, and deeply troubled. What Sinclair did not know was that Vera had been enlisted by Dean Domino, a lounge singer and con artist, to help him steal the contents of the Sierra Madre's vault. Dean blackmailed Vera using evidence of her Med-X addiction, and Vera, trapped between her love for Sinclair and Dean's threats, went along with the scheme. When Sinclair discovered the betrayal, his heart broke. In his grief, he transformed the vault into a trap. He rigged the elevator so it would only go down, never up. He upgraded the holographic security to lethal settings. He wanted to ensure that when Vera and Dean came for the treasure, they would be sealed in forever. But then Vera confessed everything, and Sinclair, consumed by regret, tried to reverse his changes. He could only partially undo what he had done. The vault remained a trap. And when the bombs fell and the cloud descended, Sinclair died in the vault he had built, unable to return to the woman he loved. By the time the courier arrives at the Sierra Madre, lured there by the radio signal, the resort is a death trap layered upon a death trap. Father Elijah, a former elder of the Brotherhood of Steel, driven mad by his obsession with pre-war technology, has taken control of the villa's systems. He forces the courier and 3 other captives, Dean Domino, a mute woman named Christine, and a schizophrenic super mutant called Dog and God, to work together to breach the casino and reach the vault. The central mystery of the Sierra Madre is not just about what happened there. It is about what the place represents. The cloud preserves but also destroys. The vault contains unimaginable wealth, but is designed to kill anyone who tries to take it. The casino promises new beginnings. Its motto is "Begin Again." But it traps everyone who enters in cycles of obsession and loss. The Sierra Madre is a metaphor for the thing that the Fallout universe keeps warning us about, the inability to let go. Every character in Dead Money is defined by something they cannot release. Elijah cannot let go of his obsession with technology. Dean cannot let go of his grudge against Sinclair. Christine cannot let go of her mission to stop Elijah, and the courier, if they are not careful, cannot let go of the gold bars in the vault. Chess bars that are worth a fortune but weigh so much that carrying them all out is essentially impossible. The game literally asks you, can you walk away from the treasure? Can you let go? The Sierra Madre is Fallout at its most philosophical and its most haunting. And the cloud, that red fog that kills and preserves in equal measure, is still out there, Somewhere in the mountains west of Vegas, the broadcast is still playing. The gala is still being advertised. And the ghost people are still waiting in the fog, preserved like everything else in the Sierra Madre, caught between death and something worse than death. Begin again, or do not. The Sierra Madre does not care either way. Mystery number 8 among us. In the original Fallout game, released in 1997, there was a random encounter. While traveling across the wastes of Southern California, you might stumble upon a crashed flying saucer half buried in the sand. Yet the words, "Property of Area 51, return if found," were scrawled on its hull. 2 small, gray-skinned bodies lay nearby. One of them carried an alien blaster, one of the most powerful weapons in the game. It was an Easter egg, a joke, a playful nod to the conspiracy theories and science fiction that had always influenced the franchise's retro-futuristic aesthetic. Nobody was supposed to take it seriously, and for a while nobody did. But then Fallout 3 happened, and Bethesda decided that aliens were not just a joke. Mothership Zeta, the 5th and final DLC for Fallout 3, is one of the most controversial additions to the franchise. In it, the lone wanderer is abducted by an actual alien spacecraft that has been orbiting Earth, studying humanity for centuries. You are taken aboard, stripped of your equipment, and forced to fight your way through the ship alongside other abductees from various points in human history, including a samurai from feudal Japan, a cowboy from the Wild West, an astronaut from the Gemini program, and a little girl named Sally, who was taken shortly after the Great War. The ship, Mothership Zeta, is massive. It contains cryogenic storage facilities holding hundreds of human specimens. It has weapons laboratories where alien technology is developed and tested. It has a death ray capable of devastating targets on Earth's surface. And the aliens themselves, small gray beings with large heads and black eyes, are hostile, inscrutable, and operating according to an agenda that is never fully explained. The DLC raised more questions than it answered. How long have the aliens been observing Earth? Their abductions span at least several hundred years, based on the ages of the captives you encounter. What do they want? The ship's experiments suggest they are studying human biology and behavior, but to what end? Are they planning an invasion? A colonization effort? Are they simply curious scientists, collecting specimens the way humans collect butterflies? And then there is the most explosive implication of all. Within the ship's data banks, there is a holotape, originally numbered Holotape 17, that was cut from the final release of the DLC. In its original form, this holotape reportedly contained dialogue suggesting that the aliens may have been responsible for triggering the Great War itself, manipulating events on Earth to cause the nuclear exchange as part of some larger experiment. When Bethesda removed the tape before launch, presumably to avoid establishing something so dramatic as canon. But the fact that it was written, recorded, and nearly included has fueled speculation ever since. The community is deeply divided on the role of aliens. In Fallout lore, purists, particularly fans of the original Interplay-era games, argue that the aliens were always meant to be Easter eggs, playful references that exist outside the canon of the main storyline. Here they point to the tone of the original random encounters, which were clearly tongue-in-cheek, and argue that Mothership Zeta overstepped by making the aliens a literal, physical reality within the game world. Others embrace the aliens as part of Fallout's broader mythology, pointing out that the franchise has always been a melting pot of science fiction tropes. Mutants, robots, psychics, interdimensional experiments at Big MT, all of these elements coexist within the Fallout universe. Adding aliens to the mix is not that much of a stretch. Fallout 4 includes alien encounters as well. A random event in the Commonwealth can spawn a crashed alien ship with a surviving alien that you can kill for its weapon. And Fallout 76, set in the earliest days of the post-apocalyptic era, includes references to alien activity in the Appalachian region. The deepest mystery here is not whether aliens exist in Fallout. They clearly do, at least in the Bethesda-era games. The mystery is what they want, how long they have been operating, and whether their activities have materially affected the course of human history within the franchise. Did aliens contribute to the development of certain pre-war technologies? Are the energy weapons found throughout the wasteland derived from alien designs? Did they have a hand in the creation of the FE5 or in the founding of Vault-Tec? Or are they simply observers? So watching humanity destroy itself with the detached curiosity of scientists studying bacteria in a petri dish. The franchise keeps the aliens at arm's length, acknowledging their existence, but never fully integrating them into the main narrative. And that distance, that refusal to commit, is what keeps the mystery alive. They are out there, somewhere above the clouds, watching the wasteland burn. And we have no idea what they are waiting for. A mystery. Number 9. The Sacrifice of Vault 11. We touched on Vault 11 earlier when discussing Vault-Tec's experiments, but this particular vault deserves its own deeper examination, because what happened inside its walls is not just a mystery. It is a parable. A story about human nature that the Fallout franchise tells with devastating precision. Vault 11 was located in the Mojave Wasteland, sealed beneath the desert like a crypt. Yet the experiment was simple in its design and monstrous in its implications. The Vault's residents were told, through an automated message from the Vault's computer system, that they must sacrifice one member of their community each year. If they refused, the computer would kill everyone. The choice was presented as binary. One person dies, or everyone does. The first thing to understand about Vault 11 is that the threat was a lie. The computer was never going to kill everyone. The entire experiment was designed to test how long a group of people would comply with an unjust demand before refusing it. Vault-Tec wanted data on obedience, on the mechanisms of social control, on the point at which a community would say no. But the residents did not know this. They believed the threat was real, and so they organized themselves around the annual sacrifice. What happened next is documented in meticulous detail through the holotapes and terminal entries scattered throughout the vault. The residents created an electoral system. Each year the vault would elect an overseer, and the overseer, upon completing their term, would be the one sacrificed. This meant that election to the position of overseer was effectively a death sentence, and the politics of the vault became a savage game of survival. Factions formed, voting blocs emerged. Such groups aligned not around ideology or policy, but around the singular goal of ensuring that someone from the opposing faction was elected to die. Blackmail became currency. Intimidation became standard practice. One faction, in a particularly horrific turn, began coercing members into compliance through sexual exploitation, leveraging shame and secrecy to control votes. Over the years, the Vault's population shrank, not just from the annual sacrifices, but from the violence that the political system generated. Murders, suicides, people who simply could not bear the weight of what they had become. By the time the Vault's population had dwindled to 5, the remaining survivors gathered and made the decision that the experiment was designed to elicit. They refused to sacrifice anyone. They stood together and told the computer that they would rather all die than continue the cycle. The computer played its pre-recorded message. The threat was never real. The vault door opened, and 4 of the 5 survivors took their own lives. When you explore Vault 11, you find their bodies near the entrance. You can listen to their final conversation on a holotape. You hear them arguing about whether they should tell the world what happened inside the vault. You hear them deciding that the shame is too great. You hear the gunshots. And then you hear silence and a single set of footsteps walking away. The mystery of Vault 11 is not about what happened. The events are well documented. The mystery is about the 5th survivor. Where did they go? What did they do with the knowledge they carried? Did they find peace in the wasteland, or were they consumed by the guilt of what they had participated in? And on a deeper level, the mystery is about us, the players. Because Vault 11 asks a question that has no comfortable answer. Would you have refused sooner? Would you have refused at all? Or would you have done what the residents did, going along with the system, because the alternative was too terrifying to contemplate? What makes Vault 11 so effective is the pacing of its revelations. When you first enter, you see evidence of a battle. Bullet holes in the walls, overturned furniture, spent shell casings littering the floor. Something violent happened here, and recently enough that the signs have not yet been erased by time. But the vault is not empty. Automated turrets still patrol certain corridors. The mainframe still hums, and the deeper you go, the more the story assembles itself, piece by piece, terminal by terminal, holotape by holotape. You learn about the factions. The Justice Bloc, which originally held power and maintained the electoral system for selecting the annual sacrifice. The Reformers, who tried to change the system but were co-opted by it. The individuals who were blackmailed, threatened, or broken into compliance. You hear the voice of a woman named Catherine Stone, whose husband was selected for sacrifice. In her grief and rage, she ran for overseer herself, hoping to change the system from within. But the political machine had already adapted. They let her win, and then they killed her. The escalation is relentless. Each generation of vault dwellers was worse than the last, not because they were born worse, but because the system they inherited demanded more of their humanity with every passing year. Yet by the time you reach the sacrifice chamber, a sterile room with a single chair facing a screen, you understand that the true experiment was never about the sacrifice itself. It was about watching the slow, systematic erosion of decency in a population that believed it had no choice. And the final audio recording, the one you find near the bodies of the last survivors, is delivered with a flatness that is more devastating than any scream. They are not angry. They are not defiant. They are simply tired of what they did, tired of what they became. And when the gunshots ring out, 4 quick reports in succession. The silence that follows feels like the vault itself exhaling. Vault 11 holds up a mirror, and what it reflects is not flattering. That is why it stays with you. That is why it belongs on this list. It is a reminder that the most terrifying monsters in Fallout are not the Deathclaws or the super mutants. They are the ordinary people who were given an impossible choice and chose wrong again and again until there was nothing left to choose. Mystery number 10, Vault 108 and the Gary Paradox. Of all the Vault-Tec experiments, Vault 108 might be the one that haunts players the most, not because of its cruelty, though it is certainly cruel, but because of its sheer absurdity. It is a horror story told in a single word, repeated over and over in different inflections. That word is Gary. Vault 108, she located in the Capital Wasteland, was designed with several deliberate flaws. The power supply was set to fail after 20 years. The overseer had a terminal illness. The vault contained an unusually large stockpile of weapons and an unusually small amount of entertainment. And, crucially, it contained a cloning laboratory. The cloning experiment produced copies of a single resident named Gary. The first few clones were apparently stable, but each successive generation became more erratic and more violent. They lost the ability to speak, with one exception. They could all say the name Gary. They said it constantly, in tones ranging from curious whisper to aggressive scream, the word warped by the deterioration of their neural pathways. By the time the lone wanderer discovers Vault 108 in Fallout 3, the vault has been completely overrun by Gary clones. They roam the corridors in packs, attacking anything that is not another Gary. The vault's original inhabitants are long dead. The cloning equipment still hums, and the word Gary echoes through the metal halls like a chant, or a prayer, or a warning. The mystery of Vault 108 operates on multiple levels. On the surface, it is a question about the experiment itself. What was Vault-Tec hoping to learn from cloning? Were they testing the viability of cloning as a method of population maintenance for long-duration habitation? Were they studying the psychological effects of encountering multiple copies of the same person? Or was this simply another instance of Vault-Tec pushing a button to see what would happen? But there is a deeper layer. The Gary clones are aggressive, yes, but they are also oddly social with each other. They exist in groups. They seem to communicate, after a fashion, through variations in how they say their shared name. They have, in their limited way, created a community, a Gary community. And that raises questions about identity, about the self, about what it means to be a person when you are one of dozens of identical copies, each one equally real, each one equally Gary. It is strange and a little sad and deeply unsettling. And it is one of those Fallout experiences that, once encountered, you never quite forget. Mystery. Number 11. The Virtual Hell of Vault 112. We mentioned Vault 112 earlier, but let us sit with it a little longer. Because the implications of what happened there are some of the most disturbing in the franchise. Dr. Stanislaus Braun was a genius. Before the war, he was one of the leading minds in the field of virtual reality technology, and Vault-Tec gave him an entire vault to pursue his research. Vault 112 was equipped with simulation pods capable of creating a fully immersive virtual world, indistinguishable from reality for the people inside it. The residents would enter the pods, believing they were being preserved in comfort until the surface was safe. And, in a sense, they were. Their bodies were maintained by the pods for over 200 years, kept alive through advanced life support systems, while their minds inhabited whatever world Braun created for them. The problem was Braun himself. Tranquility Lane, the simulation he built, was a perfect reproduction of a pre-war suburban neighborhood. Quaint houses, manicured lawns, children playing in the streets. Of course, it was idyllic on the surface, but Braun had made himself the sole administrator, appearing in the simulation as a little girl named Betty. And from behind that innocent facade, he tormented the residents in ways that would make the most sadistic overseer in any other vault look tame by comparison. He made them kill each other. He made them betray their friends. He orchestrated elaborate scenarios of cruelty and then erased the residents' memories so he could start fresh. Over and over. So for 2 centuries, the people of Vault 112 lived and died and lived again in an endless cycle of manufactured suffering, their bodies aging imperceptibly in the real world, while their minds were broken and rebuilt countless times in the simulation. When the lone wanderer enters Vault 112 during the main quest of Fallout 3, they are given a choice. They can play along with Braun's games, becoming another instrument of his cruelty, or they can find a hidden failsafe within the simulation, one that Braun built as a contingency and then apparently forgot about, that will permanently terminate the simulation. Activating the failsafe kills the residents, their bodies too degraded after centuries in the pods to survive without support, but it frees them from Braun's control. It is a mercy killing, and the game presents it as such. But Braun survives. The failsafe does not kill him. It simply leaves him alone in an empty simulation, at the sole occupant of a world he can no longer torment. He will sit there, presumably forever, in a void of his own creation. The mystery of Vault 112 is not about the mechanics of the experiment. It is about Braun himself. What happened to him? What drove one of humanity's greatest minds to become its most dedicated torturer? Was it the isolation, the power, the realization that with absolute control over another person's reality, the temptation to abuse that control becomes irresistible? Braun is never given a sympathetic backstory. He is not a tragic villain. He is simply monstrous, and the game offers no explanation for why. And that lack of explanation is itself a kind of horror, because it suggests that the capacity for what Braun did exists in anyone who is given enough power and enough time. The Vault did not create a monster. It simply gave a monster a playpen. At mystery number 12, the Forced Evolutionary Virus and the Master's Cathedral. The Forced Evolutionary Virus sits at the center of so much of Fallout's mythology that it is easy to take it for granted. FEV is the reason super mutants exist. It is the reason the Enclave developed its genocidal plans. It is connected to the creation of third-generation synths by the Institute. It may even be the reason the Great War started, if Tim Kane's original vision holds. But the most mysterious and tragic chapter in FEV's history is the story of the Master. The Master, the primary antagonist of the original 1997 Fallout, was once a man named Richard Moreau, later known as Richard Grey. He was a vault dweller from Vault 8, a scientist and explorer who ventured out into the wastes of Southern California in search of the truth about the mutations appearing in the wasteland. His investigation led him to the abandoned Mariposa military base, where the pre-war FE5 research had been conducted. Inside Mariposa, Grey fell into one of the vats of concentrated FEV. The virus did not kill him. Instead, it transformed him over the course of weeks into something that was no longer recognizably human. His body absorbed other organic matter, biomass that had fallen into the vats over the years, and he began to grow. His consciousness expanded. He developed psychic abilities. He became, in his own estimation, the next stage of human evolution, and he decided that everyone else should join him. The Master's plan was, in its way, logical. The wasteland was a dying place. Humans were weak, divided, prone to the same failures that had destroyed the old world. But super mutants, created through controlled exposure to FE5, were stronger, more resilient, immune to radiation, and potentially immortal. If all of humanity could be converted, the species would be unified under a single evolutionary path. No more war, no more division, no more weakness. There was just one problem. The conversion process destroyed higher brain function in most subjects. The Master needed genetically pure humans, people who had not been exposed to background radiation from the wastes, to create intelligent super mutants. And the only reliable source of such humans was the vaults, which is why the Master sent his armies to find and breach the vaults, to harvest their populations for conversion. The Vault Dweller, show the protagonist of the first Fallout game, can defeat the Master in multiple ways. Through combat, by fighting through the cathedral where the Master has established his lair. Or through speech, by presenting evidence that the Master's plan is fundamentally flawed, that super mutants are sterile and cannot reproduce, meaning the conversion process would need to continue forever and would eventually run out of subjects. Confronted with this evidence, the Master, in one of the most memorable moments in gaming history, breaks down. He begs the Vault Dweller to leave, and then he activates the nuclear device beneath the cathedral and destroys himself, his army, and his dream. The mystery of the Master is not about what he did. It is about what he was. The FE5 transformed Richard Grey into something beyond human, a being of immense intelligence and psychic power, fused with organic matter into a sprawling biomass that filled an entire underground complex. So was the Master still Richard Grey? Or had the virus created something new? Did he retain his humanity, his empathy, his conscience? The fact that he can be talked into self-destruction suggests that some part of the man he once was still existed, buried beneath the mutations. He could recognize the flaw in his own plan. He could feel despair. And that makes him one of the most tragic villains in the franchise. Not a monster exactly, but a man who became something monstrous in pursuit of something he genuinely believed was good. The road to the cathedral was paved with intentions that, from a certain angle, almost looked noble. And the virus that transformed him was created by the same government that built the bombs and the vaults. The Master was, in the end, another victim of the old world's hubris. Mystery number 13, the nature of ghouls and the question of consciousness. Ghouls are everywhere in the Fallout universe. They are former humans whose bodies have been ravaged by extreme radiation exposure, their skin sloughing away, their features eroded, their lifespans extended far beyond what any normal human could expect. Some ghouls are indistinguishable from regular people in terms of their intelligence, personality, and emotional depth. Others have devolved into feral states, mindless creatures that attack anything living with animalistic aggression. The mystery of ghouls is not that they exist. Radiation mutation is a core mechanic of the Fallout universe, and ghouls have been present since the first game. The mystery is about the line between a sentient ghoul and a feral one. What determines whether someone who undergoes ghoulification retains their mind? And more importantly, can a sentient ghoul eventually go feral? Is every ghoul on a timer, counting down to the day when their consciousness finally flickers out and the animal takes over? The games present contradictory evidence on this point. Some characters, like Hancock in Fallout 4, suggest that going feral is a constant fear for ghouls, an ever-present possibility that hangs over their extended lives like a storm cloud. Others, like Desmond Lockhart in Fallout 3's Point Lookout DLC, have been ghouls for centuries and show no signs of mental deterioration. So the television series introduces further complications, depicting the character of Cooper Howard, played by Walton Goggins, as a ghoul who maintains his sanity through the regular use of specific pharmaceuticals, suggesting that ghoulification's mental effects can be managed chemically, but not cured. The deeper question, and the one that no Fallout game has ever directly answered, is what happens when a ghoul goes feral. Is the person gone? Is there still a consciousness trapped inside, screaming behind eyes that no longer recognize the world? Or is the transition a clean break, the human extinguished and replaced by something purely instinctive? Fox, the intelligent supermutant in Fallout 3, suggests that consciousness can survive even the most extreme biological transformation. If it can survive FEV, can it survive feralization? Is there a chance, however slim, that the feral ghouls shuffling through the ruins of the old world still carry echoes of the people they once were? The franchise leaves this question open, and the ambiguity is what gives encounters with feral ghouls their emotional weight. Every feral you put down might have been someone, a parent, a teacher, a friend, and you will never know. Mystery number 14. The Deathclaw Origin Story. Deathclaws are the most feared creatures in the Fallout wasteland, and for good reason. They are massive, reaching heights of over 9 feet. They are armored with thick, leathery skin that can turn aside all but the most powerful weapons. Their claws, for which they are named, can shred power armor like tissue paper. They are fast, aggressive, territorial, and intelligent enough to set ambushes. Encountering a Deathclaw at low levels in any Fallout game is essentially a death sentence. But where did they come from? The Fallout universe provides a partial answer. Deathclaws were genetically engineered before the Great War, created by the United States government as a biological weapon designed to replace human soldiers on the battlefield. The base animal was the Jackson's chameleon, a species of lizard native to East Africa and Hawaii, which was subjected to extensive genetic modification using a combination of traditional genetic engineering and in some accounts, the forced evolutionary virus. And the result was a creature that exceeded every parameter the designers had hoped for. Deathclaws were stronger, faster, more durable, and more aggressive than anything the natural world had ever produced. They were perfect killing machines. And when the bombs fell and the facilities that created them were destroyed, the Deathclaws escaped into the wild. In the 2 centuries since the Great War, Deathclaws have proliferated across the American wasteland. They have established territories in caves, quarries, and abandoned buildings. They hunt in packs when prey is abundant and operate as solitary predators when resources are scarce. And they have continued to evolve, with regional variants displaying different adaptations depending on their environment. The mystery is not about their origin. That much is established lore. The mystery is about their intelligence. Deathclaws in the original Fallout game were shown to be capable of speech, and thanks to further genetic modification by the Master's forces. In Fallout 2, an entire community of intelligent talking Deathclaws lived in Vault 13 after the events of the first game. These Deathclaws were peaceful, philosophical,